Hello, welcome to this virtual gathering of awesome people. I'm very happy that so many of you have signed up for this. These are hard times we are living that have forced us to look at things in a different way, but it has also made the way we think and behave differently and hopefully better than it was before. The pandemic has affected us all, our friends, our families. And after having to cancel the last edition due to the COVID-19 outbreak, we could just simply let it pass again. So here we are trying to do something that is new for us, an online event. I'm sure that this is not what we all wished for, but due to the circumstances, this is all what we can have. And Paredes de Coura is known also to have a very strong social component. I think it will be very difficult to duplicate this in a virtual format, but we'll be putting in our best efforts that this will not be visited. And 6 years after the Paredes de Coura first became an AFOL network event, we hope that this online edition will give you guys something to remember. But really, what are these AFOL network events and how did Paredes de Coura ever became one? And to explain that, I would like to welcome and invite to join me on this Zoom call, Mr. Ian Bayer and Mr. Kim Thompson.
Hello.
Hello.
It's video. There you go.
Hi, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you both here. After all, you shared a lot of the responsibility, or should I say guilt, in the creation of the Paredes de Coura FanWeekend. Jan, can you start by telling us what is an AFOL network event and what does it mean to the Lego company?
Yes, I definitely can. And I think, you know, at the beginning, it started out as the fan weekends, but then quickly we moved over to AFOL networking events because I felt back then that it was very important to get the AFOL community closer together. And I actually wrote a few words for a kind of internal document. So I will probably read them up for you so you can probably relate to that. So what I wrote down is actually AFOL networking events are the best AFOL-driven events in the world. This type of event provides extensive engagement opportunities with international AFOLs as well as LEGO staff, have great networking and learning possibilities, and cater a lot for the social part of the AFOL hobby. All this on a regional to global scale. The AFOL networking events will become the place to be for the AFOL community, LEGO staff interaction, so the value in the global AFOL community as well as inside the LEGO company will be very high. Now it is actually very high. So that is what I back then wrote down as kind of part of the strategy or of the direction to go. So, and I think we have achieved that, and it's of course a mixed group of events with having a lot of North American conventions joining it. We have some distribution in Europe. We have Japan Brickfest. And now, as the newest edition, we will have Brickvention in Australia. So we are getting a bit around the globe. So it is a place for AFOLs to meet each other, to have a great time together, and to make new friends, so that you in the future will visit each other and yeah, enjoy the hobby together. You know, go out and not only stay in your country, but enjoy everything together and have a great time. That's actually the essence of AFOL networking events.
Thanks for sharing the notes of the AFOL network events with us. That was great. That was a great insight. Back in 2015, we were attending the BRICS 2015 XL event in London, the Warren Kitty events, when these two gentlemen approached us and asked us if we would like to have lunch with them. We were a little bit surprised when the conversation turned to, have you guys considered going international with your events? Kim, you were the one to announce it at the very same evening that the Paredes de Coura would be the next fan weekend, the second one right after Scarback. Can you tell us a little bit more about what was behind that challenge? What were you looking for and why you chose us?
Yes, and thank you for reminding me of that announcement. I was
I will never forget it.
Thank you for sending me a video of me back in 2015 announcing this. I think that some of the things we were looking for, we just turned or handed over the Lego FanWeekend community, and as Jan carefully explained how we wanted to expand on the international part and the networking part of the events, we were looking for a good follow-up, a strong event, which could say we got Scareback and then we have this other one. This could show the way to what we are looking for. And then we started going through bigger events, discussing them, and then we found the one in Paredes to be very special and having a lot of potential, especially because how the local community also engages in it, and how well it was driven. I think the challenges we had in most of the discussion and talks we had around which event or which place we would like to stimulate a FanWeekend was the concern on how it would affect the local communities. We were seeing a lot of communities doing a lot of local work. It was very local event focused, and we wanted to stimulate international activity and networking, but we also had concerns. And I think this is very common in a lot of places, that when you stimulate something a lot, there are other things that you are not stimulating equally much. And that was certainly one of the concerns we had. And also one of the things we were considering was that Paredes is a bit off logistically from...
You can say that again.
But we were quite reassured that it would be a perfect spot for a FanWeekend, because of how it is and how it works, and how very unique the whole setup is around the event, but also around the luck in the local community. And we felt that could be very inspiring for everyone traveling there, and it has been. And I'm super bummed that I haven't gone there for a while due to this stupid pandemic, but I really want to go again.
Yeah. Hopefully to have you here again as well. Well, on my part, I feel deeply honored that you have decided to take a chance on us. And I'd like to thank you both for the opportunity of being a host for so many amazing people that have participated in our event since then. It has been an extremely rewarding experience. Stressful and maddening, of course, but rewarding without question. And I have photos of me with no white hair at all before 2016 to prove it.
And Miguel, that's age, right? That's not.
It's also a lot of baggage as a FanWeekend.
Yeah, oh, come on. You need to plan to sleep also while you run the event, right?
Yeah, that could have been a good thing to do this night.
Yeah, no.
Just let me ask one last question. What is your balance of the last year with almost no physical events? What are your hopes for the future?
Yeah, it of course it has been. Everybody knows it has been a crazy year, and it has been super challenging for everybody. It has been challenging for all the event owners. It has been challenging for the whole community. It has been destroying all the things that has been built up. But luckily, the relationship could somehow be maintained with some virtual activities. And you know, luckily the bonds has grown so strong in the time we had the events, that I think the community survived in a kind of good state. But it has been very heavy because, as you also mentioned in your introduction, the events are focusing a lot on the social part of the hobby. Yes, it is Lego bricks, it is building, it is all of these things, but the social part is really a very, very important part of the community. And we can see, or we could see that this social part, if it's not there, and it's really difficult to recreate it virtual. Because I cannot hug you. I would love to give you a hug now. I cannot. So there's no social part here. It is really difficult. So I'm really looking forward to having things going back to normal, if we ever get back to normal. I hope. And right now it looks promising. On the other hand, we hear the news from also Portugal, unfortunately, again,
Yes.
that the things are going a bit in the wrong direction again. Same in Britain. So let's hope for that this is going away, or that we get more used to somehow to work and live in this a bit new
This condition.
environment.
Yeah.
But I think in general, I'm very confident that we will see physical events again. The first AFOL network events in North America getting back to physical. If it's good or bad, that's your choice. If you want to join or not, that's your choice. As everything else is, but I think it is a direction, and for 2022, I'm pretty confident we will see a lot of physical events happening again, and that is what the community needs, and that is what we are looking forward to, all of us.
Let's all hope for the best, that we'll be able to gather again sometime soon, perhaps in Skyrock in late September. And
Let's
by the
cross
way,
fingers. Yeah.
if you sign it up, the registrations for Skyrock will close on 13th of June. They're getting there.
And by the way, another thing why you say that, please remember to congratulate Stefan, because it's his
Yes,
birthday today.
Yep,
So.
we know. We know. Thank you very much, Jan and Kin, for being able to have joined us here at the beginning of the event. I hope you can drop by later and see some of the presentations that we have prepared for all of the participants. We have so many great presentations. I would say it's really a first-class program. We hope you all enjoy what we have in store for you. But to talk a little bit about that and the event itself, let me introduce you to your hosts, Mr. Hadi Heiseldel and Mr. Rod Gillis.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Thank you very much for accepting to do this. I'm going to leave it up to you now to carry on with the show. I'm sure you do a fantastic job, and I think the spotlight is all yours. Thanks to you for watching the introduction. See you in a bit. Bye.
Cheers, Miguel. Looking forward to it. Right.
So it's the two of you then? Two of us then?
It is indeed. So, right. Allow me to introduce Ari, but first of all, we're going to welcome you to somewhere special.
Yes.
We're going to welcome you to the high-tech PDC Comm Centre, where Ari and I will be guiding your journey over the next weekend. So allow me to introduce I'm going to call him the pilot of this ship for the next couple of days. So Ari Hazeldal. Ari got back into Lego after laying eyes on the Cafe Corner back in 2011. His models were featured in the first Lego adventure book before he'd even met a single AFOL. So I suppose you could say that he entered the fan world backwards, kind of. That's definitely changed. If Ari has a Lego superpower, it would definitely be the strength and reach of his AFOL network. Ari knows everyone. Ari builds mainly city stuff, although he has to say that he hasn't touched the bricks much over the last couple of years. Instead, he's been focused more on Lego community activities. So leading talk shows at the FanWeekends, writing for the rejuvenated BrickNerd blog, and hosting official fan events at the Lego House. He's also the co-organizer of Norway's only annual Lego convention, and he's very fond of quizzes, and that's something that you're going to experience tomorrow. In the real world, Ari is a TV sports journalist, and it is genuinely appreciated that he's taken the time out to join us as the host for PDC Fan Weekend during the European Football Championships, which, as I'm sure you can imagine, is one of the busiest possible times in his work calendar. So Ari, it is massively appreciated that you're here for the next couple of days. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for that. I will now go to the High-Tech Communication Center, which seems to have, at least on my screen, some white script now. But, I don't know what that is. But I will introduce Rod to you guys. Rod has been a Lego fan all his life and an adult builder for 15 years or so. He's maybe best known for building in the steampunk genre, as you can see here. But he builds in a variety of styles and themes, particularly microscale. For the last few years, he has built original models for many of the official Lego books produced by DK. and he has been a writer for the Brothers Brick, although he is currently taking a break from that. Away from the bricks, he writes and designs puzzles. Look out for some of that later. And in the real world, he works in marketing and innovation for whiskey, which he says is the best job ever. I can believe him when he says that. He is also, I should add, a cheese connoisseur, and particularly fond of Norwegian brunost, or brown cheese. I will leave it up to him to describe the taste of that, but please, Rod, keep the swearing to a minimum. Anyway, my wingman, Rod, will now take you through how things will work, or at least how we think things will work this weekend. We're not entirely sure because we haven't done anything quite like this before, but we're optimists and we're really looking forward to spending the next 2 days in your company. Right, Mr. Gillis?
Yeah, thank you very much, Harry. And thank you for the offer of sending me some of that delicious Norwegian brown cheese. But I'm really sad that we couldn't get because of Brexit, the dairy import laws got in the way.
That was the only thing that got in the way, wasn't it?
It's one of the worst things that I've ever eaten. And I've eaten cheese that would make a French farmer sort of, back away. But that stuff was just manky. Anyway, right. How's it going to work this weekend? We've got a bunch of fabulous presentations and panels this weekend with subjects ranging across the Lego world. Sessions, they start on the hour with a short intro by Ari or by myself. So please check the timetable on Discord and you'll keep in touch with what's coming up and what's going on. Yeah. At the end of a presentation, Ari and I will ask some questions, but we'd love you to get involved too. So please feel free to ask questions using the text chat function. I see many of you have already discovered it. We've had lots of good morning, bon dia, and good evenings from other sides of the world. So hopefully you've found where the text function is and you can use that. So we'll keep an eye on that and we'll pick up questions through the presentations to ask the presenters. Don't save all your questions up until the end of a presentation, please. Ask them during the session and then we'll capture them. And, sometimes people are asking the same questions. So it's useful for Ari or myself to be able to see them all. We can cluster them together and then ask them at the end on your behalf. There may well be random chat going on, as there has been. People probably commenting on my lack of hair and how handsome Ari is and all that kind of stuff. And that's cool. Keep that going. Please don't, let questions or stuff get in the way of that. But in order to make your questions stand out, the best way to do that is to put 4 or 5 question marks at the start of a question. So it means when we're scrolling through the chat, we can clearly identify where there's a question being asked for the presentation or the interview or the panel. So if you could just do that, we'll remind you to do that. And if you forget, don't worry, I'm sure we'll catch it. But if you do get the chance, that would be great. Okay, so in the last few minutes of each slot throughout both days, before the next presentation begins, we will have a short break during which you can grab a cup of coffee or head to the bathroom or, after midday, maybe grab a beer. It is the weekend. So that's what we've been thinking about. So how do we make sure that everybody enjoys the next couple of days and, gets all the, a bit of backwards and forwards and interaction during the presentations? Because I don't know about you, but the one thing that I have really missed is all of my Lego pals. So over the last year and a half, just, missing everybody's faces, not talking nonsense about shades of brown, looking at their models, getting worked up about new road plates. I've properly missed everyone. So whilst most of the time we're asking everyone to keep their video off, so that avoids distracting the presenters, or, occasionally we'll ask you to get involved and switch your video on to say hello. And so that's what we're going to try. And we're going to ask you to do that now. If you can all switch your video on and give us a wave, you should be able to do that now.
Oh, look at that.
So it would be lovely to see everybody. If you go to gallery view, at the top right of Zoom, if you haven't used Zoom, there's a little thing with box where you can click on a view. And if you go on gallery view, and then if you just everybody switch your video on and give us a wave. If you need to switch your video on, there's down at the bottom left on that camera, you should be able to start video. We have allowed the participants to their video. Yeah, everybody.
Oh,
can do
look
that.
at that. Look at
Just
that.
lovely to see everyone's faces.
Yeah.
And then you can, if you can't see everyone, if you scroll through to the right, you'll start to see everyone, and you can just give everybody a nice wee wave.
So many people. Oh, miss you guys. Miss you guys. Oh.
Right, you should all be allowed to start video.
We've
Right.
got literally all over the world here.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So
it looks
so
like
good to
when we're in this view, it looks like a whole lot more of my background is showing. So I'm sorry that I didn't spread the sheet to all the sides. Okay, that's how
Brilliant.
it is.
Right. Okay. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do now. So lovely to see you all. Nice to see so many familiar, friendly faces, and also nice to meet some of you and see some of you that I haven't bumped into before. So, but that's enough now. So switch your video off again. Go away. Back into the dark. Off you go. Off you go. Because unfortunately, we can mute people's video for them, but that then means you can't restart it yourself if we have to do it. So if you wouldn't mind, off, back into the dark, shut down your cameras. That would be great. So, okay, just about everyone
Pretty much
away?
there.
Cool. Right, I am going to.
Can we ask?
Right.
We can ask Gael if she can switch off her video because she's the only one remaining. I think.
Okay.
If you can possibly do that, Gael. We love to see
Excellent.
you, but yeah, great.
Hey.
Thank you.
Right, and now, if the host could hide non-video participants, that would be excellent. Okay, we'll crack on at the moment, but if our host could hide non-video participants, that would be magic. So we've got a couple of fun little activities we might ask you to get involved in over the next coming days, which will involve everybody switching the video on for a little while. So hopefully we'll get the hang of that as we go through the next couple of days. If you feel comfortable doing so, it would be great to have you take part. I know some people feel a little uncomfortable on camera. If that's you, don't worry about it. There'll be a few people who, it's not really their thing. So that's cool. But if you do feel comfortable doing so, it would be great for you to take part in these fun little things that we're going to do. So, right. Okay. So I hope you all got your participants box. There was some really cool stuff in there, including this rather fetching t-shirt already. Nice to see so many people representing. And what an amazing model. I absolutely love that. Ari, how are you getting on with putting your Ricky the Rooster model together?
I haven't been able to start yet. I've got it here in the box, but I'm
Really?
really looking forward to it. It looks really brilliant. And there's some text on the box, which is weird. I don't know where that came from, but the box, it looks wonderful.
Mate, I really liked it. Although we've been a bit busy in preparation, so I've not really had a chance to finish it yet. But I've been cracking on with it and stuff. Actually, do you want a shot?
Sure, absolutely.
You want to take over?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, here you go.
That's really cool.
Yeah, no, it's a nice wee model, isn't it? So
yeah. Have you been eating while you do this? There are all sorts of fat marks on it.
yeah, sorry, mate. Scottish deep fried food.
Typically, of course.
Okay,
Okay. Well, I'll keep building that, and maybe we'll see how far we can get.
Yeah,
during
cool.
lunch or something. So yeah.
Okay,
that's really nice.
There was something else in the box, though, wasn't there? Something that we were not allowed to open, I believe.
There was this bag.
All right. Yeah. Well, I think you're going to have a little chat about that, aren't you?
I think so. I think we might just because I saw the guy who we're going to talk to about that in the chat, so I know he's here. So basically, let me. You'll have to excuse me because this whole Zoom thing is so new to me. But basically, so yeah. So up next now in just a few minutes, we'll have Marcus Rolbüller to give us the Iron Builder announcement, Iron Forge announcement, sorry, which will involve this mysterious silver package, which disappears on my, I don't know what this is. So
that's like
thing here,
magic.
it's actually an invisible package, and no, that's just weird. So we'll talk about that. We'll soon after that, we will have a chat with Michael Peebles about Brickvention. So that's right around the corner in half an hour or so. But first, I'd like to introduce somebody else. At the Eurobricks event in Billund back in 2014, I met this young kid with extremely annoying building skills. He built this for the architecture competition at that event. I don't know. I think he was maybe he was 9 years old or something. I think that was pretty much it. But needless to say, he won that competition at the time, and his skills have even more annoyingly improved after that, to the extent that he is now a professional Lego designer. And his builds can now actually be moved around without falling apart. Apparently, just laying Lego bricks on top of each other is not an accepted construction method for official Lego sets. Who would have known? But that means that some interesting rules might be about to be announced. Anyway, Marcus Rolbüller is here to take you through the Iron Forge announcement. And I will stop sharing my screen. And that is, there you go. Right, Marcus, welcome and take it away. You seem to be muted, or maybe we can unmute you. I still can't hear you. Can anybody else hear him? You are unmuted, our tech guru Tito says. It's interesting.
Maybe this one works.
There you go. Okay, take it away.
Wonderful. I have various different microphone settings in the Zoom, which I am also completely new to you, similar to you. So apologies for this technical error, but it's as I just said to myself, it is amazing to see all of you on video. I have been missing these fan events just as much as everyone else, and as Ara introduced me as, I'm a Lego designer by day, but by night, I tend to organize a competition called Iron Builder. I prepared a little presentation that I will run you through, provided Zoom lets me, which is not doing anything right now. So I'm sorry, give me one moment. No way. I hope you can see my screen.
We can.
Wonderful. So welcome to Iron Forge Paredes to Coura FanWeekend edition. As I just mentioned, I do host the Iron Builder competition together with a chap called Simon Liu, who might not be awake or might be awake because he is currently living in Toronto, which it is, I think, 4 a.m. in the morning, so I wouldn't put it past him to still be awake. The two of us are hosting Iron Builder, which is a seed part competition. I believe most of you will have heard about it, but for those very few that might not have, it is a competition where we put two people up against each other, two very standout builders from the community, and we throw them a weird seed part. This is an example from one of the recent rounds, and you might recognize the guy on the left, Jonas, as a super talented builder, and we subjected him to using 100 of this wonderful track switch that most of you train fans will have hundreds of in the switches they have at home. But we did this evil thing where we sent Jonas and Eli 100 of these without the switches. Asked them to build some cool stuff with that element. They have 16 days for that. We always have rounds running from a Saturday to the Sunday 2 weeks later. We adjust for time zones because, of course, Jonas is in Germany, Eli is in the west of the US, and then they have 16 days-ish to come up with 7 or more builds that are using the seed part in a very creative way. So essentially, it is a competition that celebrates the creativity of Lego and what you can build with these things, with these pieces, and how different you can interpret a seed part and the variety that can be created with this stuff. To me, having been a fan for so long, I always wanted to compete in this. So it's quite ironic that I'm now on the other end running this whole thing without ever having competed. Rod, for example, was one of the competitors years ago, and I have nothing but admiration for these poor fellows that have to do this for 2 weeks. And I'm just the mean guy on the other end that sends them an envelope, you know, much like this one. But we will get to that in a minute. We host rounds every few weeks, every few months, because we have four so-called thrones. If you win an Iron Builder competition, you become a sitting Iron Builder, and there's always 4 of them, meaning they will be consistently challenged. Very few examples are there, like Jonas, who has defeated his throne repeatedly until he moved on to the Hall of Fame, which is like the crown achievement. That is like what you're aiming for. These are some examples of the last couple of rounds, and you can see what kind of stupid seed parts we actually mail around the world. I guarantee you they are not always happy about receiving this envelope. Apologies. But now we're talking about Iron Forge. And I often get asked what Iron Forge actually is. Well, I just explained Iron Builder, and Iron Builder is a very prestigious contest. So for the longest while, it was very hard to get to compete. And when Simon Liu and I took it over, we were really concerned about the exclusivity of it, because we feel that a competition like that should be open to everyone. Like, everyone should have the chance to compete in Iron Builder, because everyone is a good builder in various different ways and various different styles, but ultimately we are all creative and can build amazing things if we're given the chance. So we developed a concept where we essentially opened Iron Builder up to a wider platform by announcing the Iron Forge. And the Iron Forge is a seed part competition that is open for everyone to join. And then, similar to the Euro Cup that is going on right now, where my home country, Germany, will play Portugal tonight, which will be interesting. We pit people against each other in brackets, and then it goes down by bracket from a free-for-all to a top 20 to a top 8 to a final winner. And that winner is then moving forward to compete with one of the sitting Iron Builders, meaning it is now open to the public to be able to compete. And the amazing thing is, the guys and girls that compete in Iron Forge are sometimes, no offense to anyone, even better than the current Iron Builders, because they're just so creative and they build so many interesting things. And it's amazing to see that unbound creativity just by forcing someone to use a seed part very creatively. But now we have to talk about the Paredes de Coura FanWeekend edition of Iron Forge. We are happy that we can announce that we have 2 awesome prizes to whoever comes in as the winner of this competition. There's an amazing old fishing store that's the main prize, and we also have a prize for the runner-up, which is Axel's tower carrier. So for your castle fans, maybe you want to shoot for the top and not for the second, because I do know that Nexonites is slightly controversial. But that said, I think I just want to go over the rules very quickly. This is a seed part competition, so of course I'd like to encourage you to use the seed part, which is kind of the obvious thing, but please be creative. Like, use the seed part and look at it and come up with a new, cool, inventive way of using it, and surprise all of us with that creation that you might be wanting to build over the next 24 hours, or I think it's a bit more like it's like 36 hours. And I would like to encourage you to build something during this event. Like, we're all sitting at home. I saw amazing Lego collections in some of the videos. Like, we have bricks all around us, and it would be a shame to do an online Lego event without actually building anything. So please use those drawers behind you, use your creativity, and use that seed part that I'm going to announce in a few minutes to build something amazing and share it with us in the Iron Forge submissions channel over on Discord. That is our one place where we are collecting all the submissions, and we will use that channel to then pick a winner, or a winner and a runner-up, and announce them tomorrow in the Ironforge panel. The deadline is Sunday, 4 p.m. GMT, that is Portuguese time, 5 p.m. for those folks that live anywhere in the Billund time zone, 11 a.m. in the morning over on the East Coast, no, on the West Coast, sorry, in the US, and 8 a.m. on the East Coast. So this is the deadline. You have until then, and be creative with the seed part. Now it's time to talk about the bag of invisibility. At least ours seems to have that feature. And I would now like you all to open this bag. For those that have cheated, like, shame on you, but we are now opening this bag. And you will notice there is a few differences in here, all of which are arguably evil. I blamed Miguel on that because he sent me a parts list of things he had to offer and asked us to pick. We have a wonderful Cars canopy with a very sad face because he might be about to be used in this competition. We have a half panel, circular panel in dark purple. Very fun. Maybe it's just one. Maybe you are about to use this lime green windscreen, which I also think is very entertaining. Or we're going orange with a geometric bracket. So this is where I announced the seed part, and right after you can go and start building. I wish you all well. This is what I do every single time when I send some poor fellow a bag of 100 seed parts they don't really want to use. And yes, be creative. And please, if you have any questions, we have an Ironforge channel on the Discord channel. You can use that to ping Simon and myself or any of the other hosts if you have any questions, and we'll try to answer them and help you and guide you. You're also, of course, welcome to share work in progress pictures, maybe ask for feedback, because after all, this is a fan weekend. This is about community. We are here to support and help each other. And I think that's one of the strengths of the Ironforge competition, especially, that we're all trying to better each other as a builder and improve one another. But without further ado, I'd like to announce the seed part. The seed part is this lovely lime green panel, of which we have actually quite a few. I believe it's like 8 or 12 maybe. And now I think we're ready to kick off this seed part challenge. This is the rules once again. If you want to read them again, we will post them shortly in the Ironforge and the Ironforge submissions channel over on Discord. Please ask any questions there. So we can maybe keep the chat on Zoom a bit cleaner and more about the panels that are going on. And with this, the Ironforge Paredes de Coura Fan Weekend edition goes off. Like, have fun, grab the bricks, be creative, and yes, enjoy the weekend.
Excellent. Cool. So that is an interesting part. I am loving that. So.
Are you getting bad memories of anything?
Yeah, it has to be said. I've done Iron Builder, what, 3 times, I think, and it is the single most stressful thing I have ever done in my entire life. It used to be, you know, I remember when I first did it, having 7 or 8, putting 7 or 8 models together in the month was considered a good showing and stuff. And then suddenly people started doing that, you know, they'd be posting 40 models in a month and things. And it's just, that's when I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's too stressful, but it's great fun. And that imposed restrictions, I think, are a great way of unlocking creativity. So, you know, that being forced to include something or having a limited palette or things like that, I think it's a brilliant way of making you look at your bricks differently and approach model building differently. So yeah, if I'm going to try and build something this evening, although we shall see. I don't know. What about you, Ari?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had a look in the bag, and I saw Stefan Sander commenting. Let me see. I can have a gallery view here. I saw Stefan Sander commenting and saying, "How on earth am I going to build a car out of that?" And I think I have similar thoughts, but yeah, we'll see. If I have time, I will certainly try to make some. I mean, Stefan, you can make wheels from these, just 2 of them, and then yeah, that should be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be okay.
I'm sure Stefan will find a way. Like, there's very few pieces I haven't seen being used in his cars, amazingly. So
Yeah.
Sure.
I only expect the best.
Yeah, so Marcus, I know we're going to, any detailed questions people should ask over on the Discord channel. And I appreciate that, because otherwise we could easily fill up the Zoom chat with lots of detailed questions about the competition, because everyone always has questions. I have a couple, and I just wondered if we could answer that now, because it might save some of the chat in Discord as well. So just to, in case anyone has misunderstood, these parts are all cool. This is the one that has to be in the model, yeah?
Exactly. It is all about that lime green element.
Yeah.
The rest are freebies for you to keep and have fun.
So bonus points if you use all of these as well?
I mean, why not? Like, we have to pick a winner somehow, and I'm pretty sure we're going to get a lot of amazing models. So
okay, yeah, cool. So you'll get extra credit if you've got some of those in there as well, but the focus is absolutely on this green line piece, using that. So yeah, that's a nice. I love that shape. I just think it's really interesting. Quite interesting back to front as well. So.
Exactly, like turning your piece around, use the underside, use the inside, look at it at a profile. Like, it's more about the shape than about anything else. And I think it's very important to look past the intended function, which arguably is my day job, but like at home, thank you, Ara, I get to have fun and like not care about connections. So this is where seed part competitions become very interesting, because I don't have to worry about connection, and neither should you. Like, this is all about this one element and being creative with it.
That means you can just put elements on top of each other, as long as they are stable when you take a picture.
Exactly. Don't breathe at it too hard. I have experience with that.
I should mention that I said you are 9 years old when you built that. To anyone who wondered if I really meant that, no, I didn't. I think you were, what, Marcus? 18, 19, 20?
17 or 18. I'm
17, okay. Yeah, okay. Basically 9.
It's a few years ago, yeah.
Basically 9. So yeah, fine.
And we've had a couple of questions about the sort of mechanics of Discord. Discord is, it's on your phone, so you can snap a photo and just post it straight into the entry chat if you want to do so. The focus tends, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marcus, the focus in Ironforge tends to be on the quality of the model rather than its presentation. Is that correct?
That is completely correct.
Yeah. So whilst building your own box art or doing like fantastic photo editing and stuff is always appreciated and always looks cool, the judges focus on the quality of the model, not the quality of your presentation. So if you're worried that maybe you're not the best photographer in the world, don't worry. Build something cool. The guys will spot when you've done that and you've done something cool. Cool.
We should also mention that, because somebody said, oh, the deadline, what's the deadline in my time zone? Just to clarify that, the deadline is...
it is 1 hour before the Ironforge panel starts, because we do need a bit of time to look at all that cool stuff.
But the Ironforge panel starts at 4:30 GMT. Didn't you say it was 4? Yeah,
I think I picked 4 just because it was an easier time frame.
So half an hour before. So that's 4 GMT. So that's an hour into the quiz, basically.
Correct.
If you look at your program, it will be an hour into the quiz. So half an hour before the Ironforge competition winners point in the program. So that would be 4 GMT. It would be 5 p.m. GMT +1, so Berlin time, Central Europe time. It'll be 11:30 New York time. It'll be it'll be 11 New York time. It'll be 8 a.m. in San Francisco, and it'll be 1:30. No, at 1 in the morning. In the middle of the night, actually, in Sydney. So that's a very elaborate and difficult answer for you.
Imagine how
There
it
was
is having
no
to
following.
quickly.
It was so easy for me because I was looking at the program
Yeah.
while I was saying it. Yeah.
Alternatively, there's a thing called Google, which might be able to help. So
I mean,
yeah,
there might be a thing called Google, but just between
Yeah.
the three of us, I still mess up the time zones. We had recently a round between New Zealand and somewhere in the US, like more than a 12-hour difference, and it was so hard, like trying to figure out which time zone was the correct one, because there's also this thing called summer time zones and winter time zones and all this stuff, and it's just completely confusing. So we'll give you a bit of leeway on the time zones, I think, because even I can't get them right.
There are several people who have asked if they can use also the other pieces and other pieces, but to be clear on that, absolutely. It's you're not supposed to use only the pieces in the bag. You are supposed to use the seed part, basically, but the pieces in the bag are difficult pieces. So if you use those, maybe you'll get some bonus points. But any parts will do, as long as you.
It is all about building around the seed part. And using the seed part and integrating it nicely, creatively, and building an equation that highlights that element. And yes, of course, please use other elements, because I'm not sure how much you can actually build with just 10 of these. But maybe that's a challenge for some of you.
Yeah. I have been sitting fiddling, and I'm getting a bit of a Joker vibe off it, which is quite nice.
The colors, certainly. Interesting.
Ari, are we? So Marcus, thank you very much. That was that's brilliant. That's very exciting. Can't wait to see what everyone's going to be posting in the Discord. Yes, Ben, thanks for your question. Absolutely clear. You are totally allowed to use parts from your own inventory. In addition to the ones in the bag, you don't have to use all of the pieces in the bag, but the focus of your model, it has to include at a minimum this piece. Okay, so the more you can feature this piece and use it in an interesting way, that's what the judges will be judging. That's what Marcus and Simon will be looking at. You'll get extra credit if you're using some of the other bits out of the bag, and of course you use your own bricks to build something cool. Yeah, so hopefully that answers the question. So Marcus, thank you. So
Thank you.
Really excited.
Good luck, everyone, and enjoy the event.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Ari,
yeah,
we are running a little early, aren't we? So
we are,
but not too bad, which is good. So
you
know, a nice relaxed pace. Much better to have a little bit of time rather than being frantically trying to wind up a conversation and then move things forward to stick to a timetable. So anything you want to chip in on Ironforge or where we're up to now, or any of the technical stuff?
Well, I've always thought about Ironforge. I've always thought that I've looked at what people are doing in Ironforge, and I've been going, no, this is not for me. I could never do that. But I mean, you don't know that until you try. But I also think I found a comment that I had written on one of my Flickr images a long time ago that said, I am a strong believer in the fact that you need to build outside your comfort zone in order to evolve as a builder. Which, if you had said that to me, I would have said, yeah, I know, I don't think this is for me, but that was me saying it. So basically it probably means that it's true, and I should listen to what I'm saying myself.
Yeah.
I haven't done too much of that, but every time I do, and I then get an end result that I'm happy with, I sort of surprise myself. So I think basically you need to try to know that it's not for you. But building under pressure is not my preferred kind of building. But I know that a lot of other people really get creative when they do that, and so quite a few of the people I know actually say that they need something that pushes them into building, whether it's a convention they're going to and need to have some new content to show to people, or it's a competition that they really need that push to be able to be properly creative.
The burning indigestion created by an impending show and your show build's not finished yet. You know, that oh man, you know, but the burst of creativity and then the, you know, sort of caffeine fueled, you know, building marathons, I think is brilliant. I mean, it's funny, my immediate reaction to stuff like this is, it's not brown, it's not grey. I can't build anything steampunk. You know?
Exactly. There are no wheels. I can't build cars.
It's like, you know, that's no use. But actually, you know, immediately looking at these things makes me go, oh, you could do that. Oh, you could do that. So I love all of that. So yeah, I think hopefully everybody will be inspired to at least take a crack at putting something together and posting pictures in the submissions channel over on Discord. So on Discord, please feel free to post, you know, work in progress pictures and stuff like that, but not in the submissions channel. So I'd also suggest work in progress pictures might give away what you're doing to your enemies over the next couple of days. Remember, it is a little bit of a competition. So if you're in Discord, the channels are on the left of the screen. It just shows you the different channels. It's just different threads within Discord. So Discord is, if you've not registered yet, it's really simple. It's really easy to navigate. Don't feel intimidated by it. Just register, go on there, and it's just another messaging platform. If you've used Slack, if you've used, you know, any of these kind of messenger, you know, programs, or WhatsApp, it's very similar to WhatsApp in a way. And so anything like that, you will find it very comfortable. And if you've not used any of these things, don't worry. Just register. You can get onto the Discord stuff. And actually, you will need to in order to access some of the you know, the content that's going out over the fan weekend. So for participants. So yeah. So if you want to post work in progress pictures, please feel free to do so. But bear in mind, you might be showing pictures to you know, to your competition and giving them ideas. And also, please don't post any work in progress pictures in the submissions channel. That should only be for your finished model, because you don't want, we don't want Marcus or Simon to have to wade through a bunch of work in progress images in order to find your final entry. So the submissions channel should only be for that final picture of your mock. Okay.
So actually, the good news is that the Ironforge submissions channel, there is no chat there yet. So that's good. That there shouldn't be, because nobody has had time to build anything complete yet. In the channel, I can see that there are multiple people asking questions. And Marcus is answering, and so is Simon, even though it's almost 5 a.m. Where he lives in Canada. So yeah, but he might be going to bed soon, but Marcus will be there to answer questions.
Stay strong, Simon. Stay strong.
Yeah. So good that you're with us. We'll say hi to Simon tomorrow because the winner announcement is placed at a time that suits him a little bit better than this does. So
oh yeah, you're quite right, Bricklow. Simon could have just got up maybe. So, but I like to think he's on an all-nighter for PDC.
He didn't. He actually stayed up. So yeah.
Excellent.
So that's quite interesting. I know he didn't go to bed. I think it's possible that he's also doing Bricks by the Bay this weekend, which is interesting because that's a totally different schedule than this. So basically, you'll have to stay up from Friday evening until Sunday evening, European time, to catch both of these events. So that's yeah, that's interesting.
Right. I think we are on track for maybe a 2 or 3 minute break.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, cool. So what we're going to do in the 2 or 3 minutes before, and of the last 2 or 3 minutes of an hour throughout the day, we're just going to give everybody a little break to nip to the bathroom, grab themselves a cup of coffee, which is what I'm going to be doing, or just just chill out a bit and not be looking at a screen just for a couple of minutes. So we will be back shortly, and we will see you at 10 o'clock on PDC time. So yeah,
Right back. Hello, everyone. I hope you're back from your little break. We are almost good to go with our next presentation. There's Rod as well, with a mug of coffee. That's really, really good.
Yeah, fuel for the next 2 days, mate.
I don't do that. I do something else that's invisible, actually.
Brilliant. So you do invisible things, magic.
I do, yeah.
Or
I'm going to drink. I'm going to drink this, but it's invisible. It's interesting. I hope it doesn't do strange things to me. So after the next presentation, we will have Tor Alexanderson with us. He is working as a graphic designer on Lego minifigures. So that's something to look forward to. But first, we are going down under, because although this fan weekend came too early for the reopening of the world, things are looking better, and we can start to look forward to physical events again soon. One of these events is Brickvention, held every January in Melbourne, Australia, probably the largest Lego convention in the Southern Hemisphere, with about 20,000 visitors in a normal year. Here to tell us everything about it and why you should go down south in January is exhibitor coordinator, logistics responsible, event master, AFOL networking event ambassador, and all-round nice guy, Michael Peebles. And if you have questions that he doesn't answer, you could always ask them in the chat with 4 or 5 question marks in front, like Rod said earlier. So Rod can easily find them when Michael is going through his presentation. So take it away, Michael.
Thank you very much. I hope my accent's not quite that thick. A little bit scary if it is.
All right.
But I have been playing with the seed parts already. So at least we can get a head start.
A head start.
Exactly. So for those of you who I haven't met before, I am Michael. I wear a number of different hats, but tonight I'm wearing my Brickvention exhibitor coordinator hat. So I've been working with Brickvention team now for almost 5 years. It's been going for a fair bit longer than that. So I have put together a little insight into what we do and see if this works. Everyone see my screen now?
There we go.
Working, I'm hoping.
If you just make it full
that's
screen.
working. If you want to just shove it on presentation view, and then we'll be great.
Yep.
Awesome. Last time I tried this, it bombed dismally. So we'll kick off. So what is Brickvention? So you had a little bit of introduction, but effectively Brickvention is Australia's largest AFOL exhibit and convention. It runs over 3 days in January. And basically we have a day and 2 nights convention, and we also have 2 days of visitors as well. So it started in 2006. So it was a modest display with less than 50 exhibitors. We had a couple of the people involved with that very first event with us, I'll say tonight, this morning, in Sue-Ann and Trevor, who a lot of you probably already met. Basically, it started off as a relatively small event, which basically grew a life of its own. This is one of the earliest photos of one of the team members, which some of them you'll recognise. You'll also recognise some very creative builders over as visitors as well. So basically, we started with the goal that my understanding was through the old ambassador network system. They wanted to have an event that could move around Australia. That was the idea initially, that they would have it in a different city each year, and that would be the premier event. So the first one was run in Melbourne and never moved. And I'm sure that I'll I'll have some more about that later. So it has grown. So that first couple of years we were quite small. They did have an event at the Melbourne Town Hall where they realised the monster they'd made, and they had a line going all over the block. So that brings us to what it is now. So the images up on the screen are a couple of snapshots of the sort of size of the exhibit itself. It takes up 6,500 square metres, pretty big venue, and we utilise basically the whole thing, which is a bit of fun. We had over 400 AFOLs at our last Brickvention in 2020. They came from all over Australia, representing every state, which was really good. And we had some international guests as well, including from New Zealand, Canada, USA, Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, and a little Australian joke there, Tasmania. They are overseas. So during the public days, yeah, we have about 20,000 members of the public. It did get close to 25,000 there one year, and that is just crazy. Just a really exciting weekend. And we roll them through pretty quickly. We're hoping with COVID the way it is that we can try and do something similar next year. Oh, my apologies. I just lost the screen. So, we also have involved vendors, we have play areas, we have the largest train layout in the Southern Hemisphere. And this is our home. It has been for the last dozen years. So this is the Royal Exhibition Building in Melbourne. Beautiful historic building. And that's before we fill it up and make it look less elegant. But it is so much more than just. So these are some shots of convention days over the years. Our convention day is the Friday, and we also have activities on Saturday nights as well. Everything from speed builds to challenges, team challenges, individual challenges, building the bag. We have raffles, we have auction. And I got told to point out that young chap just there is my son, back when he was willing to give his old man a hug. Turned 18 this year, so an old shot. But yeah, so basically that entire Friday is dedicated to that. The entire event does take 4 days though. So we come on the Thursday, so moving on the Thursday. And then we're out of there by Sunday night. So these are probably the more important parts of the activities, which is the night time. We have a dinner and drinks generally on the Friday night, and from there on the Saturday night. On the Friday night, have a trivia night as well. So this is the crew that we had 2 years ago, and hopefully all going well. I know that the buzz around Australia at the moment is should be just as big as it was. Now, obviously, we're talking about my home state, Victoria, and the city of Melbourne. And for those that want to come down under and see what we do there, see how we do it, there's a lot more to see in Melbourne. So it's a beautiful old city, old by Australian standards, not by European standards. But it is all seasons of the year. It is a fantastic place to visit. Obviously, during at the time the Brickvention is on, it is during the Australian summer. So it does get a little bit warm, just a little bit. But it is very much cosmopolitan city. The only thing we can't find here is a decent Portuguese restaurant. Really, really a shame. So we might have to get some some recipes from you guys. So these are just some shots of this itself. Around the time of Brickvention, there's also the Australian Open. So if you're into tennis, you can come visit and do a couple of different things at the same time. And so effectively, this is the current team as it stands. And we'd all like to invite you. Now, you'll notice the slide says 2023. We're being realistic about it. We're not necessarily expecting the Australian borders to be open by 2023. Hoping. And so I'm going to now ask for any questions. Oh, hang on, how'd that one get in there? Right, no, stop sharing there. So that is just a brief and very, very simple introduction. But I would like to have any questions or anything else that people have got about Brickvention. Guys are there. If you've got any questions, guys.
Yeah.
Very, very
Yes,
simplistic. I know. I'm sorry about that, but it's more about questions.
No, that was great. Thank you very much. So a couple of things. Lots of people asking about the venue and whether people have mocked it, and I think Tim Johnson chipped in and said it's been mocked many times. But I was wondering, has anyone ever built a model of the exhibition happening? So of Brickvention in progress?
I think we'll probably find that'll happen because the last event we held there last January, not January, was gone, January 2020. I actually did the entire exhibitor map out of bricks, so people knew where they were exhibiting. And so a lot of people went, oh, that's a great idea. So I'm expecting that will possibly happen. We have had one of our internal team member, Jason, brilliant builder and very, very clever. He actually did an exhibit of himself exhibiting. And so the whole thing scaled. So it was like basically like a definite set of mirrors, just getting smaller and smaller. So yeah, I think we'll see some different things. The build level there, I've been lucky to travel around a bit and see, been to Scareback, been to PDC, Japan, and it's lovely to think that the scale and the skill level down here is really up on a world scale, which is fantastic.
Cool. Yeah, just on that, I've got a question about that. So there's a few questions coming through about like details about dates and stuff. We'll come on to that in a minute if that's okay. But just to your point about that, you've travelled and you've been to different shows and stuff. One of the things that I've not done a lot of international shows. I've been to a couple, but one of the things, especially when maybe international builders come over to shows in the UK, I've always been fascinated by just the differences in emphasis or style or preferred genres from country to country. And you don't want to overstate that. There's cool builders building cool stuff in different genres everywhere. But to me, it feels like maybe some of the Northern European builders tend to build, in my head, feel them building more town and city stuff. There's maybe a slight preference or emphasis on that style of almost like classic Lego town building, whereas Southern European builders I've often seen it's much more kind of like landscapes and more maybe a little more rural. The UK there's a definite sort of weight and emphasis in almost fantastical building. There's a lot of space stuff going on. I mean, I don't want to overstate it because obviously cool people build cool stuff everywhere. But is there something does Australia have is there something you would say that Australian builders emphasize or prefer?
I think what Australia's done is pretty much what it's done with its culture, which is we've taken the best of the rest of the world and put it all together.
Yeah.
To a degree. I agree with what you said about the commentary, because certainly when you go to, for example, Japan Brickfest, you see a lot more of the mechs, you see a lot more of that GBC design, that sort of stuff. So more towards the technology themes. Certainly Australia, I would say that our train builders are more in a realistic, so reproduction would be their theme. But no, when you walk around through 350 odd exhibits, there's a bit of everything. We probably don't have because of Australia's geography and the way that we are all spread out, we probably don't get quite the same degree of collaborative builds.
Yeah, that would be difficult when you're that spread out. So yeah.
So you get a few, and certainly the train guys do it really well. But when you start talking collaborative, we do micro scale and stuff like that, but probably not much beyond that when it comes to collaborative. So certainly not the sort of thing I've seen when I was over in Portugal. The stuff those guys were doing just blew my mind. And up until the last probably 4 years, Australia didn't have any certified or licensed stores. So we didn't have any Lego stores. So we didn't have a pick-a-brick.
Right, okay.
So I still remember the first time I went to Scareback, watching some of these guys, what they've built. And then at the end of picking my jaw back up off the ground, realising, they're all the bricks off the brick. That's how they had thousands of them. It wasn't lug bulk. It's off a wall. That sort of thing. So we're seeing a change. We are seeing a change.
On a much smaller scale, I personally am very excited. We're finally getting a Lego shop in Edinburgh. So I won't have it's very different for you guys, but I had a 50-mile drive to my nearest Lego store, so I didn't go very often. So I'm now very excited we're getting one. So I imagine if there wasn't one in your whole country, that was absolutely grim. So we got a question here saying, that obviously a big event like that takes a whole, you'll be working on it in one form or another for the whole year. But how many people are involved in making Brickvention possible and putting the show together?
The committee at the moment sits at 9, and effectively from basically the end of January through to mid-January, that's the team that put it together. Certainly over the weekend, we have volunteers. To help out during the weekend itself. But there's a team of 9 from all walks and AFOLs in varying degrees. Some are the set builders, some of the designers, some of the crazy people that just like building stuff. Real mixed crew. But it is a 12-month operation. We're fortunate to have our own, I'll say, base of operations. So we have a warehouse that's
cool.
Also used by the Melbourne loan as well, which is Marks. So base plate, as ideally called it, basically the base plate allows us to do things all through the year and have it all set up.
Cool.
It is a big exercise.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a couple of questions about dates for next year. I know you mentioned them in passing in your presentation, but what's happening? When's the next one? And let's hopefully.
It's just one moment. This is terrible, but it's the 20th. I'll just mention all the proper dates. So at this stage, it is the 20th to the 23rd of January.
Okay.
As most event organisers are finding at the moment across the world, It doesn't seem to make much difference. We are still negotiating in regards to COVID stuff. So currently, the beautiful Royal Exhibition Building is one of our major vaccine centres. So if they're still vaccinating, then we've got to find somewhere else to make our home for 1 year.
Yeah.
So we're still working on that, and the dates will be confirmed. We always aim for that sort of time. So it is in the middle of Australia's summer. For those of you, don't doubt the guys in Portugal know what it's like, but the guys in the UK, you might want to bring some ice bags.
Us bald, slightly ginger Northern European folk will struggle in Oz in January, but no, I'd love to get down there. It'd be amazing. So yeah.
Let me just add that I'd also really like to come. It's a long way to travel, but I mean, you guys travel to Europe, so that's kind of a moot point. I was going to say that because you talked about Lego stores in Australia, but you actually got the first Lego store in the world back in 1985
In Sydney.
in Sydney.
Yes, we did.
That was actually opened by the Danish Prime Minister Uffe Ellemann-Jensen back in 1985 at Birkenhead Point.
And there's not much memorabilia or anything else left behind. There's only a handful of people, and I'll be honest with you, it was during my it was during my youth, so I had no idea the Lego story. But no, I've seen some little bits and pieces about it. I think there was an article floating around on the internet somewhere about it. But no, the first one to reopen after that one in Australia was in Queensland. So to answer your comment before, Rod, about 50 miles, it's about 1,800 kilometres from where I'm sitting right now. So yes, that was still a fair haul.
Yeah. Well, no,
and for those that want to travel
some distance.
Oh, mate, the best part about travelling out of Australia or into Australia is the fact that half of your journey time is actually just getting out of the country.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of fun. But it's not bad. 26 hours.
Yeah.
Europe.
Oh no, I always forget about that. You know, I think you're never more than an hour and a half's drive from the sea if you're in Scotland. So yeah, even right in the absolute centre of the country, you know, you're literally an hour and a half's drive from the sea. So it's not a very big place. So yeah, no. Whereas you know, guys in the US or Oz or stuff, you just think, oh man, you know, that the thought of think nothing. I remember going to America for the first time as an adult. I was 19 years old, went to stay with a friend of mine in Boston, and he said, yeah, I just thought we're going to go down to Disney. And I sort of went, what? And he said, Dad, we're going to go down to Disney. And I was like, oh mate, I'd love to, but I'm not sure I can afford the flights. And he went, no, we're driving from Boston down to Orlando. And I was just like, what? You know, for me, a long drive was 3 hours, you know. So yeah, that kind of freaked me out and told me that. So yeah, the logistics and travel involved in, you know, you bringing all the Australian builders into one place is just astonishing.
It's actually transporting the mops. Transporting
Yeah.
the mops, that part. That's the more interesting part, but yes.
Yeah.
And I did see Hugo's question there in regards to how many days off recommended to visit the country and attend the event.
All right, yeah.
So basically, the event itself takes 4 days. You can rock up on the Thursday afternoon, but basically it's a 4-day event. In regards to how many days off you need to see Australia, it's probably similar to how many days off do you need to see Europe.
Yeah.
Because that's
Europe,
pretty much what it's like. And so if you were going to come down here for a holiday, I would say minimum 2 weeks. Basically, you might be able to see a fair chunk of Melbourne in that time. But if you want to go further, if you want to go up the East Coast, tourism Mecca, or if you want to go to the Big Red Centre, a month, much better time. After a month, you'll be wanting to go home. So you'll be sick of our accent.
Just to make the travel worthwhile.
Yeah, look, it's actually, and look, everything we're discussing, of course, is all pre-COVID or without COVID, but flights to Australia, not bad, and travel time is pretty good. When I first went to Europe in 1991, it took 48 hours for me to get from Melbourne to Budapest. Now I can be there in 26 and a half hours. So, you know, it's comfortable. It's not a bad trip. And this is probably more for Jan if he's still on. He can come down here. Come on. So, but no, it is worthwhile. And once you're inside the country, travel's relatively easy. UK, you'll enjoy it a lot more than the Europeans because we drive on the correct side of the road.
Good. So yeah, none of that weirdness. That's just wrong.
Yeah,
It's
I
not a
agree.
problem as long as the steering wheel is on the wrong side of the car. Then it works.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take that.
It's when you see. It's when I go to when I went to Scareback and see all these town layouts and all the cars are on the wrong side of the Lego roads. That's what I just didn't understand. You know,
It's so
there's been
unrealistic.
Yeah, Michael, we had a question come in asking if there was one thing. You know, it's interesting. You know, if there was one thing you could change about the event, what would it be? That's not really anything about logistics and stuff. That's probably about, you know, what have you got any dreams of what you would love to have at the event or to bring in?
Yeah, look, and that's a really good point because I can answer it in two ways. One, if I asked all the exhibitors, they would ask for air conditioning, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. For myself, what part of my travels to the other A&E events was all about getting out there and meeting all you wonderful people. That's the start. That was great fun. But what I learned out of it and brought back to be Brickvention was what Brickvention needed to make it an A&E, what it needed in regards to becoming an AFOL network event, which had already had most of the stuff there. It's just the convention day needed a bit of tweaking to make it a bit more AFOL engaging. And I think we've done that. But if I was going to do anything, it would be to have probably bigger breakout rooms and so forth for the convention. Because that's the biggest problem with a big building like that. It echoes. So yes, so no, that's what I'm hoping. And then there was one other thing we're also doing as well. And once again, this will be when the international borders reopen, is to make it a bit easier, because we have had a growing number of international visitors already coming to. But what we're going to try and set up is to give a brick plate to each of the internationals. So we'll pair them up with an Australian AFOL. May not be from Melbourne, but with an Australian who can at least assist them and help them with any questions, any confusion, knowing how to get from the airport into the city, that sort of stuff.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. That's but a brick buddy that can, you know. So no, I think that would be really good. And it was like the first time I went to Scareback, I was, you know, I'd been to Billund a few times, but you know, and luckily, you know, Kev from Fairy Bricks he was very helpful. Just basically told me where to be, and then, you know, sorted me out and stuff like that. And just having a bit of advice, or someone that's, you know, been before that can talk you through when you know, it says which door of the airport do you go out to get a taxi, you know, just little things like that they're really small things. And yeah, you could sort it out yourself, but actually just having someone who gives you some of that information makes everything feel much smoother and much easier, especially if you've just come off a 20-odd hour flight. You know,
exactly. And Kevin actually made a comment there, best to try and arrive at least on Tuesday before it, just so you've got time to get past the jet lag and get feet on the ground. But you're right, when you go into any big event, doesn't matter where it is, you know, getting to know where things are. Some people take it for granted, and unfortunately, organisers are really guilty. We take it for granted, as much as we try not to. But there are little things that we may miss. And we've got 20,000 things going through our heads, so it's always handy to have someone else to help.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, that's a great idea. So in fact, I think that's a great idea for almost, you know, any sort of big event, that actually having that kind of, you know, just point of contact, even just for some, you know, it's not event related information, but it's actually the things that create barriers for people to come and, you know, to come in and take part in the shows. So great. Ari, have you got any questions you'd like to ask?
I was going to say, I was thinking about the jet lag and thinking it must be crazy going to Australia. But I mean, for me, because right now it's 7:30 p.m. In Melbourne, right? So that's, for me, being in Central Europe, that's 8 hours. And if I go to San Francisco, that's 9. So that should be even worse. It's the other way. So probably going there is rougher than coming back.
Correct. That
I
is
normally
correct.
find that's the traveling east is worse. But
I've never had a problem with jet lag in Europe, but I've had
No.
coming home.
yeah.
That's a given. And Trevor's just volunteering Sue Ann and Trevor at the airport pickup schools. That's really
So
nice of you,
that's-
Kev. So,
Really.
but no, we do this year. Oh, sorry, this year. I keep saying this year, and I guess we're all probably guilty of it. But so our last event, we did have workshops as well. We had tree building workshops. We were lucky enough to have the absolutely brilliant gentleman, and if I'm not buttering him up enough, the next event, Tim from New Elementary did a session for us. We also had Rich Jones and Cale Frost who did sessions as well. So that's the part we're building on. We were asked what can we add to it. That's the part that I want. And we are growing it.
I
We'll
will
have
use
Richard
you-
tomorrow.
Sorry?
We'll have Richard tomorrow. So that's good.
And you've also got Dale Harris, who I am going to now make sure that he's doing a talk at the next Brickvention as well. So,
Brilliant.
he's another one of the fantastic builders that we'll see around this area.
Yeah, no, that's cool. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Dale's stuff. I'm a big fan of the Neo Fabuland. Looking forward to that presentation, so it should be good. So, and yes, you stole Tim back from the UK. So
Just in time. Yes.
Yeah, we're very, very sad to have lost him. So, good buddy. So, yeah, cool. Anything else, Sari, that you?
I was also going to say, living in Northern Europe, if I go out into the bush, the wilderness we have up here, which is, I mean, we do have a fair bit of wilderness, but yeah, I can risk encountering a moose. That's probably the most dangerous thing that could happen to me. At least around my parts, we don't have bears here. We don't have polar bears either. They're not here. We don't have there are wolves, but you'll never see them.
You got penguins though, yeah.
Of course, yeah, but they're not that dangerous. So unless they have those explosive devices attached to their back. But we have one venomous snake, which will not kill you, but possibly make you see a doctor. In Australia, though, every single animal is lethal. Isn't that correct?
Including the quokka.
Yeah.
For those of you who have never seen a quokka, well worth looking up. They're meant to be the cutest animal in the world. But no, look, we do, and everybody, even my fiance, who's Hungarian, it goes, "Oh, you got so many spiders." It's like, yes, but if you leave them alone, they leave. You know, I have spiders around my house, and I just leave them alone. They get the mosquitoes, and they're happy, and they don't bite. Dirk Plug's just mentioned drop bears. Yes, that's about the only thing to really watch out for. Drop bears are a concern when you go walking in the bush.
But it's that classic thing about Australia. You know, what is it? Come visit Australia, you might accidentally get killed. You know?
Might accidentally live. You might accidentally survive.
Yeah.
No. But no. Look, I guess. Look, we do play it up. We do play it up. At the same time, it's a good bit of fun. But there's koalas and kangaroos, and you can ride a kangaroo if you want to.
And let's face it, you've made it past 40, so it can't be
that hard. Exactly.
Can't be that difficult. So yeah. And they're probably not that bad in Melbourne. It's probably not.
No, I think you're pretty safe in Melbourne, although look, the spiders will be everywhere. You're not going to get away from those.
Reassuring.
Snakes, not so much. No, I think you're pretty safe. Safe.
I love that line that Australians always say. You know, it's no, I won't bother you if you don't annoy it. Like,
exactly.
You know,
exactly.
But it's that classic Billy Connolly thing where it's like, who annoys these things? Who is so bored that they get up and go, I'm going to annoy that spider? You know?
Well,
But we don't
probably
know
the big
these.
one's the
We don't know
toilets.
these animals. And I mean, personally, we don't know what annoys them. How
Oh,
are they
that's what the
supposed, how
spiders-
am I supposed to know?
Yeah, could be mixing like old and new grey. They
Accents.
might
Yeah.
just they might just find
Accents.
that infuriating. So,
No, it's accents. That's what annoys them.
Oh.
Different accents.
Did Ari's
Sorry,
Australian accent, is that like
I'm never
driving
going
the
to
spider in
Australia.
the corner? And
No, it's no, it is. You're pretty safe, and as I said, it's
Yeah.
the sort of thing where they will leave you, but and the cuddly stuff will leave you alone as well. So if you think you're going to walk out into the bush and find yourself in the room, unlikely. It's a bit like probably driving in Europe in regards to deers. You have more chance of seeing them on a highway than you do walking.
well, I for one would absolutely love to come over. I've got family in both Perth and Sydney, and so Melbourne would make a great stop. So yeah, I'd love to get over and so
That's like stopping in Wales on your way to London.
yeah. Yeah, but if you're over there anyway, so
Yeah, that's right. I totally agree. But no, we'd love to see as many people as possible, and as I said, we'll work around.
And I mean, are you guys assuming that this January you will be running the show, even if it's not necessarily in that venue? So
So the goal is we'll still be running the event. We've taken the view that it more than likely won't be an international event. Australian borders will more than likely still be very hard to get through.
Yeah.
But no, we'll still be running the event. It's all guns blazing, steam ahead. So, so we're gonna have it happen. And it should still be about the same size. That's the other thing about Australia. Is once we actually get you guys coming to visit us, it'll go up that next step bigger again. So we'll see how that goes. But no, definitely going ahead. We did have our online event in January this year, which, as much fun as the online ones are, and the comments earlier from Jan and Kim and Miguel, physical events so much fun. I mean, I'm fortunate. One of my other hats, take one hat on, take another on. I was fortunate enough. My club that I'm a part of here in Bendigo, Hall, we had our Bendigo Bricks just after Easter, and fantastic. And I'm lucky enough to be the one that gets to stand up and thank all the exhibitors for being there. So I stood up on Saturday morning just before the first lot of public would come through, and the feeling in that room was palpable. It was electric. Just everybody been held off 12 months, not being able to do anything, and suddenly we're released back onto the public. So yeah, it was. So everyone's got something to look forward to. For those countries that can't do the events, it will happen.
And just on that, was there? I don't know. Had everyone spent the year working on something so actually the quality of the models was astonishing, or had people been like sort of taken by surprise because there weren't regular events?
I think maybe the first 2 months people might have built, and after that it's like, yeah, I'm over it now. But no, they had the stuff because Australia got shut down about 3 weeks before we were going to run Bendigo Bricks 20.
Right.
And so most of our exhibitors stuff from 12 months ago.
Yeah. Although if
It's
you're
amazing.
anything like me, the last 3 weeks before a show is when you do all your building. So
Exactly right. Exactly right. It's not that I'm not taking this lovely lass to Adelaide in 2 weeks for another exhibit. She'll get finished, maybe. So no, I'm sorry, Tim. No, so no ransom crowdfunding. Sorry, there was a comment up there. Does he get a say? No, you don't, Tim.
no, he's we'll
In the comments,
argue.
they're
No, he's like an
trying to get us back to
international hostage that will send backwards and forwards. So.
yeah, no, ours. All righty, guys.
Cool. Look, thank you very much, Michael. That's brilliant. So, Ari, you want to chip in?
Yes. So I think in a few minutes we'll be able to have a little chat with a bonus guest, actually. Because
that's exciting.
Yeah, because we have Stefan Sander.
Cool.
Who is he is now co-host, I'm told, so we should be able to see him soon.
So just before we hand over, just want to say thank you very much, Michael. That was fascinating.
Absolutely.
And it's basically, I'd love to come over, and I hope that it's inspired some other people to consider the trip as well. That'd be brilliant. So.
And otherwise, I will see you all over there as soon as I can get there.
I'm sure we will. Yeah.
Just so I can get married. Thanks, guys.
Yes, of course. Yeah. All right. See you later. So we've got Stefan Sander. Willkommen.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. And I see you're just swallowing some food. Is it birthday cake?
Not yet, but we will go to that later. Yes.
Because Stefan is actually celebrating. Are we allowed to say it?
I think most of the people know it anyway, so go ahead.
So he's celebrating his 50th birthday today. So when we have lunch later, I think everyone will be allowed to unmute themselves, and we'll sing the happy birthday song for you. And it'll be very interesting. I don't know. That's probably going to be a whole lot of noise.
Yeah,
so,
probably some feedback, but it'll be good.
Probably, yeah, but it'll be interesting. So
yeah, definitely.
So Stefan, thanks for just popping by on short notice. I just wanted to ask you about Scareback, because you're one of the hosts for one of the organizers for the Scareback Fan Weekend, the other fan weekend in Europe, which is supposed to happen in late September. What's the latest news on that?
Well, the latest news, everything looks good. So right now, yeah, I'm still confident that it's that at least something will happen. You know, in Portugal, they are starting to closing down parts of the country again. So, you know, still everything is super dynamic and can change at any time. So that makes it really interesting to get an event organized, because whatever you do, you're always saying the first sentence you're saying is, oh, well, just be aware that, you know, everything can vanish into thin air just from 1 second to another one.
Yeah.
But still, the numbers right now are looking quite good. Yeah, we are doing everything to bring at least something up. Yeah, but right now I just can't say how much it will be. So if there will be visitors or not, if it might be limited to a number of people are allowed within the exhibition halls. These are all just big question marks, and yeah, time will tell. But yeah, we're trying our best to bring up the maximum possible.
I think everyone who's tried to organize an event at any point since March last year will have had that same experience, that you always have to sort of start any conversation with, well, if it happens, then that's how you start. But yeah, so so obviously there might be restrictions on travel, which will make it. I mean, we already know that no Australians will be able to come because they can't leave the country, or if they could leave the country, they wouldn't be able to come back, which is an even bigger problem. So yeah, obviously, it will be, and in any case, it will be restricted geographically. But can you tell anything? Can you say anything about the kind of content that you, in an optimistic scenario, will be able to offer the people who might be able to come? Everything is maybe might be something maybe can happen.
Okay, so yeah, just general disclaimer. Whatever I'm saying is just maybe, and if everything turns out well. So
don't shoot the messenger if everything goes wrong. You know.
Yeah. Technically, we are able to offer most of the stuff we usually do. So, for example, on Thursday we will have that AFOL day on Lego House, which is open for public right now, and so yeah, if it just stays as it is right now, this won't be an issue at all. We will have some interesting guests. We are, as usual, trying to get as many people also from the Lego company, you know, to get in touch with the AFOLs, and you know, that the AFOLs can communicate with them, and vice versa. And yeah, we are also trying to have some presentations and stuff like that. So if possible, we are also trying to share it online for those poor guys from down under who are, yeah, as you mentioned, are not where it's not possible at all that they will be able to join us. And yeah, so right now it looks not too bad that we can offer nearly the entire range of usual activities. There are still a lot of question marks regarding the Lego shop. Can't say if how the rules are there, if they can attend. Also for our program point on Monday, this is quite unclear. And this is my coffee machine in the background. Very well. Yeah, so right now I'm confident that we can offer a program. It won't be as packed as it was in the past, but yeah, we can offer something. So this is the good point. And if we can work it out, we will also bring it online, as mentioned, for those who had to stay at home, which is the same with the Lego House. They also will offer some sessions, and they will be available online too.
Yeah.
So, you know, we will spread out the link where people can join in later in time. But yeah, this is what we are currently working on.
That's good. So it seems that either way there will be some content, and it will be probably, at least some of it will be available online, so that people from all over can attend that part of it. It's been too long. It's really, I mean, we missed being in Skarbek, we missed being in Billund. I saw the Brothers Brick had a feature yesterday about you can now enter the Microsoft Flight Simulator, I believe it was, and you can fly over the Lego house, and just seeing the pictures of that makes me go, oh, it's been too long since I was there. Obviously, we have people following us here who have never been there, and it's a prohibitively long journey to make it there. But yeah. For those of us who are lucky enough to be close enough to be able to visit on a regular basis, it's been weird. So yeah, it would be nice to be able to come back. How last year's event had to be cancelled. What kind of feelings did you go through when that happened? Because obviously that was also is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? No, it couldn't.
For a long time, it looked quite promising, like it does right now. And you know, so last year in March, I was thinking, oh well, you know, it's more than half a year until our event will start. So come on, they will handle it somehow. They didn't. Didn't work out as hoped. Yeah, so last year was absolutely a new experience for me. Because, you know, we have been in Skarbek together with, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 other AFOLs who just booked their cabins and said, well, if we are allowed to enter Denmark, we are going to Skagerrak and going to the coast and just have some fun there. But it was, for the first time in my life, it was boring. I never experienced that. Usually my tasks are all running before the event. So when the event starts, I have technically nothing to do, because everything I did was between the events itself. That doesn't work, of course. When I'm at the event, there are a trillion things to manage and sort out. But
I know.
yeah, last year I've just been sitting there and talking to one of the few guys who were there, and I had nothing to do, and so that was really strange and super sad. Walking past that exhibition halls and see it's plain empty and should be filled with thousands of bricks and people. So yeah, that was really disappointing. But this is how it is. There's nothing you can do about it. And so yeah, I hope, even if it's might be a little bit smaller than in the past, just simply because not all people are able to, or not all people want to attend an event this year. Yeah, we are trying to give the AFOLs the best experience we could offer.
Yeah, I see somebody is asking a question in the comments, saying asking about rules for entering with the vaccine from the US, and I would like to give you an answer to that, but it's difficult for me. It's also difficult for Stefan, because he doesn't live in Denmark, he lives in Germany, which is another country altogether. So it's always going to be different rules for different countries, and it's still 3 months away. So it's impossible actually to say anything about it yet. So I would say just look for information on the website for the Danish government. They have websites. If you Google it, you can find the current rules there. But then again, you never know. I mean, everything is risky business. Booking a flight ticket is a risky business, because suddenly the rules will change, and then there's another variant of the mutation of the virus somewhere. So it's very difficult to know, and so yeah, it's always going to be a risk. So giving clear answers about that, I don't think any of us can go into that at the moment, but we would love to, and we would love to. I would love to be there. I hope I'll be able to, and I would hope to be able to see as many as possible of you guys there, if I can make it. So, and I'm sure that's the thinking for you as well, Stefan. So you won't have to walk past the empty hall again.
Keep my fingers crossed.
Yeah. All right. Do you have anything to add, Rod, before we take a little break?
No, I just want to echo that thought about it would be great if we can all get together again, sooner rather than later. So thank you very much, Stefan. Really appreciate you taking the time to pop in and say hello.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you so much. Hope to see you in September. Absolutely. Yes. All right. Thanks.
Cool. So we have coming up Tore Alexanderson, who's going to talk to us about some of the graphic design work he's been doing on Minifigs. And but for the moment, we are going to have a little 5-minute break, and we will catch up with you at the top of the hour, to use an expression that I actually hate. But it's easier when everyone's in different time zones to say it. So yeah, we will see you at the o'clock. Okay. Cheers, guys. Cool.
See ya.
Hello there. Welcome back. I hope everyone is on good form and well refreshed and ready to keep going. So great. Next up, we're going to be talking and hearing from Tori Alexanderson. So Tori's a graphic designer at Lego, designing printed elements across a variety of themes. I've not met Tori before, but I did recognize his name from the designer video for the modular bookseller set back in early 2020, where he and Wes Talbot shared insights into the design process. I really enjoyed that video and hearing about Tori's source of inspiration and the process that he talked a bit about from early sketches through to computer design, things like that. I'm very much looking forward to hearing what he has to share with us in his talk today. So,
Hello guys, I hope you all can hear me.
Yeah,
and
we are good.
Thanks Rod for the introduction. A little fun fact, I haven't actually watched that video myself because I don't like hearing my own voice recorded. And I was afraid I was saying a lot of gibberish. Luckily they could edit it. In general, I like sitting at my chair and just doodling on bricks. I haven't used this program before, but it seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to share desktop 1. Let's try that. Okay, while I try and make this work, I'm not a technical dude. I actually logged on half past. But I didn't see the message from you. Sorry.
Oh. No,
how do I share?
If you click on share screen, it should come up with.
Yes.
If you have it open, it's easier. And then it becomes a window in that share screen.
I click this share thing.
Yep.
And it tells me that it wants me to. Allow Zoom to share your screen. System preferences. Yes. And I'm writing my password. I hope it is accepting it now. Zoom. Yes. Okay. Thank you for the patience, guys.
No, I'm sorry about this. It's just the joys of doing this stuff virtually is always the there's always
yes
takes a little more time and clicking than everyone expects. So
yeah.
We use Zoom quite a lot with work, and so sort of got used to it. But it's if I have to do a meeting in Teams or something like that. Oh,
that Teams is my friend.
Right. Okay. So.
I wish I could not just frantically try to get it work and actually talk about something interesting while I get the work working. Come on, you. I'll give it 5 minutes more and then I will simply talk. I have some images I would love to share.
Okay.
But, which will make this a bit more interesting.
Okay. Alternatively, if you wanted to send your message to me, send your presentation to me, I could share it and I'll click through it.
That is clever.
Okay. So I will just send you my email address on the private chat
Awesome.
and then you can do that. So in the meantime, you just chat away and tell us what you want to.
Well, I'm Tor. I am a second-generation Lego designer. My father worked at Lego from mid-70s to mid-80s. And being born early 80s, I was fortunate enough that despite the fact that my family household, I guess they had below average wage and only one income, but I was very, very rich on plastic, more specifically Lego bricks, which were definitely a magnet in the neighborhood for all the kids around, which unfortunately also meant that we lost a few valuable pieces here and there, because we would brag about them. And that's very stupid if you want to keep something for yourself. Okay, there's your email. I will send it to you. Thank you. My father didn't talk particularly much about his time at Lego. And I think it is mainly because his education was as an illustrator. And I'm just typing here and I can't talk at the same time, sorry.
That's fascinating, though. I had no idea that it was a second generation design thing. That's amazing. That, you know, so what do you think? Is the having ABS in your blood? I think that would be a bad thing nowadays. You know, that's microplastics and stuff. But actually, it must feel a bit like that. Do you feel like you're carrying on a family tradition?
Yes, absolutely. And it's actually quite emotional for me because. Also, you know, as when the Danish soccer team wins a match, it doesn't affect me nearly as much as when Lego is doing well, because it's presentation. There it is. Good. It's a bit heavy because it's a big part of my identity. I would say my father did a great job of almost building up a mythology. I know I'm here to talk about collectible minifigures, but I would like the imagery to be at the screen at the same time. Because me just babbling about myself and
no, this is honestly, mate, this is fascinating. I love the idea that you know that sort of family tradition. It's okay, that's amazing. Cool. You know,
that's cool. And while I prepared this presentation. I have limited time because I'm currently working right now. Is really crunch time at the development department, developing the new decoration. So I was super happy to be invited to this, and I've been really looking forward and have had trouble sleeping over it in a good way.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
No, but it was really, actually, on a serious note, it was really pleasant to see you guys have this introduction and to see how nice, laid back, awesome people you guys seem to be. And it made me a bit like, okay, I'm just talking to other human beings.
Yeah.
So very positive. I just sent you an email.
Excellent. I will open that as soon as I get it and share it on screen.
Awesome. Yeah, my father would come home 5 o'clock after traveling an hour bus drive from Billund to Kolding, where I was born and raised. Mm-hmm. And my mom told me I missed him so much and wanted to play with him that I would take my pacifier and push it under the door to the bathroom where he was sitting and trying to get some quiet. So quite sneaky at early age, I guess.
That's brilliant.
And one of the biggest experiences I remember is when my father came home. Oh, I came home from kindergarten, being 4 years old, and in the living room, he had placed the whole 12-volt series of train and everything related, all the SKUs. And wow. I was just standing there completely pacified. And then they turned the red switch on the blue little transformer, and the train was moving, and I was just frantically repeating, the train's moving, like in Danish, of course. And so when I see that picture of the first 12-volt series that came out, my heart have a little bump. Unfortunately, I was so young that I took everything apart, except for the main locomotive that was yellow, red, and gray roof. It was glued together from Lego, where my father was permitted to bring it home, because it was a very relaxed, and he was just building train concepts at that time. And they were about to throw all this out. And so he asked his boss, I have a 4-year-old at home. He would go absolutely mental if he gave this. And the trash can doesn't care that much about it. So what do you say? And he was like, sure, just put it in a bag and bring it home. I don't know what time in the development this was, but he was given the green light. So he walked with a big bag of built stuff back to the bus. The only security they had back then was a guy standing at one of these booms. I don't know what they're called. Direct translated from Danish, it's called a boom.
Right.
Sorry?
No, I was
one of the things you raise and then people can drive under it.
Right, yeah.
And so the security guy said, "So what do you got there?" He said, "Well, I got a bag of toys." And he said, "Have you gotten permission for this?" "Yes, of course." "Do you have it in writing?" "No, I only have it verbally." I said, "Okay, well, have a nice evening." Walked to the bus, sat down, and in walks this security guard and said, I changed my mind. I need a written document from you to be able to allow you to leave with this. And so my dad sat there crawling into his seat, feeling like a criminal before he could pick it up next day and bring it home, because then he got a written piece of paper. But basically,
so smuggling Lego.
Exactly. Almost a criminal. So, well, this is a little image I did at one point at Lego. I worked at Lego for 11 years, by the way.
Yeah.
I did a detour from my dad because my dad got an education as or I would say the other way around in terms of when we did what in our career. Because my dad went to the design school of Kolding. That's actually why he moved here, because we have two schools in Denmark, one in Copenhagen, one in Denmark. He went there, met my mom, who was a ceramic, and then they made me, and they stayed here.
So a very artistic family then. So
yes. My grandfather on my mother's side was a window display decorator and sign painter. And my grandmother, unfortunately, was born at the wrong time, because she was an amazing designer, but the best she could get education-wise and allowed by her parents was to work in a perfume store. That was as wide stretch she could go design-wise.
Yeah.
And on my father's side, he was a carpenter, my grandfather, who did really beautiful designs as well. So I think it's kind of indoctrination, not only through blood, but also through how our family have been working always. And actually, my mother built me a pirate ship before the pirate line ever was thought of at Lego, and made rigging and sails and drew mustaches on minifigures, etc.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, so she's an amazing artist too.
Oh, well, that's fantastic.
Enough of this picture of me. I did it at a graphic design team where I work. You know, this is I have the curse of knowledge. After 11 years doing the same thing, I often start at the tip of the iceberg and forget that people don't even know what the bottom is. So in order to, and I completely scrapped my notes by now because I just enjoy talking to you, Rod. If you skip to the next picture. So basically, when people say what I do at Lego, I say I like to scribble on bricks, because if you say that you're a product graphic designer, people think, are you doing posters? Are you doing box art? You know, there's more questions than answers. So giving a really stupid way in is a better way, because then you don't have to explain yourself out of something. But on the paper, I'm a senior graphic designer doing product design. And for the past 11 years, I've been specifically, next picture, doodling on minifigures. And of course, it's a bit more complex than that. If you go to the next picture. What justifies me taking an hour of so many people, wonderful people, dedicated Lego people's time, is that I've been asked by Jan Beyer to talk about minifigure collectibles. So honestly, I could talk for days about whatever I've done at Lego and the amazing people I work with, etc. But since this is what has been asked for, I would also pay some respect and of course talk mostly about this. If you scroll to the next.
So you're a graphic designer that actually pays attention to a brief? Really? Sorry, in the real world, I deal with design agencies all the time, so that's a very refreshing change for me.
Yeah, I think it's something that you know, I hoped that we would jump from picture to picture, so it would look like a little animation. You can even jump back and forth between the pictures. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is a relaxed conversation between relaxed people, so it doesn't have to be fancy. But you can see I made a little door there. I thought that was pretty clever because that's going to give you some sort of a way in, because I know you guys knows a lot about minifigure collectibles, and I'm sure you know more than I do. I mean, I only own 3 or 4 collections. Because they were given to me. I'm usually the field type that walks into the store, and then I feel, and then I get the 3-4 characters I really want, and they're usually army builder, because I've always been loving those. You know, once you get a single little character that can take your whole bag, you know, whole collection of bricks, standard bricks, and with that little figure, you can change that whole world into a new theme. That's at least how my mind exploded when I got the first little pirate minifigure pack of 5-6 characters. You know, all of a sudden, all those bricks became something else.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
So, yes. Next picture, please. So this is, I'm going to show this picture again. This is some of the themes I worked on in chronological order. I started on Pharaoh's Quest, and then I ended up at collectibles.
Pharaoh's Quest, one of my personal favorites of all time. I think it might have been the first system sets that I bought as I was coming out of my Dark Age. So it was Mindstorms that got me out of my Dark Age. But I think Pharaoh's Quest was one of the first, that and a bit of Star Wars were the first sets that I bought myself as I came back out of my Dark Age. So I loved the Pharaoh's Quest stuff.
Awesome. Well, I as I said, you know, I'm a graphic designer on these themes. And I would say even a designer in a designer video, sorry for the disclaimer, you know, I guess we all know that with a huge company like this, it's not one person. You know, even marketeers, project leads, you know, the ones that create all the numbers behind this, because every element, every decoration needs a number to communicate with. Every element designer, model designer, runners, the whole shebang is responsible for these sets. And I always felt a bit sorry for all of those amazing people that basically lift this canvas for the designer to sit in that video. Of course, we need one person to represent it. So, and of course, that person represented is the best representative of that set. But I often think all these amazing people are forgotten about. What I can say is that I add into this little thing, and each project is multiple designers, and even the project lead has been growing some stuff in the concept phase, multiple concepts by amazing artists, and some of those concepts, if you were just shown those from a distance and looked at the shelves, you would say, hey, that's the same thing, color-wise, contrast-wise, feel, everything. So there are a lot of people fleshing these things out. And on this one, my efforts were modest because I was under the wing of the senior graphic designer back then, who was the one teaching me the ropes. And when I came, I said, man, you're an artist. And he said, no, I'm a product designer. And I didn't understand it until years later. And in the process, my heart got crushed because I realized I wasn't an artist. And then later on, I found happiness in that, because it's just as complex as being an artist, only you're not as self-loathing and a team player with a big T, because otherwise it won't work. I'm going to go back to this because I can talk for ages about this. And thank you, Rob, for expressing your happiness about this theme, but I'd like to scroll down because I need to stick to what I was asked to talk about. A bit more about me.
I'll stop distracting you.
No, that's fine. I love it. And I can see we're only 20 minutes in, but I hope that at least 50% will be talking about collectibles.
Mate, it's good to it's fascinating to hear, you know, for me, I think it's, you know, yeah, obviously I want to hear about the collectible minifigures and things like that, but actually getting an insight into how you feel about the work that you do, and that difference between art and design, and that's a fine line, but there is a line, and actually where you identify yourself upon that and things. I find things like that fascinating. I'm sure the audience do too as well. So please, digressions like that are no problem at all. It's the great thing about having people like you on to talk to us. We want to know about the minifigs. We want to know what you're doing on that. But actually, that stuff is just as fascinating. So please don't worry about that.
Thank you very much. That's very assuring. Just some images to what I talked about before. Top left is me and my brother. I'm in the orange. And a really crazy fact is, I realized this recently, the thing I'm holding in my hand is either the one from the Olsenbanden film, the robot that was walking, or it is a copy made by the same guy who created that thing, because he was a close friend to my dad and a good colleague. So one day he said, take this home. And it would be a better story for the real one, but I can't document that. So it's either one.
I'll just claim it.
Yeah, I could. Below is my 10th birthday, where city was the big thing for me. And it shifted between the three to the right. Castle, city, space, which was dominating the landscape of the Lego catalog, of course, at that time. To the left of me, there is my younger brother, which I think we've always been competing in a good way. At least we've settled over the last couple of years, growing up, getting kids, more things in common and all that. But in our teenage years, we had some fights, but as kids, we just loved each other's company, and we would just throw out that cubic meter of bricks on the floor and just play for days. Next slide, please. And by the way, I can't see the comments, so I would love to read them afterwards. This is a blank one. It's not intentional. It's not an art pause. It's just me last minute realizing it. This is what I like to do in my spare time, other than drawing. I also love putting graphics on and customizing stickers and placing them. Also, when I design stickers, I always try to put them on transparent so that me and other fans can use them for other purposes.
Oh, nice. Well, we very much appreciate that. Thank you. So
awesome, because I know that stickers are the black sheep of the in a set, because it's not going to stay forever. Unless it's the stickers from the 80s, which were probably not as safe as today's standard. I mean, sure, today you could eat meters and meters of stickers without dying of it, and back then I'm sure they were a bit more harsh. I don't know. Yeah. So to scroll down to the next one.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I love doing presentation of a model, with surrounding graphics and stuff. I think it's a way of, if you're being pretentious, you suggest it's expanding the universe so that model exists within. So
yes,
I did some racer models recently, but what I did was I tried to make it look as if it was the models were being presented as part of the TV coverage of the races. And, and it's that whole, I just love that kind of, adding to the universe around the model. So, yeah.
Yes, I completely follow you. And I'm happy to hear there's others like me. I skipped a bit in the past of talking about my career, because actually I took a 7-year education as a children's book illustrator. And so I haven't put any of my commercial work in here. This is purely passion, fun, because I don't want to promote anything, that's earning money. So this is just passion stuff I do in my spare time. I've been writing a children's book just for fun, not published, and the other ones are just illustrations I did for fun. None of this reflects my employer's viewpoints. It's only my own work.
Oh, wow. It's nice stuff, man. I really like it.
Thanks. My dad went to the same school, got a master's degree in illustration. He was too chicken to try and become an illustrator. It was a different time. It was more obvious you would become a carpenter or any of those more practical jobs that are just as amazing if that's what your passion is. But his passion was for illustration. But he didn't know anyone who lived off it and how much you should take for it. So he got a job at Lego as it sounds stupid today, but back then his uncle was working there and said, why don't you get a work there? I'll put a good word in for you. So he worked 10 years at Lego, being disheartened that he wasn't an illustrator. And then afterwards, he's been doing illustration work full-time professionally ever since.
Oh,
and
amazing.
I did the other way around. I studied the same education, started illustrating because I had a good guide and a different time where it was more acceptable to do something that wasn't as concrete as. So, and then afterwards, I started working at Lego. And I'm going to stay there forever. This is not a patch of the wound. So next slide, please. These are some illustrations I did at Lego for a newsletter we had. And they had made a newsletter and I went through it as the dummy. And I was like, I think it missed some love. So I said, I would love to do the cover. I couldn't find the cover. It's somewhere in the Lego, files. I did a cover with a spaceman just jumping out and it said newsletter, flying out of space, And I did these cute little illustrations just to have a little playfulness.
Yeah, no, they're lovely, man. I love that. There's obviously the space thing, but there's a little whiff of the Disney designer lady who did It's a Small World, that kind of 50s, 60s retro kind of styling and stuff. I love that. That's beautiful.
Yes. Thanks. Next slide. I also did some posters. I've changed the names. I don't know anyone named Sluk or I just changed. It was one had 10 years anniversary and the other one, my mentor, had 25 anniversary. So I basically did his whole life at Lego, every year representing the themes he worked on and stuff that happened in his life.
That's fantastic.
He's a man of few words, but I could tell he was happy about it. So this is my way of showing my respect to him. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about, and it is almost half past, so that means 50% for this stuff.
Yeah.
If you allow me. So this was the first series I worked on. And I would specifically like to talk because I came into the project when Tara Wyke, who calls herself Minifigure Mom on Instagram, I believe, she was the director of the theme at this point.
Okay.
And I believe this was series 20.
Yeah.
So I came into it and almost all the characters had been fleshed out on a mood board with images, just stock images of these characters. Of course, they didn't have these colors or didn't look exactly like this, but that is a typical way of being briefed. Sometimes it's just verbally, other more visual thinking people will do it with images. And in this lineup, I noticed that there were only one spot for an army builder, and that was the Viking. The Crow Knight that you can see with the yellow shield popping out, he wasn't thought of at this point. And I expressed in one of the first design meetings where we sit down with all the element designers. And FYI, on a theme like this, there is around 10 element designers, and then there's one graphical designer. And to me, it's a dream job at Lego. Not only is this a homegrown, developed theme, we don't have an IP partner that has to dictate a lot of things for us. No, I wouldn't say dictate. It is a cooperation between Lego but as a designer, it feels restraining, especially if you don't have an affection for the IP.
Yeah.
And so to me, this is a dream job. And it's also the yellow skin, which is what I grew up with. So I can put a lot of words to why I like that better, but deep down, I think it's more emotionally than rationally. So I was like, I can't just say I want a knight in there. I need to back my claims. So I did some research and next slide, please. Next slide again. So I went in and said, this is the existing knights in collectibles. And if we look in historically, some of the dominating colors for these for the castle minifigures was blue and red, and there's a reason why, because then the yellow becomes the missing primary color, and that's tasteful to look at. So I was like, well, we've never done yellow, black, and gray, so I should try and do that without understanding the implications of the complexity of that task, because then you have yellow on yellow. Yeah. I also made a suggestion. There's a little typo in here, because down with the heraldic shield, I said that it should be an animal we haven't used before, like ram, raven, or bull. Of course, bull have been made. So I removed that afterwards. But ram and raven I felt was really cool animals. And I thought with the ram, the perfect weapon would be a blunt weapon, of course. Nice. So we suggested this. But the creative lead, which isn't very much into 1300s medieval history and doesn't care that much about it, and that's good because he has this overall picture, and I have the expert knowledge on details. So I also found this random picture of the color scheme to show that it can work even if you don't see the yellow face. I also have a preference for the old classic shield because that makes my my nerdy midichlorians go nuts. And I wanted to, I did the black or the what are they called? I think with 2013 Castle, the bad guys with the red black shields with a red dragon head on it. Yeah. And there I was also trying to stay true to the simplistic soft language of Lego, but also be true to the very old-fashioned medieval drawings that had this aesthetic of just looking at times a bit funny. Of course, I couldn't make a line that looked like it was puking with a distorted eye, with the sad eye, as some of those old drawings looked like. And if you're not into that aesthetic and know about it, and you're a child whose first experience with a castle maybe is Lego, then you want it to look awesome and cool based on the references you have. Yep. So if you scroll down again. So this is some of the exploration I went through. I started out with some sort of thing that looked like an eagle. And, when you work with this kind of language, you're pulling the parameters. And I realized that the parameters of these shields are, for Lego, it needs to have the Lego simplistic feel, because the Lego figure is not a human being, it's a distraction of reality, and it's a Lego man or woman or figure, call it what you want. So you cannot have a perfect representation of the animal that is next to it. Of course, ideally, I would make it as if it was an element, but having the old classic parrot element silhouette on a shield wouldn't look very interesting. So it's about pulling those levers of realism and Lego, and then heraldics that has this feel of the historical aspect. And you can tell here that the black shields, on the bottom row, the ones with black frames looks more like an eagle. And it just shows how little it takes to take it away from being a crow to any bird and to a eagle or a, what's it called, the falcon. I wanted to specifically be a crow. And it was also why I was actually a bit frustrated with myself afterwards, because the creative lead asked me, so what would you name these characters? And 50% of it went through. The other 50% were worked with legal and other instances. Because I'm paid to say what I think professionally and then to do what I'm told. As a professional, I guess we all can relate to that.
Well, I think for me, it's always been that you have really robust discussion and argument about what goes in the brief, then about early stage creative and, feeding back one, what, not picking one, but saying, I prefer this one because, or these ones are interesting, but this is what's getting in the way. And then leaving the professional designer to then use that feedback rather than going, I want that one and that background. There's nothing worse for you guys than that.
Exactly.
But once you've had that robust discussion and had the agreements, then whichever side of the argument you were on, the decision has been made, and then you implement it. And that's how I always approach these things. And it sounds very similar kind of process about that collaborative creativity, because what you can't have is design by committee, because it will be awful, won't it? So
exactly. Yes, Rod, thanks for putting those words to it. I couldn't have done it better myself. And I think that's an important point. There is actually a funny story. I once read a children's book related to design by committee, because it's a book called The Cat's Cake, and it's basically a little cat who goes around to all his element friends and asks them their favorite ingredient. He puts those ingredients into one cake, and everybody hates it. So I think that's a little story that's always fun to have in the back of your head. In this case, because I was the one most passionate about this specific time period and theme, and to me, the 1300s were the most interesting in medieval times in Europe, because this is where you were basically carrying your commercial on the outside of your armor. Yeah. On your ringmail. So it was very colorful and not as dulled down and dark as is often perceived. And that plays very well along with the Lego theme.
Yeah, that's brilliant. It's a similar thing for, because people couldn't read. So, exactly. So very, there's so many bold, iconic, simple images that came out of that time, so people could identify banners in battle or stuff. The other one, the classic one, is certainly in the UK, is pub names. So that's why you've got so many pubs that are called the Red Lion or the King's Arms, or those sort of things, because they're actually named after the image that was hung outside, because people couldn't read. So there was no name on the building. It was the image that was hung outside. And that's why I think the Red Lion is the most common pub name in the UK. And it's exactly the same thing. So it's fascinating.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, thanks for the add-on. I also had various colors going on, but now I have kind of made the point that yellow and black and gray should be it. But I could also see that only having black, yellow, made it seem a bit like a road sign. And I didn't want that. So against tradition of heraldics, which is usually only 2 colors, I added a third to make it a bit more toy friendly. And I also made sure that the graphic designer will know that if you have an object in black with white background or vice versa, the size of the objects will change visually, because your eyes are not a mathematical machine, but an emotional creature. So I always do this exercise and see, okay, it changes, but is it acceptable? Also make sure that the negative space, the space around the object, is just as important as the object in the center, because that's what allows for the center of attention to be visible. Next slide, please. I also, at one point, just tried, because I once read a quote that said, if you can make it great, just make it big and red. And red and black always works, always works. I also thought that the dark red shield was it had a bit more flavor to it, but what I always liked with a good, well-executed castle minifigure is if you take the shield away from the minifigure and hang it on a build, those two need to be color identifiable. And that wouldn't be the case with the dark red around it.
Oh, that's a brilliant little rule of thumb. I love that. That's
cool.
Great.
I also had a face. I guess I'm a narcissist when appropriate, and I actually tried to make my own face for this guy. I removed them, but I actually have these birthmarks that are pretty prominent in my face. So I placed those on the decoration in the early stages. Of course, that would be, it wouldn't be a professional move from my side. So I altered it slightly, so it was less of me, but I would still have that story to tell, right?
Yeah.
And definitely glasses wouldn't be working. Also, we've had for years, my mentor, he designed this pattern brush of ringmail you see to the left of those 2 ringmails. And I always used it. It's been used many times, but I realized here that I wanted to have this feather feel incorporated into this design. That's also why I have these little jagged lines on the shorts, I almost called them. I also wanted to have that on the ringmail. If you see the final result, it's only a bow, and that's because my creative lead was challenging me back and saying, I've never seen a ringmail like that. And I know you're saying that's historically correct, it was done. But to me, it's not iconic. So I made my arguments, and at the end she said, I prefer they weren't there. And I had to say, okay. And then I cried a little tear inside or two. And the next day was okay. And today I forget about it unless I talk deep into detail about it. Next slide, please. And here he is with his, also, as I said, he got a sword because the creative lead was also like, imagine if you meet this collectible line, if it's the first time you see a Lego product, you want to have a knight, and then he has this club thing. Now the club is absolutely not as cool as a sword, and I agree with that. So she was like, should we make a new sword? On this theme, the lead element designer, he, I would love to mention all these people's names, but because I don't have their consent to do so, and due to GDPR, I'm not going to. But this designer has been, he won Golden Demon competition.
Oh, yeah.
Competition for painting these miniatures.
Yeah.
In the UK. He's an amazing designer and artist, and who better to choose for sculpting a sword for Lego than a guy who's been doing this his whole life.
Yeah.
So here he is in all his glory, and hands down, it's the figure I'm the most proud of in my 11-year career at Lego.
Oh, amazing.
So I've been reading so many fan comments online and threads, and because to me, it's the kids won't respond with this. They will either say, I like this or this or this, and that's super valuable. But fans will put words to it that I also can relate to. And being a fan myself and having all these big emotions for this, it's very important what you guys think about this. And I think it's always important to have something that would help the city builders, the castle builders, the you name it, all of these themes needs hopefully 2 characters every year to do something. That's just my professional advice to the director, and then I trust their judgment better than my own in the holistic picture. Next picture, please. So then there were the next series I worked on. And this time around, I was there from the beginning of the brief. Again, I was like, we need something historical related. I guess you can spot it. But at the same time, we, of course, we wanted to make a new Aztec warrior as an add-on to the previous one that was based around I believe it was an eagle. Sorry, you guys probably know it better than I do. So, but we also didn't want it to be 100% accurate because this is a fantasy theme. Yep. And so it's our take on it. But I spent a long time juggling all those details on it because there is a lot going on. You almost get a Chima feel with all those details. Luckily, we didn't also need the chi on top. I have nothing against the chi, but as a graphic designer, having to design a torso, and you have all the parameters of specific animal, specific tribe, and the chi, and then add on it the fire and ice. Here, we also need to show that they've been lying in ice and they're actually undead. So you also need lightning and wounds. That was the challenging lineup of minifigures I've ever done, was those saber-toothed tigers, the vultures, and the polar bears.
Oh, well, you did a cracking job because they look fantastic. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No,
on those, I actually made sure that the backside looked almost identically to the front, but without the chi. So people could take the arms off, turn them around, put arms on again, and then you could actually use those for other. I actually make the shoulder blades angle less, so it looked more like chest.
Oh, mate. Well, we genuinely appreciate the thought that you're thinking about how people might use them, as well as, is it cool? Is it that thought that, is it useful for a build? That's amazing. It's lovely to hear that. So.
Thanks. I think I'm definitely biased in that because I do it for my own sake. Yeah. I just know that there are other people like me, and that justifies the tiny compromises I do, because real shoulder blades goes like this, not like this. So on humans, on minifigures that are closer to humans, that are less animalistic, I would be more, I wouldn't compromise on that. But yeah, I think we have some interesting characters here. And the creative lead was on this was not Tara White, but another one who haven't publicly stated she's working on it, so I'm not going to refer her. But she used to be a model designer and creator, and she came up with the amazing idea of making that new element that, of course, some fell for as a new element, the smoker for the beekeeper. There were a few YouTubers who saw the early pictures and were like, new element, and then there were just a million comments saying, no, it's just a cup and a posing pin. So that was quite funny.
That's
and I was even made a song from a YouTuber saying, do you see what I see? And then he talked about this smoker. I thought that was hilarious. I played it for my creative lead and she was flat on the floor laughing about it. So I also here the the animal costumes is not my personal favorite, but I know people out there who love it, and I know especially among kids they're really easy to decode and really relatable and funny. So I love animals. I think that's an amazing way in for kids and play, because as soon as you have an animal in a collectible lineup, you actually have two that communicate. So it was my idea to have this little ladybug as a 2x2 round tile, and the overdosing. To those of you who don't know what it is, when we have elements so small that they might not get into the box because it's automatic equipment, we need to overdose to ensure that you at least get one.
Yeah.
So you had two of those, which is nice.
Very nice.
We also have I try to have little things in them every time that makes me want them. For example, this Castaway. This is a grim story, Castaway, but I wanted to show that he had embraced it. So he had made a necklace and had a friend, as a crab. The hermit crab was not my idea. It was one of the element designers who actually had it ready as a proposal. And I thought it made that character 200 times more cool. I also wanted the little, I actually proposed this guy, but this guy had as a concept drawing that I couldn't find with the limited time I had to prepare this. It was basically a guy with a long white beard, as you see in the Legoland theme, the pirate theme thing. You go around.
All right, yeah.
Standing and waving. I wanted to make him, but of course you didn't see the torso, and there was a lot of different reasons to why we didn't go that route. Also, I guess it's because he would have been stranded there for too long. So I also only had one face on him because I didn't want to have one that looked really in pain or distressed or also really happy. Is he insane then? So we only had one face for this guy, but it's also, I'm torn with double face, because if you want to put a cap on a double face, he's just creepy. And I've realized in the comments that people generally think it's better, for my understanding, to have two faces, but in my opinion, it's a double-edged sword. Because you can't put those shorter wigs or hats on them. So I always need to justify a double-sided. We also have the cabaret singer, and it was a really good exercise for me, because as a guy who doesn't care much about my wardrobe, I only have black clothing because that's easy to put together. If you gave me a colored wardrobe, my graphical color interest would start to kick in and I wouldn't get out of the door.
Yeah.
So
it's the Steve Jobs and Barack Obama model, isn't it? That you basically have, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to choose. You basically wear the same thing all the time and the same colors all the time, because then you don't have to devote any emotional energy to deciding. So
I like that formulation. Absolutely. My wife has been pushing me, so she gave me this one that has a bit of blue in it. I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. It's for you guys.
Mate, we need to get you into some baby blue.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So that was an interesting one for me, because it was not only was it some more fashionable clothing, but it was also women clothing. And that is not my strength. Put me on Lego Friends and I would have to be mentored for 2 years before I would start to understand what they were doing. Yeah. So my creative lead, who was a lady, was really good helping me out here. And I also reached out to the lead graphic designer of Lego Friends, who was a huge help to me. And I think the biggest challenge for me was to make a face that looked like she was really like singing her lungs out and not looking like in pain, because those distinctions are super, super detailed, or those distinctions are super small. But I ended up really liking the character, and despite the challenges, actually maybe because of the challenges, and I'm being happy with the results. It also liked that it kind of broke the more primary colors of the theme, because Friends have shown, you know, Friends is not pink, but it's not all primaries. So it since it's for everyone, but more girls lean into it than boys. So that also was learning for me, like, we need to have a broad representation in collectibles, because it literally should be for everyone. So I think this character did a good job here. Also with the paddle border, we had a bit more unconventional primaries, and we were like, a paddle border, I didn't even know that was a thing. So we were like, we need to give them something extra, you know. So let's put in a dolphin with a different color, a slightly different color. And I created 2 new brands. The one on the hats is actually a Wi-Fi, or what's it called? Hi-Fi. It's a hi-fi company that might be displayed in City at some time. I made a document with all the brands I've created for City and Lego in general that I share with my other graphic design colleagues. I also made another one, which is a streetwear, which is on the tip of the paddleboard.
All right, yeah.
It's not a specific letter or anything. It's just, it looks cool and it's angled and it looks fresh and young. So it's also used, it was first introduced on the Breakdancer, actually on the previous year. Then I also put the Blacktron. I always want some fan references from the past, and I put the Blacktron logo, as done many times before by other Lego designers, not claiming this is original, in 2000, on his Violent shirt. And we were torn between, should we make one in a suit, so that after a couple of collectible lines with new instruments, you can actually have a band. But we were like, City has done so many black and white with a tie that you can just take this and put it on there. For kids, our call was that this would be a less interesting and less relatable character. We also want to show that it's not just nerdy kids in black and white that can play those old-fashioned instruments. So every time we do a character, we have so much back and forth with our own biases and trying to pop those bubbles and make something that's not just for us.
Really?
The Kentaur was also a talk of a hot topic, because when you think of a Kentaur, of course, or Centaur, I think it's called.
Centaur, yeah.
Centaur, yes. Why wouldn't it just be a brown torso? But we also want to have a 50-50 gender split. And I believe this is actually the first line that actually had that. And I think in many conflict-driven fantasy stories, it's based on, especially if it's in the Night Realm or that castle fantasy, medieval wars or wars today were fought by men. So they're going to be largely represented. And so most centaurs we've seen has been men. Also, it does add a bit of complexity, because you don't want to see a centaur female with a bra on. That's a bit weird. So we know the classic centaur was a different one. So we had to kind of make a transition, you know, going upwards. And I also wanted to make a homage to the forestmen of having the color scheme of their shields with this antlered, where slipped my mind? Animal, I think that's enough. And then if you have a bow and arrow, well, that's a bit violent, but if you only shoot apples with it and they're not on the top of someone's head, it's perfectly fine.
Yep.
So, and then we
that's
also...
fantastic, mate. I'm just a bit twitchy about time, Tori, so I was wondering if we can just move on and then maybe get to some of the questions, because I've seen a lot of chat coming through, so I'm assuming that's questions.
I'm so sorry, I'm a noob in this program and I can't see the
chat.
Man,
we're good, because it's fascinating, and we had some issues at the start, so please don't worry about it. It's not an issue. And actually we can start the next session a little bit late, because it's going to run into the hour-long break for lunch. So it's not a massive issue if we go on a little bit longer, but I'm really keen because I'm sure we've got a bunch of questions that Ari wants to ask on behalf of our audience. So are we okay to move on a little bit?
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
No problem.
I'm actually back at this, and I would actually like to hear, because I can stretch it half an hour but I also don't want to deprive people from food. So I'm not in a hurry. Any questions?
Yeah, cool. Right. Well, thank you very much, Tori. That was absolutely fascinating. I could have spoken to you for hours about this sort of stuff. But what I'm going to ask is if Ari can chip in with any of the questions that we have or comments coming up that have been coming through on the chat. Unfortunately, I've because sharing the screen like that, I was unable to see the chat. So, Ari, I hope you've been monitoring it. So, over to you,
Absolutely.
Ari.
Yep, we have lots of questions. Let me just add for myself first. Brilliant presentation, properly nerdy. Really something that adds it's content you won't find anywhere else. So you have to come here to find out. So that this is really good. I see people commenting in the chat that it's so nice to see so much care going into the design of every single minifigure. You sort of think, oh, it's a product line, but every single minifigure, and you have a love for all the figures, which is great. And those classic space illustrations, amazing. I'm going to mention to Miguel that maybe we can reach out to you and have some prints of one or two of those in the auction next year at the physical event in Portugal.
I will ask my manager if that's because I would be happy to just share them, but I will ask my manager. Absolutely,
because I think that would be amazing. I'd love to have one of those on my wall. So I've also pulled up the film you mentioned, the Olsen Mountain, the Olsen Gang. I have that on YouTube here, so if we have time later, I will share it. Not now, I think, because we have to get to the questions. But the first question I can ask you regarding that thing, Stefan wants to know: Do you still have that Olsen Mountain robot mock?
No, it was torn apart and put into the bricks bin. I was given these pieces of treasure when I was too young.
Yeah. Okay. So Jose wants to know: Is there any minifigure you would like to create but couldn't?
Too many, man. Too many. Well, I think to answer you short, I would love to do the classic spaceman in every thinkable color.
I think there's a lot of people who would like that. So yeah, that's a good one. Ronald has a question that has a bit of an edge to it. So might be interesting to see if you can actually give a good answer to this. He says Lego regularly prints light colors on dark backgrounds, and it doesn't look good. Think yellow on black in the Mercedes driver in one of the Speed Champion sets, for example. Do you have a say in what a part's background color and print color are? And does it bother you when the final product doesn't look as good as you had imagined it?
It's something I've been working with ever since I started, especially because Lego is so good at being environmentally friendly and making sure that our inks and our products are safe. Of course, if you have a glue that smells terrible and is super toxic, it's probably going to stick a car to a building. But if it's safe to eat, it's probably not going to be that good. So that is the challenge we have, that the coverage has gone. I think when I started, it slowly went down because we had to comply to more safety regulations, and we wanted to comply to more safety regulations. It is also why one of my biggest tasks is to always advise the creative lead on the project on what elements we should print on. And I would always strive for white elements. Of course, that's not, we all know that's not realistic. I'm sorry to be a bit cheeky, but I think I really like that question. I think it's highly relevant, especially for me, because the graphic designers in our team, which is around 50 people now. That shows how many decorations we have. When I started 11 years ago, we were 6 people. So that's how much the complexity of our decorations and the process of making them has increased over 11 years. And this is where our group has a specialist knowledge that no other department in our group, at the Lego group. I actually think I've forgotten to put the group afterwards by saying the word Lego group. This is a new thing I have to learn because this is the first time I speak publicly. I apologize for the Lego group when I've done that. In all seriousness,
we're fine with it, but yeah.
Yes, but yeah, I need to train this, of course. So yeah, this is our area of expertise. So I hope that covered the question.
Sure. Jason wants to know: do you see a potential for? I should mention first. We are having Kevin on shortly. I think we'll just push him until say 10 minutes past the hour. So
yeah, well,
10 have a little have a little break as well. So, but
I was going to say if we have a break in 10 minutes time for 2-3 minutes, and then we'll get going with Kev because we've got time to go into lunchtime a little bit. So we're all good.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do a few more questions. I think these are interesting. So Jason wants to know: do you see a potential for either a single figure in a future series or even a full series to be based on fan designs submitted through Lego Ideas?
I have no power over these decisions, but I think it sounds like an amazing idea. And that's all I can say. Yeah.
That makes sense. Richard says, thanks for your presentation. I see you did the extra stickers pack. Yes. It's one of my favorites. Was it consciously released as a tribute to the 6,000 Ideas book?
I was briefed to do these sticker sheets, and it should be in a city environment. That's all I was told. And I didn't even have a director for me. It's probably the product that I have the biggest freedom in. And when Yang Bricks said, my new favorite Lego set, quote, end, it made not my day, not my week, not my month, but my year, because I had that book with the idea book, and I had that burger that I thought was some sort of animal with a ring.
An earring.
An earring as a kid. And I put as many little tributes to the past into that as possible relating to that theme. And I just had so much fun. I was given a time frame to work on it, and I ended up spending my whole vacation working on it. Not being, it of course it was paid afterwards, but it wasn't planned on, and my boss could of course see that was justified because it made a very, very deep and detailed product. So thanks for asking about that.
Jason has a follow-up on that. It says, is it possible we could get a Classic Space extra sticker set?
I have been pushing on a personal level for that, maybe most in my mind, because I don't have much power of that. But I think it personally and off the record, not in a Lego context, me toward privately, I think it's a super idea, and I wish it was something that I could go to the shop and buy for every theme.
Yeah. We have a question here as well about the Build a Minifig stations in the Lego stores, because they now feature exclusive elements that are similar to the ones, 3-4 times a year, new exclusive elements that are very similar to the ones in the collectible minifigure series. Are these these new elements that make up new figures, are these considered to be collectible minifigures?
I have no knowledge of that.
No, okay. Then I think we have. There was also a question about what kind of education you would recommend in order for somebody to go in the direction that you have, and I think you mentioned some of that in the chat. So I think maybe we're covered for that. I'll take one last one. There is Matthew says he loves the animal suit guys and girls. And wonders if these are an ongoing theme in the collectible minifigures, where we'll see more of them.
I wish I could speak to it.
Yes, of course. They're now even expanding into other lines. I mean, there's motorcycle stunt driver in one of the upcoming city sets that has an animal head or helmet that looks like an animal head.
So what was the question? Sorry.
I say they look like they're expanding. These kind of characters are expanding to the other product lines as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's my really good friend Austin William Carson, who worked on the City Stunt set at the same time as I'm sitting next to him. He did. He's been starring in designer videos like the new Blacksmith, and
Dan says the chicken helmet.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it like as an overall theme. So sometimes you guys know more than I do.
No, but I mean, they are sort of these kind of helmets. They are moving into the other lines, and that's I think in general the collectible minifigures lines. Whatever you do there tends to bleed out into the other.
Good observation. I was looking for a question that wasn't there. It was a good observation. I agree. Yes, it's true.
Yeah, I think we're good. Rod, I think for questions we're good at the moment.
Okay, cool. I just had one question before we finished up, Tori, which was, you may not be able to comment. Are the collectible minifigures, does Lego track the resale market on those to get an idea of which ones might present opportunities for themes in the future? To me, it feels like a really nice little test market that if there's a sudden particular figure that becomes incredibly popular in the after sales market, that maybe there's an opportunity for a theme. So
it would be really interesting to have that knowledge. I don't have it, and I don't know of it existing.
Okay.
I am more. My role is lucky for me, more of sitting, executing these things, and then we have lead teams higher up who does all this kind of thinking. And even though it's interesting, I try and stay a bit away from it because I want it to be fun and not too complicated.
Excellent. Well, mate, I just wanted to say thank you so much. That was a absolutely fascinating presentation. We've had comments on there saying that that's the best online presentation they've ever seen and stuff. So the response to the presentation has been absolutely fantastic. And also, thank you so much for putting up with some of the technical issues at the start. In that context, that was a brilliant chat. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm sure everyone else did as well. So, look, thank you very much, mate. Really, really appreciate you taking the time out to have a chat with us.
Let me just say, if this was your first presentation of anything like that, I think you'll be flooded with requests from other events saying we need to have this guy come and do a presentation at our event. This was so interesting.
I'm emotional right now. This means everything. And I would love to speak to more of these events. Thanks, guys. I'm deeply touched, and as a private person, it just seriously makes me so happy that there are so many people like you out in the world, who put these things together and gather so many like-minded people who might find a hard time to find others next door. Please continue. It adds so much value and make this world a better place. Seriously, thanks.
Oh, brilliant, lovely, and thank you very much, Tori. And I really hope that we can meet at some point in person in the future and can continue design conversations for ages. So really love. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, folks, we are going to have a quick, literally 2 or 3 minute break, and then we're going to see if we can get back on time. We were slightly behind time now, but absolutely worth it. That was a fantastic session, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So, guys, grab a break, and we will be back in at 1:15. Okay, so 15 minutes past. All right, we shall see you soon. Hello there, folks. I hope you had a nice wee break. Now, we are going to go into a lunch break if you're in Europe, maybe breakfast or dinner if you are elsewhere in the world, at 1 o'clock Portugal time. However, before that, we've got Kev from Fairy Bricks to have a chat with. Is Kev about online?
Yes.
Excellent.
He's outdoors in the field
Amazing.
in Portugal.
Yeah. That's the view from our villa in 2015. No, 16.
Brilliant. Right. So if any of you don't know about Fairy Bricks or haven't heard Kev speak before, Fairy Bricks is an absolutely wonderful charity which helps brighten the lives of sick children in hospital through the gift of Lego. Kev is the founder and driving force behind Fairy Bricks. In real life, he is anything but shy. However, he has been a little camera shy in the past, so I'm delighted that we've coaxed him on screen to have a chat today. I've known Kev for a while now. He's absolutely one of my favourite people in the Lego world, and I'm looking forward to asking him a few questions about what's been going on with Fairy Bricks in the last wee while. If you'd like to get involved, please put any questions in the chat, as usual, starting off with a few question marks so we can spot the questions over the general chat. And Ari will gather your questions to put to Kev after I've gone through some of the ones that I want to ask. So, Kev, you good to go?
Well, I used to like you too, Rod, but after making me wait for like 16 minutes, I'm outraged. If you've ever seen Michael Parkinson trying to interview Meg Ryan, that's got nothing on what's going to be the next 45 minutes. It's going to make you like.
So, no closed questions. I'll hopefully that you won't be able to just go yes, no.
Yes, so, no. Time for
for anyone who doesn't know about Fairy Bricks, can you just maybe give us a wee short intro into what you guys do and how long you've been doing it, for example?
Yeah, so we started off in 2012, really, with a very simple online raffle on BrickSet to take some sets to our local hospital, and that was supposed to be the end of it. We expanded a little bit more in 2013, and then from 2014, well, the end of 2013 into 2014, that was when we came up with the name and the branding and that kind of thing. And it was still supposed to be just a small little thing, part-time, just of an evening, a couple of hours a week, that kind of thing. And it spiraled into some kind of monster now, which I don't regret for 1 second. It's fantastic. So in our very first official year, it was kind of 14 hospitals. And we're so proud of doing 14 hospitals in a year. And we actually got the names printed on the back of a T-shirt for the first...
Your T-shirt.
Yeah, it was like a tour T-shirt. And now I look at 14 hospitals and think, yeah, that's like a day's work now. But at the time, it was monumental to do that in a year. And it was never the intention for this to happen, but it is what it is.
Brilliant.
Wonderful.
I suppose things have been a little different over the last 12 to 18 months. Can't have been easy. It hasn't been easy for any organisations, never mind charities. But from what I saw, it felt like there was also a couple of opportunities came out of that for you guys. So notably the campaign around key workers in the UK's National Health Service. Can you maybe tell us a wee bit about that?
Well, the year started off fantastically in 2020 because I was down in Melbourne for Brickvention, which was awesome, getting to meet so many of the Australian guys down there, and they were wanting to get involved but weren't quite sure. So it was really important to have those face-to-face discussions. While I was there, I did the furthest donation we've ever done geographically because I'd shipped some sets over to Michael Peebles, but I was calling into Fiji on the way back because I was going from Melbourne to Fiji to Vegas to watch the Super Bowl on the way back. And I looked at my baggage allowance for the flight, and I was allowed like 3 checked bags. But it just specified a weight, and I thought, well, a bag, a box, it's kind of the same. So I stole a couple of the boxes of sets back from Peebles and checked them in on the flight to Fiji. I got some funny looks you know, and they were slightly outside of the size. They were okay for weight, but the size parameters were a little bit suspect. And they just went down the conveyor belt by like 5 millimeters or something like that. And then when I got to Fiji, they x-ray the bags as you come through security. So there, I've got my suitcase. Yeah, that's fine. I've got my shoulder bag with laptop. And then all of a sudden, these 2 big cardboard boxes are going through the X-ray machine at arrivals in Fiji airport. But I explained what it was, and that was an incredible experience going to the hospital in Fiji, because these kids and even the staff, they were familiar with Lego as a product. They'd heard about it, they'd seen pictures of it, but even the staff who were, you know, nurses and even doctors in professional positions, financially, it was beyond them to buy it for their children, never mind the kids who were actually in the hospital. And I wasn't quite expecting the hospital to be what it was like when I got there. Just literally row after row after row of people lined up waiting to be seen. You know, nothing like an appointment basis or anything like that. So what an impact those sets made on those kids there. You know, and we still get messages, because they've been really careful with it. You know, they're making it last a long time, and we still get messages every couple of months from them saying, well, I'm just saying goodbye to my neighbour. So yeah, a really incredible experience. But yeah, from there, I got back into the UK, and we had an event in March in Leicester, a British event, which went reasonably well, but it was kind of the week before lockdown. And maybe we shouldn't have done it, but we did, you know, and everyone came out of it okay. But then lockdown came, and we kind of hit an emergency stop button here. We didn't know what to do, what was going to happen. We were concerned about things financially, so we just stopped everything at that time. And then it was probably 3 weeks into lockdown, and I took a call from Sarah McShane at Lego, and there was some internal and external pressure on Lego themselves to be doing something in response to the pandemic, which is perfectly understandable. Other big companies were doing things and were seen to be doing things. And Sarah wanted to explore the possibility of us getting some sets to NHS staff. And she must have caught me at a bad time or whatever, because my instant reaction was, no, can't do that. It's impossible. No. But I'll go away and think about it. So I went away for around about 45 minutes, and I was a little bit angry with myself, thinking, come on, you're better than this. At least let's give it a try. So I made a couple of calls to some hospital contacts, and I called Sarah back at 5 o'clock on the Wednesday and said, yeah, we can do this. And then we had another call at 10 o'clock on the Thursday morning with Sarah and somebody from the social media team. And by 8 o'clock that night, the entire program was live. And it was kind of like a record turnaround time for anything like this, especially for a company of Lego's size to be able to move so quickly.
Yep.
It's not the norm. I mean, we've got Lego employees on the call here. I'm sure Jan, for example, would agree with me that these kind of things don't happen within 24 hours. But that's the whole point of our partnership together. And we are sometimes referred to within certain departments of Lego as kind of like special forces now, where the dark ops, when things can't be done normally, ooh, wonder if we can do it through fairy bricks. Yeah, let's do it that way. That's going to be easier. So that ended up being, I think we did like 30. So yeah, we launched it on the Thursday, and it was the Easter week. So it was Good Friday on the Friday. So then it was kind of Avengers Assemble from our side, because Lego couldn't actually get the sets into the country at that time because of some issues getting things out of Czech Republic with trucks and that kind of thing. So we used the stock that we had here, and we aimed to get like 20,000 sets out in 3 weeks. It ended up being 32,400 with a random number, but that's what it ended up being. And they went all over the UK. Had a lot of help, obviously. Michael and Sally did the driving. We had Michael's kids over here packing. When I say kids, they're like 17, 18 now. Warren and Kitty, who I'm sure we all know, they really helped out because we had 3 places to go in Scotland. We wanted to go to Edinburgh, Glasgow, and Aberdeen.
Yeah.
But each place was getting like half a van of stuff, which meant 2 trips to Scotland. And I just couldn't see how I could fit 2 trips. And it's okay kind of getting to Glasgow and Edinburgh, but then Aberdeen's like another, 3.5 hours further north?
2.5, 3 hours, yeah.
Yeah, well, in a big van road, come on. Not in a sports car or whatever it is.
A fast red sports car.
That's the one. Yeah, so Warren and Kitty came down and they took 2 loads back. So they did the Edinburgh one for us. Kitty then took them up to Aberdeen as well. So we just had to go to Glasgow, just one journey. And we got them all over the country to major sites. And it was incredible. Just a really special 3 weeks. It was very spooky driving around because that was peak of lockdown. Michael got very excited when we were in London. So we'd been to the Shard, of all places, and we dropped off sets at the Shard after the van was checked for bombs going in the Shard. You can't go underneath the Shard without having a full inspection. And we drove from there to Hammersmith in 15 minutes. Now, if anybody knows London, that's normally a good hour and 10 minutes. That's if you're lucky. And then we came away from Hammersmith and Michael said, can we do something? And it's like, he sounded like a 12-year-old boy talking to his dad. Can we do something, Dad? Can we do something? What do you want to do? I want to drive around Trafalgar Square in the van. We'll never be able to do it again when it's nice and easy. So we just did like 6 laps around Trafalgar Square and hanging out the side and blowing the horn because there was nothing else on the road.
Brilliant. You need to build a mock of that, mate.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a great experience. And, you're reaching people, not the kind of people we would normally reach. We're reaching children in hospital all the time. But obviously at that time, it was a horrific time for healthcare workers. And it was a really proud program to be part of. And so it was launched on the Thursday night and Lego themselves did the launch. And they did all the artwork and that kind of thing. And it's probably one of the proudest moments of my professional life, both with Lego and my previous engineering days. So it's on like the Lego Facebook page and Instagram and that kind of thing. And they've developed this poster. And there's the Lego logo on the left-hand side. And then to the right is the FairyBricks logo in exactly the same size. And it's like, whoa, that's cool. But then I started getting messages from AFOL friends saying, you're going to be in so much trouble. You've used the Lego logo. Like, no. They've used our logo. They've permission to use our logo. So shut up.
That's brilliant, man. I just say, I remember seeing all the announcements and stuff and genuinely feeling quite an emotional time. I'm sure everybody would agree, anyone that was going into some kind of lockdown and the level of uncertainty there was and stuff, it was quite an emotional time. And, my wife is a nurse and that whole, how key workers were, what they were being asked to do and stuff, it felt quite strange at the time. And just that little, for me, the sort of combination of what was going on in the world coming together with some of the people I knew and my hobby and stuff, I just thought it was lovely. So that actually ironically felt like kind of a high moment. But then you guys also had a fairly low moment, which had nothing to do with COVID, last year, didn't you?
No, so we got through that, and then we kind of started doing things again because we'd paused the international donation program on financial grounds. We were concerned about where we were going to be, but once we'd taken some stock of where we were and looked at budgets again, and we'd started doing the international donations again, which is always what we do between kind of January and October. We have a focus on international things, and then domestic things start again in from like October onwards in the run to Christmas. And it was the second weekend out of lockdown, and it was the first time I'd been out at all, really, socially, because we couldn't go out, could we? And I went to Manchester on the Saturday night and had a few drinks. And it was the first weekend I'd not popped into the building just to pop in for somewhere else to be, as opposed to being in the house all the time. And that was the weekend of the robbery. Took a phone call on the Monday morning from our neighbour who I just said goodbye to, Chris, because he arrives earlier than I do. He's like 7 o'clock. And he could see the carnage spread across the our car park area. You could see the roller shutter doors were open, and that it was even worse inside the building. And he called me around about 7:10 on the Monday morning. And he didn't have to tell me. I knew it was bad news, because he would never have any reason to call me at that time on a Monday morning. And we were planning on going out that day to Manchester and Liverpool, just to do, like I said, we don't do much domestically at that time of year, but we do look after our major hospitals.
Yeah.
We also did have a slight overstock on advent calendars, which hospitals were using as reward charts instead of advent.
All right, yeah.
If you did your procedure, you could open a door. So we were going to Manchester and Liverpool to give some of those away. So I called Michael and said, look, dude, still come. I'm going to need some help here. Because I hadn't seen it at that point. I was still at home. Got down here and it was just horrific. The Monday actually handled it kind of okay. That wasn't really a big problem on the Monday. It was the Tuesday when it struck me. Michael was with me all day Monday, and then Leanne, who works alongside me, she came in on Tuesday morning because she was off work at that time for childcare reasons with furlough and all that kind of thing. But Leanne, she wanted to come down and she wanted to see it. You know, she's just as big a part of this as I am. And we cleaned for 2 hours. That was Leanne's answer to things. She wanted to clean the office where they'd been touching things and that sort of thing. And then she left. So it was the first time after that I was on my own. And it really hit me then what had happened. And then I was doing lots of media things, which I don't really care for at the best of times, as you can see with my lack of interviews and that kind of thing. Can't really be bothered. And it was pointed out to me later, it was such a devastating day because all I was doing all day was reliving the experience.
Yep.
You're doing interview after interview after interview, and it's the same questions, and you're just going over it in your mind all the time.
Because you guys lost, thousands of stock sets for donations and the damage and
RRP was £440,000. That was the RRP loss. So at various times on the Tuesday, just spontaneously, I started crying, just bursting into tears.
Not surprised.
And there'll be lots of people on this call who know me, and I'm moody, I'm grumpy. So I'm not the sort of person who's just crying all the time. And I actually quoted myself on the interview with The Guardian. I think it was something like, I'm a 44-year-old fat bloke with a beard. I'm not used to bursting into tears. And I even got the age wrong on that one. I was only 43 at the time. I was confused. But on one hand, this is a skill. On the other hand, it can make me feel a little bit cold sometimes. I'm very good at moving on. So that was the day on the Tuesday. Wednesday, let's get ourselves back to work.
Yep.
It's finished with. It's done with. We can't do anything about it. The police have got to do their thing, which wasn't a lot, but, that's the police. And that was it. We just had to start rebuilding from that Wednesday morning. We got the van back because it was spotted by an eagle-eyed member of the public. We've taken criticism over the years for the way the van is painted with fairy bricks on it and it says Lego. It'll get stolen. People will break into it. Yeah, but it also makes it a lot easier to identify. So when this member of the public saw the van, they thought, that's strange. That shouldn't be here. So they reported it to the police and we got it back. And it's just a really strange thing. Taking the van to be cleaned, it felt like a cleaning process for us. Because they hadn't left the vehicle dirty at all. But the police, with all their forensic dust and all that kind of thing, they had left it absolutely filthy. So we took it to Mr. Bubbles, our local car wash, and left it there for like an hour and a half and went and had a coffee. And just seeing the van clean again seemed to clean us a little bit as well. And just, back into work on the Wednesday, and we had to make a lot of improvements to the building. And it cost us around about £30,000 for upgrades that we needed to make. And these weren't optional upgrades. These were, you either do this or no company in the world is going to provide you with more insurance. And we did that. I had to stay away from all social media and that kind of thing for, it was around about a week. Well, no, the Saturday, because I picked up a couple of comments that people had made, mainly on Brickset, on the front page there. And my God, did they hurt when I saw those on the Tuesday. You know, when you've got people pointing the finger at you who know nothing about the situation, but, you know, and I don't think I've ever done that kind of thing personally, but my God, does it put it into perspective for you that if you don't know anything about things, it does affect the people that you're talking about. You know, it really does. And it got to the point that I couldn't actually read them. And I wanted to, because I knew there'd be some positive reinforcement in there as well. But I was that terrified of reading the negative. Read the positive. And we're a member of very connected to the hospital play specialists in the UK. And I put a post up in like a private area on Facebook. And I said, guys, I need you to do me a favor. Just go onto the Fairy Bricks Facebook page and just tell people the impact these sets have had on the kids that you've looked after for the past 6 years. Because I can't read it right now, but I need to know there's lots of positive noise going out there. And they all, well, I say they all of them, probably about 50 or 60 of them went on there and just wrote like a little piece. Some of them were, you know, a couple of hundred words, others were a couple of lines. And I didn't read any of them, but I kept getting the notifications for the post. And it's like, yeah, they've got our back. You know, they're doing that for us. And of course, lots of incredible AFOLs doing the same thing.
That was one of the things I noticed that time, because obviously when I heard the news, you know, I shared, you know, on my social media, as did just about every other AFOL I know, saying, you know, these guys need your help, blah blah blah. And the astonishing response I got from my non-Lego friends, and you know that either hadn't heard of Fairy Bricks before or that, and just, you know, to me it felt like, okay, if there's one silver lining out of what's happened here, hopefully this is a trigger for, you know, more awareness and you know, a wider sort of understanding about what you guys are up to. So
I mean, we made a very specific decision not to make an appeal out of this. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but it's not what we do, you know. And under no circumstances could I have seen us taking advantage of that situation, which is how I feel when I see some other appeals. I think it just doesn't sit well with me. So we made that decision that, yes, you know, people wanted to make donations, which they did, and we'll be eternally grateful for those. But you can do that all the time. You know, there was never going to be a specific fundraising page for this, and it didn't happen. But we've got some great advice from Lego themselves. They really helped us with some security. Not so much the costs of it, but I didn't know where to go to reach out to someone to get that kind of advice and that kind of thing. They put me in touch with Paul, who's like head of security for Lego UK. So he knows his stuff, you know. And he put me in touch with a couple of companies. And the fact that the recommendation was coming from them, then these companies have gone through God only knows what kind of vetting process to get on the Lego approved vendor list. And then when the specifications came through, I was able to send those to Paul, and he was like, yeah, great. No, you don't want that. You want to try this way instead. And that saved us so much time, you know?
So I felt we had to touch on that. It's something that happened in the last year.
I couldn't talk about it, you know, probably 5-6 months ago. But like I say, we've moved on, and I don't think about it now. You know, it's in the past.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
Brilliant.
happy to talk about it because why would I want to be? But yeah, I'm comfortable talking about it now.
Yeah. But on subject of where you're at now and the future and stuff, I mean, Fairy Bricks, although started by you guys in 2012 in the UK, feels to me now very much an international organization, you know, and so what's been going on in countries other than the UK over the last week while?
Well, we started the dedicated international program in 2019, and that was just in the EU to start with, mainly driven by financial restrictions. You know, it's a lot cheaper to ship things to the EU than it is worldwide. We expanded that in 2020 to make it the world. We had to put a break on it, again, at the start of COVID because of financial concerns. But then we reopened it after about a month, and we're into the international program again this year. And it's around about 30 countries, I think, now, every year.
That's amazing.
So basically how that operates, very simply, is it needs to come through your lug ambassador. They make an application online. We call it an application. It's not an application. It's an information gathering process, because we've never turned down an application so long as they fulfill the criteria. Obviously, there are criteria to fulfill. And then we just ship out 3 boxes of sets and they can be delivered to a hospital locally. But then we have so many clubs now, and well, communities, because it's not just our lugs, it's fan media and online communities as well, who've taken things a stage further. So Tecas in Portugal is a prime example. You know, she is Miss Fairy Bricks in Portugal, and she travels all over the country delivering the sets. But then if I look through this call on here, just on the first page of names I'm looking at, Ari has done donations in Norway. Francesco has been responsible for donations in Italy. That's ongoing. Jan Bayer himself, he's done them in Germany. Thomas has done them in Germany. Stefan, who was here earlier. I know Tom from Belgium's on here right now. Gail from France. It's just everywhere. And it's all about everybody working together. You know, it's not about me. You know, okay, I might do a little bit of work in the background. But if the guys and girls aren't willing to do it for us overseas, then those sets don't get there. But the difference with people like Tecas, Ari, and Thomas, Tom in Belgium, Michael in Australia, all these guys, is that they're helping us with fundraising as well. And that makes a huge difference. So when communities are doing things like that, they get more than the standard 3 boxes. They can basically have, within limits, as many hospitals that they want to support locally themselves, because they are contributing backwards. You know, we can't run this operation on fresh air, unfortunately. I mean, to give it some perspective, our shipping bill last year with DHL was around about £45,000. We have to generate that £45,000. So put the sets to one side. It's just the operational costs.
So just on that point, I mean, you know, if somebody wants to help out or get involved in Fairy Bricks, is it fundraising and donations? Is that the absolute most help that they can provide to you, or?
Very much so. I mean, certainly in the first instance, if you're sat there right now and if you're aware that your community has been involved with a donation, speak to your ambassador, because the program's there. And that's always got to be the first step, you know, to do it through your ambassador, get them to make an application. You know, speak to your fellow members about it. Is this something that you guys want to get involved with? And if you don't, that's perfectly fine. There's no criticism with that at all, because it's not for every community. Like time, logistics, whatever. But yeah, speak to your ambassador. And if you don't get anywhere, then drop us a message. Our website's got an email address. But always go through your ambassador first. You know, that's the protocol.
Anything new in the works for Fairy Bricks as hopefully we begin to emerge from various lockdowns?
Well, we are starting to visit hospitals ourselves again now. We visited you, didn't we, recently, after we'd been to the new hospital in Edinburgh and had a quick coffee/beer in your back garden, which was very nice.
It was. It was lovely to see you. I think you were some of the first non-Edinburgh Lego people I've seen in the flesh for about a year. So yeah.
And we also received a fantastic fish and chip recommendation from North Berwick. That was wonderful. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
That, but we do have a tiny little bit of exclusive news just to be revealed now. But this is
What are you doing?
This is not in the public domain, but this will be the first time that AFOLs are hearing about it. We are bringing back our event Bricktastic.
Oh, amazing.
On February the 26th and 27th next year.
February the 26th and 27th.
Yeah, so we'll set up on the Friday the 25th. Everybody is welcome. There will be nothing going out to the public about this for a couple of months, as in like tickets and that kind of thing. But we will start telling the AFOL community about it now, right now. It's been announced anyway.
And for anyone who doesn't know, Bricktastic is a Lego show in Manchester in the UK. Ran what, 2-3 times? You guys did it?
4 times.
Four times. I went a couple of times and absolutely loved it. Cracking venue, really good. Stuff. So anyone who fancies a trip to Manchester in February, assuming all is well COVID-wise, we need to get people there. That's brilliant news, mate. I'm delighted.
No, we've been working on it for a few weeks, well, a bit longer than a few weeks in the background, shall we say. And it was finally put together yesterday. And there's, I can see a dancing Aria there. He came on, he's disappeared again now. But
and Miguel had a wee bouquet as well. So
thank you so much for doing that, Kev. I'm going to try everything. I'm going to try to stop the world rotating, and that's what it takes to get there, because it's a fantastic event and I'd love to come back. Brilliant. I missed it.
Lots of people have missed it. We stopped the event after 2018. It wasn't the best year because far more important things happened in Manchester a few weeks before than our event, which was the horrific bombing. That had a massive impact on the city. And we just had to then take stock as an organisation to say, you know what, maybe we just need a year out in 2019, which we did. But then obviously other more important world events than Lego events have taken over. So last year wouldn't have been an option. This year we didn't see as an option. So it's a different time of the year. It's much earlier in the year. So it might be a little bit chillier when you come, which is not really a problem for us Northern European types. But I've already had confirmation from Francesco, and he's Italian, and he says he can handle it. So there's no excuse for anybody.
February, t-shirt weather.
It is.
Yeah.
Well,
the Norwegians and the Scots will all be fine. So, brilliant. That's fantastic news, mate. I'm absolutely delighted with that. So looking forward to hearing the details, and hopefully a lot of the people on the call will take that as an invite and consider hopefully traveling to the UK to either come to the show or maybe exhibit at the show. So I just probably before we go to any kind of questions, I just, my difficulty with, not difficulty with fairy bricks, but it's almost beyond explanation, because what does it do? You give Lego to sick kids in hospital. It almost defies further explanation. It's an obviously good cause. But is there one particular example that you've got that maybe sums up for anyone who, hasn't quite grasped what it is you guys do and why it's important?
Well, obviously, I'm giving you my nice interview style today, but when I've given them to other people before with certainly kind of non-Lego media, and they'll say to me, what does Fairy Bricks do? And it'll be more like, we give Lego to children in hospital. And they're waiting for something else. It's like, no, there's nothing else to add. We often don't.
Can I maybe give you some marketing advice on that? No.
We're doing all right. Yeah, we'll talk about that off camera. We don't that often engage directly with children. Our job is to get the Lego sets in there. We're not healthcare professionals, are we? We're just Lego fans. Let's get the sets into the hands of the people who can work with these children on a daily basis. And we get a lot of personal requests as well. My child has got a cold. Can he have some free Lego? No, he can't. But that is a rule that we have. But one of the great things about making the rules is that you get to break them. as well. And occasionally a request will come, generally directly from a hospital, not necessarily a parent directly. So first of all, you know it's genuine because it's coming from hospital staff. And I think it was around about 18 months ago, they had he wasn't a boy, he was a young man. He was 16. And he'd been in hospital for 2 years. Don't know why. And in isolation for 2 years. So he's basically a prisoner in that room, didn't go out, wasn't allowed out. And to give him some kind of family contact, his mother had been living in the room with him for 6 months. Well, can we just all cast our mind back to being 16 and living in a room with your mum for 6 months? Hard work. And whatever his medical problem was, he'd slipped into a clinical depression, which is perfectly understandable. And he'd even gone to the point of he'd given up on the basics, the personal care. You know, it's a classic symptom of depression. They couldn't get him to wash and that kind of thing. But at a previous time, he had showed some positive engagement with Lego, but he was 16. So, you know, a £20 set, a small set, that wasn't going to get him going. He needed a bigger project. And we don't keep those kind of sets here. So we jumped in the van and we drove to the Lego store in Sheffield and we bought him a roller coaster.
Oh, wow.
We took that roller coaster at the Sheffield Children's Hospital and we had to gown up to go in. It was like an airlock situation to get into the room and all that kind of thing. And you know those kind of like tray tables that go across beds? I went in and I put it on that tray table and it's like, this is for you. And it was the first time he'd sat up in 6 weeks. He raised himself out of the bed. I'm getting emotional thinking about it because he had something to get up for. It took him 3 months to build that, but it was an incentive for him. He started washing again and it lifted him out of, I'm going to fix whatever his medical problem was. I don't even know what that was. That's none of my business. You know, it's none of anybody's business apart from that family and the medical stuff. But yeah, you see that impact and you come away and it affects you. You know, you come away and you're a little bit messed up for a couple of hours. But, you know, get over it and move on to the next one.
Yeah. That's amazing. I just, yeah, you got me going there.
Yeah.
So, well, look, thank you very much for answering my questions. It's great to talk as usual, although it does feel quite weird for us not to be talking our usual nonsense without a beer or a whiskey in hand. So looking forward.
Don't worry.
Yes,
no.
Looking forward to when we can do that again.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to see if Ari, you've got any follow-up questions for Kev?
I have actually. First of all, I'd like to say that I think I'd like to add we should have, because there are people who are saying we should have a soundtrack to you two talking, and it would be like this. So yeah, people saying they've been missing Game of Thrones after the last season when it aired, and this was like just diving into an episode, a brand new episode. So that was great. Other people are saying we should have subtitles for it, but this was brilliant. Just wanted to say that we have, before I take questions, we have a link that I'm pasting into the chat now, which will take you directly to a website where you can donate money to Ferrobricks if you want to. So that's also been posted, I believe, in the Discord, and we'll see if we can get that posted in the comments on YouTube as well for those of you who are following from there. Then I'll repeat the dates: 26th to 28th of February for Bricktastic this year.
26th and 27th.
26th and 27th. Sorry, that was my
set
mistake.
up on the 25th, I think you said.
Sorry, Gail, that was my mistake. 26th to 27th. So there are some questions. One of them relates to the beard. Has COVID-19 caused the extra grays in the beard? Michael wants to know from Australia.
No, I get that done. It costs like £200 a month just to get that bleached. You know, that's special. Not natural.
Just on the beard, is it true? Because I heard that you were the model for Metal Beard in the Lego movie. Is that true?
I've never seen the royalties. Oh no.
So yeah, okay. So it's expensive. It's the Game of Thrones look basically. You go into go into the hairdressers and say,
it's cold in the north. We need this. You know what it's like, Ari. You know, it gets chilly.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I just shaved off quite a bit of it yesterday, so I am actually a bit cold.
The reason I have a beard is I hate shaving. This is not a stylistic choice. I just hate shaving, and this is the easiest way to do it. Just let it grow.
Laziness.
Yeah.
Best excuse for anything. So Dan wants to know, do the hospitals let kids take kids home? Let kids take kids home? Or do the sets just get broken down into a big Lego pile for general play? You don't really care about that, do you?
No, we don't care about it. But generally they will, especially at the moment. Anything that someone else has touched, they're keeping that.
Yeah.
But we don't dictate to the hospitals how they utilize the sets. They know what their kids need far better than we ever would. So I think before COVID, some sets would have been built once, taken back, sprayed, cleaned, and reused and reused and reused. Others would have been used as gifts, and that'll vary from place to place. And the really smart ones, they realize, you know, we came in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. Their budget, how many sets they've got, and know when we're going to come back. There's a pattern developed. The not so smart ones go crazy with it, and it disappears in like 3 months. And they're back on the phone saying, can we have some more? It's like, no, you've got to wait your turn, because right now we're doing donations in Norway, for example, and that's where the budget's going, because you've had your allocation and you've got to wait until October. But there are so many places when we're getting to close to 300 hospitals per year now worldwide. There's no way we could micromanage, you know, over 50,000 sets. It's not possible.
That also goes into the next question that says, do you typically revisit or replenish certain hospitals or try to focus on new recipients? Because you try to do both, but...
Yeah. I mean, certainly in the UK, apart from one that slips through the net, and one will always appear. We had one in, I think, February this year, a very small specialist orthopedic hospital in London that we just didn't know existed, you know, so we went there for the first time. But we get to over 180 hospitals in the UK, and that's pretty much every children's place. So there will be hospitals that we don't go to, but that's because they don't have children's facilities. They don't exist. I mean, like for the first time last year, we got to the Scottish Islands, which was awesome. I think you might have to correct me on the geography here, Rod, but the ones on to the west, where you only get there and you've got to land like a little plane. That's the only way to get off and on. I can't remember. I asked them.
Plane lands on the beach.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I said, well, how many beds do you have? Because that's always a question we ask, you know, how many beds do you have? And they went, 12. It's like, okay, that's a reasonable children's ward. They went, no, 12 beds, as in for everyone. For the entire island, they have 12 beds. So I think like 2 adults, 3 kids, and then like a couple of goats tucked on the side ward or something like that. So the sets there will last like 2 or 3 years, you know, so it'll be a while before we go back there. But with our European ones, we just leave that up to the people who are actually going to make the donations, you know. So, I mean, Tom's a good example because he's been all over Belgium doing it. So we just give him the sets, then he decides where they're going to go. So sometimes new, sometimes old.
There's some Lego people going, I'm envious that they have goats in Scotland because the goats are so expensive, but that's a Lego thing, I think. Speaking of Tom, he wants to know if foreigners can participate at Bricktastic.
Well, generally, but Tom, I'm not too sure. Careful about him coming in and breaking things when he gets there. It's always a risk with Tom. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he expected an answer like that. So I think that's that's good.
We'll look at that on an individual basis. But yes, of course, all foreign visitors are welcome. In the next probably month to 6 weeks, we'll come up with like an exhibitor form of some kind for you to fill out your information. But that's not going to happen in the next couple of weeks. There's no point in doing it yet. But,
yes.
Because obviously we don't know if we can travel. So
No. Yeah.
Brilliant news, and absolutely delighted. So, Kev, just want to say thank you again for coming along and having a chat with us and leading us into lunchtime. Look, so brilliant. Cheers, man.
We've got you back on schedule.
I know. Yeah. You're good. You're good.
Perfectly.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks a lot, guys. And thanks everybody here for what's proven to be a great event so far. So hats off to Miguel. Well done. I hope the stress is worth it, my friend. I think it is. And I'll be around for some more sessions. And I think I'm coming back tomorrow for the
raffle.
For the raffle, yeah.
So there's plenty of time, guys, to send me wire transfers. Just get in contact, and I'll make sure we'll get your name to the top of that raffle list.
It's the AFOL raffle, as they call it in the UK.
Yeah, AFOL raffle.
Yeah.
Cool. Take care, boys.
Cheers.
Thanks.
So, guys, thank you very much. That's us through the morning of the Saturday. Well, morning for us. So yeah, we're going into a break now until 2 o'clock Portugal time. So we've got an hour's break where hopefully you'll enjoy something to eat, grab a drink, and stuff like that. So what about you, Ari? What are you having for your lunch?
Oh, I have something very special here. For those of you who have been to Portugal, you know what this is.
Is that nata?
It's the pastel de nata, the pastéis de nata, because it's plural, but yeah, it's wonderful. So,
mate, I love those things, man.
Want one?
So, oh yeah, if you can, that'd be brilliant.
Yeah, just have one. Have one. Ah, that's great. Oh, you only took one?
Yeah.
Okay, well, more for me then, I guess.
Okay, but no, I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you very much.
They're lovely. They're lovely.
Okay,
I was just gonna add two things that sort of stuck with me from the presentations this morning. Is that I like the fact that Marcus, when he talked about the Ironforge, he said it's the fact that I now run it is ironic. I'm sure it was intentional. It's such a brilliant pun. Also, I would like to point out that I think it's fascinating how far technology has come. I mean, we had Michael all the way from Australia. He didn't have to shout for us to hear him, and he was also not upside down. So we have technology that is actually able to. That's brilliant. I think it's it's just so it's mind blowing, really. So really cool. And also, I should point out that we have our first entry into the Ironforge competition.
Wow!
By Nico from Italy. He's posted an entry. So there's two actually. We also have one from Tom. So that's brilliant. Things are heating up in the Ironforge.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh well. So hope to see you in an hour's time, where we'll be back with the panel on BrickLink AFOL design program and a bit of Lego ideas stuff. And Ari and I look forward to seeing you there. Now, I think, are we going to open up the allow everyone to chat and start video and unmute themselves and everything? So now, if you want to, guys, and please only if you feel comfortable doing so, you should be able to start your video and to unmute yourself, and basically all shout to each other, which is going to be a bit odd. But so we'll basically leave it like that over lunchtime, and then you guys can hopefully just have a chat. So
can I say one thing that would be really helpful? If the ones of you who don't have your real name as a nickname for the chat and on screen, if you could change that to your real name, it would be so much easier for us to identify you when it comes to the questions and all that stuff. So that would be really helpful. But apart from that, I think what we should do before we go to lunch is sing happy birthday to Stefan.
Oh yeah.
We'll try to do this, and this will be interesting because it'll be from all over the world. and nobody will be able to do it in sync with each other. But so yes, just if everyone just will just do that.
So hold on, we need to hold on because everyone should be able to unmute themselves and start their video now.
We only have a few actually, but people might have popped out for lunch already.
Yeah.
There
we go.
So many people.
My suggestion would be if you click on the view button at the top right and change it to gallery view,
yep,
you get the full start of the Muppet Show experience. So
this is amazing. We're almost filling up the first page.
Oh, it's amazing to see everyone. That's lovely.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
In video.
Right, are we going to try and do a happy birthday?
We can. I can lead the charge. If people unmute themselves and are happy to participate in the singing, then
is Stefan even on there, or is he gone?
If not, then he can play this back on YouTube later. And it'll be amazing on YouTube.
and if he doesn't set it as his ringtone on his phone, is he even an AFOL?
I don't think he's not our friend anymore. That's for sure. Okay, so I'm gonna lead it, and and just feel free to join in. So it's the happy birthday for Stefan. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Stefan. Happy birthday to you.
That was awful, but brilliant. So well done.
It was
guys.
very weird because, everyone hears themselves in echo, and so
I don't think I've ever heard it sung so slowly.
That was a proper dirge, Jerry.
It's actually your broadband connection, Michael. It was super quick.
Of course.
That's how it is.
Brilliant. So, everyone should be able to unmute themselves and start their video if they wish to do so. So we've given you those things. So you do that with the buttons at the bottom left. So the mute and stop video ones. So hopefully everyone should be able to do that. And guys, we will be starting again at 2 o'clock. So
in 53 minutes from now, for those of you who are not on that same time zone.
Okay. I'm going to go and have a little lie down. That's been quite a full-on morning, and we'll see you again at 2 o'clock.
All right. See you.
And this is the quietest I've ever seen a bunch of AFOLs be.
Don't all talk at once.
Has anyone built
we're all waiting for
the
someone
plane?
else to speak. See, now it's happening.
Michael, I crossed the fingers for you that you can come to Scareback.
I'm hoping so, mate. I'm hoping so.
You have another reason, right? So to come to Europe, so I guess.
Yeah, I'm hopefully getting to Dusseldorf to the caravan salon. So
you're coming to Dusseldorf?
Yes.
Oh, can you inform me when you're in Düsseldorf? I live near Düsseldorf and I work in Düsseldorf.
Yeah,
we could have a beer together or something.
Most certainly, most certainly. I've just got to hope the Australian government lets me leave.
Yeah, I know.
Is there any site on when that will be?
Sorry?
Is there any site on when that will be, in a month or in a few weeks, or have they said anything?
No, so we have to apply to leave the country, which takes about 2 months.
Oh, wow.
So, and Dusseldorf Salon is late August.
Okay.
So I'm crossing my fingers.
That would be in time.
But if I do, I'll probably stay in Europe for a couple of months anyway. So
that sounds like a good plan. Oh. I think you're welcome at many places. So
I'm pretty certain
pretty certain my fiance will probably take up most of my time.
That's also a good thing, right?
Yep.
Excuse me, guys. If there is anyone wanting to show their video but couldn't do so, please write that on the chat window. I can do it.
I think Deborah is okay now, right? I see her. Oh, a package.
All these faces I haven't seen for so long. And a little face that I haven't seen at all.
Who's that?
Wilfred Dingle.
Oh.
Tilt the camera down, tilt the camera down.
So Deborah and anyone else with the same problem, I don't know if this is the issue, but to talk to everyone above the text field, there is a drop-down box where you choose who to send the message. And the first option, I think is the first option for everyone, is everyone in the meeting. If you choose that, you should be able to talk in the global chat.
We just had an accident in front of our house. There was someone who drove in a tree. It was weird. So I'm a bit, I don't know what to say at the moment. Everyone is okay, but it was weird.
That you should be able to talk in the global chat. Oh, you want to talk to directly to other participants.
Yes, I'm asking because sometimes you are able to say hello to one person.
Let me check.
In a tree.
Is everyone with this limitation?
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Everyone is okay, but it was weird.
You should be able to talk in the global chat. Oh, you want to talk to directly to other participants.
Yes, I'm asking because sometimes you are able to say hello to one person.
Let me check.
Is somebody watching the YouTube at the same time?
It's only allowing chatting to hosts and co.
I don't know what to say. Everyone is okay, but it was weird.
You should be able to talk in the global chat. Yeah, I have setting here, but it says participant can chat with, and the option selected is everyone publicly.
Sometimes you are able to say hello to one person.
Is somebody watching the YouTube at the same time?
It's only allowing chatting to hosts and co.
I don't know what to say. Everyone is okay, but it was weird.
I don't see anyone with talk on him.
Yeah, I have setting here, but it says participant can chat with, and the option selected is everyone publicly.
Does it have the ability for private chats?
No.
You can do the private chat in the Discord if you want.
Yeah, if you have used Zoom to chat privately with other people before, I don't know how. If you add, please tell me. I can try to find it.
It's a background for who was asking. It's just a background. Yeah, the Muppet background.
Is there anyone listening? Yeah, if you have to chat privately
now I
with
matched
other before, I don't know There is an echo.
Please just tell me. I can try to find it.
It's a background. I was asking. It's just a background. Yeah, the Muppet background. Who's watching YouTube at the same time?
Yeah, if you do.
Oh, no, it's
Better.
okay. Now the sound is fine.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Much better.
I'm not seeing how can this be enabled. I will investigate. In the meanwhile, you can use Reddit, and in Reddit you can, if you identify the person you want to talk to, because not everyone has their real name, but you should be able to talk to anyone. Here in Zoom, I think we are for unless I can find it out. I think we are limited to talk to everyone only. So please, guys, feel free to talk to each other.
Gavin, how is life in Britain?
Right now, sunny, far too warm. Not as sunny as it is in the back, because that's Portugal. But yeah, things are getting. We've had a delay, haven't we, of like a month? Things have been pushed back from the Freedom Day, it was being called.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you've got Boris in charge, what can you expect? So yeah, but the vaccination program is going really well. I think it's like 45 million people have had a single dose. 30 million people have had 2. And I think by the end of this month, well, everybody now can get it. Everybody over 18, you don't need to wait. You can just go down and get your first one. Mm-hmm. I think they're hoping like by the end of July or middle of August, everybody will have had both. So we're just waiting on travel news now, because much everywhere, you can go wherever you like. It's coming back, that's the problem. So if we want to travel into Europe right now, when we return, it's got to be is it like 10 days, I think, self-isolation, which is impossible, really. Unless you want to break the rules, which if you want to do that, then you're just a dick, because you know what the rules are before you go. So adhere to the rules when you come back. That's amber countries. For red countries, you've actually got to go into specific hotel isolation, which costs like another 2,000 euros just to go into the hotel when you come back. So, I think, for example, certainly with Germany right now, we're not allowed to travel into Germany at all. You won't let us in, you know.
I know.
So for us, when it comes to Scareback, that would be a case of, if we were driving, we'd obviously drive through Germany to get up into.
Yeah, but I think until then things will change again.
Exactly.
By then we'll have the so-called Delta variant here as well.
Yeah,
and then maybe it's even other way around, that you can't get back to the UK when you have been in Germany.
Yeah. So
we
right
will
now,
see.
we haven't even looked at what the travel plans would be to get to Scareback. So we have cottages booked and paid for. But it's just far too early, and I think we need to make that decision kind of, well, personally, it's kind of up to like 2 weeks before. So it's on the calendar to be there, along with the rest of the Fairy Bricks cabins. But we shall wait and see.
Yeah. I've just booked a 1 week holiday in the Netherlands, and I learned it's not far away from where Marielle lives.
That's correct. It's like, and I read that the German people from Germany can get to like the northern 2 provinces, Groningen and Friesland, and to Zeeland again, but not to the other ones. So
yeah, you can get everywhere, but it's not recommended in some of the regions. Yeah, exactly. We will see.
The other way around is still like orange, so only for really necessary trips. yeah, what's necessary, right?
Exactly. So it's. I mean, I guess we're here not as strict as maybe down under or elsewhere.
Yeah. We still,
especially between the
go
Netherlands and West Germany. I think it's a relatively has always been not so strict. Yeah.
No, it has not been, but also because many people live in the one country and work in the other, and the other way
Yes.
around. There's like
Yeah.
just a lot of traffic on a daily basis that is necessary
Yeah.
for work.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
And Michael, how is your new house doing?
it has a roof.
It has a roof.
Know
Yes,
that.
we know that.
It actually has a new roof.
Yeah.
That's
It's
what I
getting. It's still being a mess. I've uploaded some pictures of my Lego room. Is anyone actually hearing me, by the way?
Yes,
Yeah,
we hear you.
Ah, perfectly. Well, I'm trying. Yeah. Well, it stays a mess for quite a long time, so I'm quite uncertain when I will be building new any new GBC models or whatever. I did manage to build the airplane, by the way.
Yeah, I have it here.
Sorry guys for interrupting. I found the setting and you should now be able to chat to everyone publicly and directly.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a try and give me some feedback.
Hey Dirk, we're in the same place.
Yes, of course.
Oh,
It's a fan weekend. Where else can we be?
And we're wearing matching t-shirts and we have matching airplanes. That's really funny.
Yeah.
That's why I act. For that reason, I put on the other T-shirt.
Twinning for the win, Suen and Dirk.
I now can only chat to everyone. So also not to the hosts anymore. I don't know if anyone else tried, but
You mean the chat? I can now select someone, so I can select you and say hello.
well, and now I can. Now it gives a name too, but and I get direct messages indeed, but I can. How to do it?
I'm on an iPad. I'm not sure if it's the same. So if you go on the chat and then you say it says send to, and then you can select to whom you want to send.
Yeah, but I still can only select everyone.
Okay.
Well, maybe it's
to me it seemed that Zoom doesn't synchronize everyone at the same time. Yeah. So it could just take a little while.
It's like a log out and log back in situation, correct?
I don't know.
I think I can message more people than I even know.
Oh, wow. Oh, well, I can live with chatting to everyone, so.
Marcus, you're not sitting in the office, are you?
Sorry to disappoint. No, I'm at home.
Okay.
Is there anyone here who does not have a decent Lego collection?
Does anyone have an indecent Lego collection? What? No.
And what is decent? What is your number?
Oh, it's a number. I thought it was a topic.
You're on the wrong call, Richard.
I actually don't
sorry.
know what. Sorry. I actually wouldn't know what would be a decent number. What is a decent number? 1 million? 2 million? 100,000 cards?
I don't know the count.
You have just an excessive amount.
Yeah, too many to count. I do have a lot of technical things that I don't do anything with. They're just filling up space, but they're there. So is that decent?
That's like with many pieces, right?
Yeah.
Tom, might be an idea to start using them.
Well, it once took me 2 to 3 hours to move a little minifig centimeter up and down. I'm not so very good at it, but I can learn. I can.
That's the whole experience, isn't it? Keep learning.
Yeah. Yep. One day, but not today.
One day at a time.
I wonder, are you going to use any of the seed bricks in GBC?
Sorry, Tom?
Well, are you going to include one of the seed bricks in the GBC today?
Well, I had kind of the same question as Stefan had. He said, I'm not going to make a car out of it. I had exactly the same thought. How am I going to make a GBC out of it? There are no running parts in there.
You could put it around a sort of like a scoop, something that scoops up the balls and then throws it the other side.
Well, but that's a possibility, yeah. Hey, be my guest and start building.
Ain't gonna happen.
You might be able to use it as an exit.
Yeah, one of you can also use it as a scoop. That's doable. That's doable. You just have to use the stud side on a central axis and make it running around, make it revolving somehow. So then it's working as a scoop. So it's usable. Hey, everything is usable.
Yeah. Oh, I see a slot car racing. That's nice.
I have seen that once on Skyback, right?
I think that is it in Portugal.
I think Jorge is a Portuguese guy, so I guess yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It could be nice to build something like that from Lego.
Guys, I need a little break. I'm going to be back. See you.
See you.
Yeah, I'm going to have a break too. I've been sitting in this chair for way too many hours today.
Well, that's why I'm using my phone, so I can keep on walking around if I want to.
I've been in too cool today.
For as long as the battery lasts.
Back for the next session. See y'all.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ik zou natuurlijk eens rond kunnen lopen in mijn huis, hè? Als ik die camera omgedraaid kan krijgen hier. Hoe werkt dat hier? Apology for not... dat is ook goed.
De microfoon staat nog wel aan, Michael.
Well, my monitors. My kitchen. Yes, I've tried to use the parts in the bag.
Well, there's some progress there.
Yeah, well, it's actually the same picture as you've received.
No, I mean in the kitchen.
No, several changes.
Well,
this is going to be the living room. It's gonna take a while though, because for now my wife has to use it as a grooming salon for her dog grooming business. The noise is the carpenter being busy. Washing machine here. This is, by the way, going to be my Lego room. It's gonna take a while.
It is.
Yeah.
What? It's good dimension.
Yeah, it is. Nice dimension, it is. By the way, this is going to be the garage, so I can drive my car inside. Much easier to load and unload. This space is going to be the grooming salon for my wife. Small stairs up. Let's go upstairs. Couple of doors.
I need to take care where I'm walking. This is going to be my small exhibition space. Hi, Astrid. Hello. My wife is painting a small fence. It's only 4 meters long. Let's go outside. It's nice weather here.
Are you going to use it on the balcony? The fence?
Yep. By the way, there's a hotel nearby, so next door actually. The fence is going to be over there, between between the two walls.
Someone curious for my Lego collection being stowed away? Okay. Nah. It's a little bit dark in here, isn't it? Some familiar boxes. Oh, my finger's in the way. A little bit of Lego Technic. Anyone remember this stuff? I got a few of those cars. 4 axles, 6 axles.
Yeah.
A little bit of Lego Technic. The gray boxes are I'm using for events. Some sets, a lot of GBC stuff. And that car, there are my pots. So it's kind of, yeah, a little bit difficult to get starting to build something. I got a few sets lying around. They have to be built up and in my exhibition room. Hey, that's enough for now. So, hey, my head again. Any more people who would like to show their houses around? Jo. Ik ben in beeld. Okay, need another detour. Some paths are blocked. Hey, I'm here again. Everyone in the lunch break? Hey, I know this guy.
I'm gonna go upstairs to see whether I can build some more on these feed bricks. Heiko, you have a big house, but it's there's some work in progress, but it has a lot of potential.
Oh, it does have. It does have. That's exactly the reason why I bought it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, I hope to see you in Astrid soon.
Feel free to visit if borders are open to travel. Are they actually already open or not? I don't know.
Yeah, but Kathy and I are a bit cautious. I mean, even within Belgium, we like to prefer to stay indoor most of the time until we have our 2 shots. So that's a bit of our precaution that we're taking.
Very clever, very clever. Actually, I got my 2nd shot today, so.
But that's why you're so jumpery. I still have to wait until the beginning of July, and for Kathy, it's the end of July.
Okay, that's quite a while.
Yeah, mine was Pfizer, so it's closer to each other, and she's AstraZeneca. But there's a bit more time between them. That's all.
Okay. Now for Astrid, she will get her shot next week, upcoming week. For a shot, so the second will be also somewhere in July.
So a little bit closer to freedom.
Yeah. We also take things easy. It's very easy to get ill, and then it's too late. It's that simple. Better safe than sorry. Even though sometimes it's hard.
Okay. Talk to you later.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, bye.
Nee, dat deed ik gewoon even. Ja.
Het is wel mooi wit geworden daar.
Ja, klopt. Die oranje muren, dat is natuurlijk leuk, maar het is ook een hele plek.
Het is heel snel veel minder donker nu.
Oh ja, daar zit nog andere dingen.
Klopt. Ja. En wat ook speelt is het, die doe ik bij het. Toch makkelijk zijn telefoon. En als ik hier dan heb hier ook licht. Dat helpt ook.
Ja, gewoon TL bakken.
Ja, nee dus. Ja, ik weet niet of het echt handig is om zo naar boven te zien. Ja, zo kun je de 2 lampen zien. De ene is uit, de andere is aan. Het zijn geen balken, het zijn zogenaamde LED-batters. Dat is eigenlijk een kant-en-klare TL-bak met allemaal LED's erin.
Ja, oké. Hey! Astrid is er ook.
Ja, ik heb hier een klein beetje BrickLink zooi liggen.
Ja, wij hebben ook maar een klein beetje BrickLink zooi liggen. Hè?
Ja, jullie een beetje meer dan ik, hè? Je het ook online is. Hey Wilfried, how are you doing?
Hey. Is het Hollands kwartiertje nu?
Ja, geloof het wel.
En Michael?
Er niemand protesteert.
Peter? Kijk, alles dicht ligt hier.
Dan moet je niet, hè?
Nee, maar...
Oh, en de kleine. Ja.
Ja, daar ligt die andere.
Oh.
Ergens.
Dat vind ik dus veel te leuk.
Ja, de ene is net begonnen, denk ik. En de andere die gaat er zoek mee kappen, denk ik.
Wat dat betreft is het makkelijk dat het nu online is. Dan kunnen ze een mooie beetje meekijken. En...
Ja. Aan de andere kant vond ik het fijn als ze daar waren.
Krijg er wat veel van mee wat dat betreft.
Ja. Oh, er is nog een vreemde Nederlands bij ook nog. Vreemde Nederlands erbij ook nog. Ai.
Emigreerde Hollanders.
Nu ga ik die wel gaan ophalen.
Zo. Ja. Maar. Jongens. En uit.
Ja, dat is het zeker wat erbij zijn. Ja.
Leuk. En heel vrienden en allemaal mensen zijn het. Ik heb het niet over.
Hij is er niet. Kan hem
Hij is net weg.
Oh, nou, houdt op. Nou, wat? Ja, daar had nog wat vragen op. Dus we zijn hier. We nu een TV.
Hey Wilfried.
Hey.
Best bij jullie?
Ja, alles oké. Gewoon druk. Met een tweeling.
We zijn eindelijk onze nieuwe keuken aan het bouwen. Dus het is een bouwplaats hierachter.
Ja. En wanneer gaat die klaar zijn?
Het plan is 2 maanden.
Oké.
Maar dat hangt er vanaf hoeveel meer ellende we gaan tegenkomen. Iets van 120 jaar oud, dus je komt van alles nog wat tegen. Niet gedocumenteerde rioolbuizen en muren die in elkaar vallen, verrotte dikke pret.
Heel goed.
Avontuur dan een beetje.
En er heeft weer iemand op een verkeerd knopje gedrukt.
Kunnen we gewoon geen moeite?
Nee, dat kan dus niet.
Wat met man, ziet iemand.
Auto is terug op camera, maar nog geen microfoon.
Hey, Peter, how are you doing?
Hey Michael, ik geloof dat ik net je rondleiding gemist heb.
Nou, je kunt het in ieder geval terugkijken op YouTube, hè? Want het wordt op YouTube gestreamd.
Oké, moet ik het daar even opzoeken.
Het wordt ook opgenomen, toch? Dus je kan altijd later nog terugkijken.
Nee, deze nog?
Jouw Lego brickplaats is ongeveer net zo groot als de keuken-woonkamer die wij aan het bouwen zijn.
We're back!
Hey Dirk.
Dat was die kleine spruit van toen, 2 jaar geleden.
Je bent echt een Nederland zonder ons te worden. Except Riebeck, of course. She's Danish. She's not Dutch.
I don't understand you. Hello, all of you.
At the online. Hey,
We'll keep it English.
So
Thank you.
Dat is ongelooflijk.
Exactly.
He knows a word too.
Oh, lang niet gezien.
Exactly, that too. How long has it been anyway?
Sorry?
How long has it been anyway?
Hello.
Well, for you, Michael, it was Lego World and Rebecca.
Yeah.
So that's yeah, that was the last Lego event that happened, basically, at least for me. But yeah.
For me, it was like the last time I was in Portugal, and it was 2019. It was long ago.
Yeah.
Well, time to go again.
We could have gone this year if.
It's long, hè?
Yes, study things, right? It was like always at the same time as my final exams of the year. So yeah, then it's
Every year? You had your final exam every year?
the final exams of the courses I had at that time. Does it? It's probably called something else, but don't know. I study in Dutch, Dirk. Well, I passed them. It's like.
Eet smakelijk.
Dankjewel.
Yep.
Dankjewel. I couldn't wait that long to have like lunch.
I was waiting for Ronald to come back from the shop after purchasing his pastéis de nata, inspired by Ara and Rod earlier.
And of course, we're an hour behind.
Yeah.
It's only 1:45 here.
Everyone's coming.
Yeah, the timing's been bad. We went to Paredes once, and then the next year we wanted to go back, and it clashed with my dad's 80th birthday. And the year after that, it clashed with the Coura playing in Dublin. And the year after that, there was a thing called COVID. And
this is the
still
year after
planning
that.
to come back to Portugal someday.
As always, next year.
Hi, Miguel.
We have to try and fit in as many as possible next year because we've been missing out on so many. So it's great news about Bricktastic.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a little closer to home for us as well.
And there he is, the Bricktastic guy.
I'm back. We've been working on that for months to try and get the dates and the price and all that kind of thing. And we really thought about moving something to London, but the cost of venues in London is just insane. You know,
Yep. Yeah. Same like
the
Dublin.
starting price of like €50,000. If you've done anything else just to rent the building for a nice building. Yeah, you can get like a not so nice building. And for anybody who hasn't been, one of the nicest things about Manchester is the venue itself.
So you're going to be at Manchester Central?
Yeah, back at Central. Yeah, it's
great.
It's beautiful. The lighting, the decor, it makes your mocks look absolutely fantastic, doesn't it, Ari?
And the soundproofing.
Yeah.
Is the best thing. I mean, you walk into any normal hall at an event and everything is just like all this noise. You walk into Manchester Central and it's just like somebody just turned off all the noise around you. It's like walking into a sound studio. It's wonderful.
It's the kind of venue where you normally have like gala dinners and that kind of thing. It's got floor to ceiling curtains, and that just kills all the noise.
It's beautiful. It's wonderful.
I mean, you do pay you pay for the privilege of that, but it makes things look gorgeous. So
yeah.
Don't you remember? I was at one of the AFOL cons. I think that was in some science museum in Manchester.
Discovery
yeah, it's not far from there, Rondell. It's about half a mile from there. That was at Mozzie in 2011, I think.
Oh wait, is it that long ago?
Yeah, I guess so,
Yeah.
It was the first one we had. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Warren's event, when it was called the Lego Show at that one was out of town. That was 2012. That was my first AFOL event.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But I was just there as a visitor.
That was a nice location too. Pretty expensive, but nice.
Yeah. Events.
Yeah, talk about it.
Excuse me? But if you want, Kevin, I can bring my modulars with me if you to Manchester.
Everybody's going to be welcome, Dirk. Everyone, you know. What we're probably going to have less of this time is when Bright Bricks with the LCP. We obviously had access to some of their models.
Mm-hmm.
They were nice and just let us borrow those. But we're probably not going to have as much of that big content, so we'll have more AFOL space to fill. We could, in theory, have more retailers and that kind of thing, but we're not going to do that. You know, we have the retailers that we have. We don't need more. I don't want to turn it into a shop. You know, I want it to be a really great AFOL exhibit and a great time for us all being together. You know.
Nice close-ups, Aaron.
I have to say, I bought it on Wednesday, so it looks better than it is. But it's still good. It's not as crunchy as it should be.
So Kevin, hopefully this year you're not going to clash with anything else over here, and we can finally make it over to your event.
Fantastic. I mean, we don't think there's any clashes in the UK either. But if there are, it's kind of tough. You know, we need to do the event, you know.
And to be honest, you know the date by now. So put it in your agenda and anything else.
Well, yeah, that's why we're announcing the date now, but there's going to be nothing public about it as in terms of tickets and that kind of thing for a couple of months. No point in trying to push that yet in the UK at this stage. So it probably won't go out to the public until like September, October time, you know. And we're hoping that people buy tickets as Christmas presents and that kind of thing.
But always good to tell the AFOLs, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's no reason not to tell the AFOLs, you know.
No. What was the date again?
26th and 27th, yeah?
Yeah, 26th and 27th. So set up on the Friday, on the 25th, and then 26th and 27th.
Perfect. Just after my birthday. It's a great present, Ronald. Thank you.
Oh, look at your cake, pet.
Or worse, we can sing in the choir like we did for Stefan.
It's not necessary, thanks.
I went
It's another forgettable birthday.
I went and heard it back on YouTube, and it's interesting.
Okay. Interesting. Period.
Yeah. Interesting.
And did you capture the simply the sound so that Stefan can use it as his ringtone, because it's probably going to sound horrible?
A good idea.
I'm sure we can do that.
No,
it's a long ringtone though. Whenever he can't get the phone, so the phone is just left ringing, and it'll go on and on with a happy birthday. It'll be brilliant.
Hey Kevin,
yeah.
What is something I could specially build for Manchester? I mean, I made the little rooster for Paredes, of course. So.
Good question.
Yeah. I'll need to have a think on that, Dirk, because so many of the things have already been done.
Okay.
Really cool. Manchester Central Library is a beautiful building.
One of the things is actually a Lego set.
Isn't there a famous football stadium there?
No, I've heard some would say two.
Yeah.
Yeah, do the other one, Dirk. Do the Etihad. You know, so we could play it alongside Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Scale.
At the same scale, yeah, that would be brilliant.
Yeah.
With modulars, yeah, cool.
Hey, Breda.
Hey, Breda. You're on mute.
I think there's a guy who's built half the Premier League stadiums in Lego.
Yeah.
There is, and we invited him to Norway to put him in our Premier League studio for a broadcast. He is a Crystal Palace supporter, so he did Sellers Park, and we had that on the table, and he was there as a guest for a Crystal Palace match. So he was really knowledgeable about Crystal Palace, so he was a very good guest for that.
Even better.
The unfortunate thing is that he does not build them structurally sound. So we bought 2 more stadiums. We bought Stamford Bridge and Old Trafford from him, and then we had a raffle with our viewers for the Old Trafford one, and the guy who won was based in Oslo, which is a 9-hour drive from Bergen. It's a 1 hour, well, less than an hour to fly, but you can't fly with that stadium because it'll fall apart. So I drove from Bergen to Oslo 9 hours to deliver it, and I was paid. So so that was great. Yeah. But
And you had a night in Oslo before you drove back.
I delivered it there at his place and made sure that it looked okay before I left. There were no instructions, so it had to be done by heart. So yeah, it was interesting. We left him in the studio to rebuild Stamford Bridge, and he spent about 2 or 3 hours rebuilding Stamford Bridge after having had it on the plane over from England. So not ideal, but
He's not part of the AFOL community at all, is he? I don't think.
What is his name? Chris. I think it's Chris Smith. Is it Chris? I think so.
There's an unusual name.
He exhibited at Brick in London.
All right, okay. But he's not a lug member, I don't think, unless he's part of London Airfols, maybe.
I don't think so. And I think if he had been a seasoned AFOL, his builds would be different, to be honest, because they would be more structurally sound, I think. So I think that was but they looked good. I know he's sold some of them to the actual clubs who have put them on display in their clubhouses. So that's really good.
Yeah, in Dublin, we've got this guy who gets a load of media coverage building Dublin pubs and Dublin landmarks, and he's not in any AFOL group at all. No one knows who he is, except he suddenly got really popular in the media.
Hi, Keen.
Hi. So
I'm going to answer a quick question just from Marielle about the time for the quiz and raffle tomorrow. So let me just get the timetable, because where is that? It has disappeared. Here we go. So the time slot is 3 GMT, 3 p.m. GMT. The first thing that's going to happen is that there will be a raffle. There will be a prize draw for the Batman puzzle. That's right. And then shortly after that, so probably around, I would say, 3:15, 3:20, we'll start the quiz. And the quiz will go for an hour.
Yeah, the raffle will take no more than 5 minutes because there's only 3 names to spin out. So that'll be really
good.
But
I mean, Rod will be involved, so there might be a lot of talking. So we don't.
This is true.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, then I think I will have to hand it over to my parents or something that they finished the quiz for me. So
yeah, but that's how it's going to go.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
So we're getting close to well, what is it in Central Europe? It's well, in Portuguese time, it's 2 now, isn't it? Yep. There you are, Rod. That's great. So we'll ask.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you talking about me.
With love. With love.
yeah, exactly. So we'll ask people again to switch off their video and mute themselves, and remind you all that if you don't, then we will have to mute you, and then you can't switch your camera and your sound back on. So be good to mute yourself and switch the camera off for the moment. I think we have a few announcements, Hassan. So we'll invite you back in a couple of minutes.
All right.
If that's okay.
Yep. Do you want me to turn off my camera as well?
Just for a second. Great. I can still hear a few people, so if you can mute your sound, that would be nice.
Ja, wenn man einen Flugplan kennt, kann man das machen.
That's German.
Hey folks, if you haven't yet muted your sound, if you could do so, please, that would be lovely.
Or I think we'll have to recruit the help of some technical wizards from the British community to switch off. Unmute. Unmute. So we should be good. Can you hear me, Rod?
I can hear you. I think
And
we
I
are
can hear
all good. So what I would,
brilliant.
Yeah.
So I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. I did. Got some waffles and some pizza, leftover pizza, and also, of course, some lovely prestige de nata. I've also been building a bit, Rod. So we're now.
Mate, well done.
Oh, I have to do this, or else it disappears. It's weird. Yeah. So yeah, I'm up to this point where the wing and the wings and the tail have gone.
Oh, cool.
So
give us a look. Can I have a look?
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
It's looking good, isn't it? It's a nice model.
Really.
So,
yeah,
really like that.
Yeah. So would you mind? Would you finish it?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll do the next bit. Brilliant. Cool. Cheers, man.
That's great. I will then share my screen. So there you go. Coming up next at the Paredes to Coura FanWeekend, we have a presentation after this one, which will be worth paying attention to. Then we'll find out how so many people from Comunidad 093 which is the LUG, who is organizing the Paredes to Coura FanWeekend. So many of the LUG members have ended up as Lego designers over at the mothership in Billund, so stay tuned for that. But first, though, we're going to hear about something else going on in Billund. In November 2019, the Lego Group, as you all know, acquired BrickLink. Many things have happened since then, some of them arguably angering BrickLink users, but one positive thing that at least came out of it was that the popular, that should be there, BrickLink AFOL designer program, which first ran in early 2019 before Lego took over, this has been kept. So the designer program 2021 Invitational is about to offer us a number of new, shall we say, semi-official projects. This time in close cooperation with another creative Lego fan outlet, namely Ideas. With us today to tell us a bit more about what's going on is Tanya Friberg, Hassan Jensen, and Marvin Park. Remember, people, that you can post questions in the chat with question marks in front, and Rod will find some to ask the panel in the end. With that, we're inviting all the others to, Tanya, Hassan, and Marvin to switch on their video, to unmute themselves, and we're really looking forward to whatever you're going to share with us, guys. Take it away.
I'm afraid I can't turn on my video. I have a problem with that, so you're gonna have to make do with the voice. But so nice to be here. Hi, everyone.
Yes, likewise. Hi. And do we have and Marvin there?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good to see you. I mean, actually, I cannot see you, but yeah, good to be here with you.
I will share my screen in a second.
please let me know if you can see it. I hope you can.
Yes.
Yes, we can. It looks good.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for having us so that we can talk a little bit more about the BrickLink Designer Program, which I think is super exciting. So I think like just to maybe add a little bit of history, you know, Lego Ideas has been running in some shape since 2008 when it was called Lego Cuso, and I mean since then we've really ramped up activity and we've in many ways run into the luxury problem of all these Lego fans finding Lego Ideas as a really fascinating and engaging community and creative outlet, and at the same time we've also had as you no doubt know, a limited sort of number of routes through which you as fans can realize some of that creativity through it becoming official Lego sets or Lego sets in some capacity. So just for perspective, we are actually heading over 1.85 million members as of not so long ago, in addition to well over 4,000 active projects. This is significant, like a significant increase especially over the past year. So in that time, over those 13 years, we have had 34, and actually I think this I should have updated this slide because we've just released one more set recently. So we've actually got 35 fan designs that have been turned into official Lego sets, Lego Idea sets, and we have another 6 in development because the typewriter has just launched. So at the same time, we've had well over 200 submissions that we've unfortunately had to turn down, and that obviously means that we disappoint a huge number of Lego fans and you could say potential customers over the years as their favorite creations don't make it through to production. That's obviously not a great experience for the fans out there that we know. I mean, because there are some really creative designs that each bring something unique to the sort of Lego hobby. Over the past year, we have also been witness to something that's really fascinating in a strange way, and that is the effect that the lockdown has had on Lego Ideas. So at the beginning of the year, last year, when lockdowns happened, we started seeing a surge in activity and a surge in new members, which was it took us by surprise, no doubt. But not only was it new members, because we do regularly see that if we run certain types of activities or votes, we'll see a lot of new members join the community. But importantly, with the lockdown effect, what that had was also that people really stuck around. They didn't just come to the community and leave again, but they continued to engage with us. And that was not just supporting things, but it was also in a high degree actually building and submitting their creations to Lego Ideas. But of course, everything with projects being published, there also has to be a certain degree of support, and that was hugely overwhelming, and it still continues through into 2021, where we have seen 3-4 time increases in the number of project supports and well over 2 or 3 times the number of published projects. But basically that all means that when we come further down, we see more projects reaching the 10,000 supporter milestone than ever before. And that means, and that just shows us that the sort of the competition on Lego Ideas has gotten tougher. And that's both an interesting thing for us, for the review team, who all of a sudden have a bigger pool of of projects to select from. But at the same time, we obviously know that that also creates a lesser experience or disappointing experience for a lot of fans as well. So you could say that we over the years have, or especially here over the past year, we have been in a way manufacturing discontent through the dynamics of LEGO Ideas, because part of that is obviously gaining 10,000 supporters. And through that, you could say that with an increase in projects reaching 10,000 and having a limited number of options to realize these fan creations, that sort of has a snowball effect in the number of disappointed fans. And obviously we know that we can't make everybody happy. I think that's just part and parcel of life. But we also know that there is really strong consumer demand and really like a lot of fan interest for a lot of these submissions. That you know, even though we might not see that that they are possible for one reason or another, there is still interest from fans out there. And then with that, really, it's been really fascinating and really motivating to establish this connection with the BrickLink team, to pursue an opportunity in which we could see more of these former 10K club creations come to life as LEGO sets. So Marvin, I'm handing over to you now.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, let me talk about BrickLink Designer Program. This year, we call it 2021 Invitational. Can you move on to the next slide? Yeah, back then, 2018, we started a pilot program called AFOL Designer Program, as some of you might remember. It is crowdfunding-based LEGO project realization platform. The difference with LEGO Ideas platform is we guarantee realization of project if certain projects reaches minimum threshold. And at that time, we were an independent company even before we were acquired by the LEGO Group, but we collaborated with the LEGO team to realize 13 projects out of 16 crowdfunded projects. And this year, we wanted to continue this program, so we are considering to give another chance to realize great fan designs that achieved 10,000 votes of LEGO Ideas. So we had our internal criteria out of all the great LEGO Ideas project, such as it should be non-IP project, and it needs to be within the maximum and minimum element size. And we invited a little bit over 30 projects to the program, and almost 100% of the invited participants agreed to join the program. So that's how we selected 30 projects to begin with. Can you move on? And before making that full decision about this new BrickLink Design Program, we are actually torn between the ideas of intaking original new fan designs like we did before versus realizing unrealized LEGO Ideas 10K projects. So we decided to ask users about how they think about BrickLink pursuing realization of those great LEGO Ideas project. And surprisingly, more than 90% of the participants preferred us giving another chance to those 10K club projects. So we could confirm the demand, and we decided to move on as we intended with the LEGO Ideas team. So yeah, and this is how it works. So currently the program is going on, and we are going to have 3 different crowdfunding rounds because we have 26 projects to realize, and we can realize up to 15 out of those great selections. And basically, we are retaining core program ideas format of the original AFOL design program. What I'm saying is that the program empowers both designers and the fans for example, designers, they are sitting in a driver's seat to realize their own design according to the guidelines for the program in time. And basically, it's a more of a challenge of themselves than competition among designers. And fans have decision power to determine which sets they want to realize. And so the first round of crowdfunding will begin June 1st. And then we will have second round in September and the third round in November. So each round we will select 8 to 9 projects, and out of them, the fans will select first 5 projects that reaches minimum crowdfunding threshold. And the maximum amount each set can be realized will be 5,000 products, 5,000 quantity. I think that's it.
Yep. So basically, I mean, the collaboration with BrickLink is really just one of the ways in which we want to realize and celebrate much more of this fan creativity. So I mean, through Lego Ideas, we've been also pursuing sort of other avenues, as you've no doubt come to experience if you're a member on Lego Ideas. But we have been working with what's called the extended line team in the Lego group, who produce things like gift with purchase sets. So we've collaborated with them over the last couple of years now to see how we can bring smaller Lego sets to life that are created by fans. We are trying to engage fans through things like fan votes to get their opinion and their perspective on what might be a new Lego set. So for instance, we did a 90th anniversary fan vote, and we also did a Star Wars fan vote to determine one of the upcoming UCS models. At the same time, we've actually just recently launched a contest around puzzles. So that's a bit of a different way of realizing creativity, which is perhaps more focused on the photography aspect combined with a certain degree of Lego building. So, I mean, that's where we really want to explore the different aspects of the hobby that fans also have. So that's all we have to share right now. So if you have any questions, then please let us know in the comments so that we can hopefully answer some of them.
Yeah, there is actually one question in the comments where it says here, where do you ship the sets from? Are they from Europe? And then I can't quite read what it says here, but it says something about how US, or if it's from US, it's a custom nightmare. Marvin, I think that you're probably the best one to answer this.
Right. So we are shipping all the BrickLink design program sets from Europe. And for the US customers, we are not going to charge any import fees, as far as I know. But the European customers will be easier to get those products.
Mm-hmm.
And I see one more question about the threshold of crowdfunding. It's based on quantity of 3,000. So no matter how we price each product, so we will set the quantity-based threshold.
Yes, and Sergio says that the 5,000 seems like a low number, taking into account that everyone can buy up to 5 of each. And I guess you're right, Sergio. That can't seem like a low number. Obviously, the calculations were also based on what happened in the pilot that we did a couple of years ago. So yeah. And there will be communication sent out to everyone on Lego Ideas who supported these designs, so they will get a heads up about when this is starting. And the general public will also know a few days before what the timing is, so that you don't end up in a situation where when you wake up in the morning, everything is sold out. And also maybe just to stress that these designs are made by fans, but they're also for fans, so they're very much targeted the AFOL audience. And that's why, the promotion that's going to happen for these are only going out to AFOLs. Yeah, we hope it goes well.
Right. So if it turns out to be very successful, maybe we can consider increasing the quantity next time we do the same thing.
Mhm. Okay.
Do we have any other?
Excellent. That's fantastic, guys. Really interesting. Thank you so much. I've got a couple of questions, if that's okay.
So do I. Yeah.
So yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna put an unrelenting spotlight on you guys. So,
there is another question from Sergio.
Yeah.
I read that the instructions for other designs is going to be for sale.
Yeah, so we have planned to sell unrealized BrickLink design program projects. So like I mentioned, if only 5 projects are realized out of 8 to 9, so those 3 or 4 projects, we are considering to sell instructions. So because we are going to transform 100% interactive digital instructions before we put into crowdfunding. So we are ready to sell those great products because we have done QA and testing and building and everything. So I believe we can sell quality building instructions. And this is our first attempt to sell digital products. So I hope it goes well as well. And I have, I see another question about the sales period. So 100% of the quantity will be sold only by crowdfunding. Basically, it's pre-orders. And after that period, there will be no more sales period.
Cool. Just on in a question about quantities and stuff, I maybe if I've misunderstood. So you said there will be 3 rounds where 5 projects will be picked. So is that going to be 15 in total?
Maximum.
Yeah.
Maximum.
Yeah.
Right. Cool. I just wanted to check on that. So no, that's brilliant. And because normally it's, if an ideas program doesn't get through, you're never going to see it again. So the thought that as many as 15 could have the opportunity to make it out into the wild through another route, I think is absolutely fabulous. It's brilliant.
And that's also, 15 going up from an initial 13 that was earlier communicated when we first opened up about the program. And I think that part of that also came as feedback from the community about sort of spreading out the crowdfunding. I think it was in the LAN town hall where feedback came from fans about, well, they fans want to be able to afford everything, and that's a bit challenging when all the crowdfunding periods happen at the same time. So spreading it out over several months might help fans get a hold of more of the sets that they might be interested in.
Yeah. Oh no, that's good news. So we've got a question from Kev there about logistics, I think, which is, will the sets be picked and packed by hand or like a conventional Lego set, by a machine? So it's that kind of logistics side of stuff that's fascinating for these smaller volume custom sets. How are you going to handle all that?
That would potentially have something to do with the limit of 5,000 sets, I would think, maybe.
Yeah. So because of the quantity, we are going to they are going to be packed manually. So it's all based on human labor, and but we will make sure that the quality reaches to the quality. To the quality of machine-made sets.
I have a question that actually we can pick up from one of the presentations we had earlier. if that's okay with you, because we had Tor Alexanderson do the presentation on minifigure graphics, and somebody asked him, do you see a potential for either a single figure in a future series or even a full series of collectible minifigures to be based on fan designs submitted through Lego Ideas? I think this might be something you could maybe address as an idea.
Well, I mean, at least through our product ideas sort of guidelines, we don't actually allow fans to submit basically just minifigure designs and battle packs, you could say. And that's because sort of the scope of Lego Ideas is very much focused on the Lego set, less so the minifigures. But that's where the interesting thing about, we have the contest module of Lego Ideas, where we can really be a lot more creative about what we sort of try to source from the community. As you know, I mean, as I mentioned, we're doing the fan puzzle, like we've done recently a Unity games contest. So, I mean, there's an element of programming. So, I mean, I can't really say, or I can't really exclude whether we could potentially do something focused around minifigures. That really depends on the team, sort of over in Billund, who works with product development, and whether they see sort of that fan involvement as something that could be interesting for them as well.
Yeah.
Because we basically go around pitching fan involvement to the various parts of the business, and we really want to sort of get everyone involved in working closely with the fans and collaborating with the fans, engaging with them, and so on.
Can I also ask you, just as a follow-up on that, because I'd be curious to know, because I know that from time to time there have been people working with fan involvement in the Lego group who have felt that it's difficult to sort of convey to some of the other people in the Lego group what they're actually doing and how fans' interaction can be a positive thing. Has there been a change since Lego Ideas started up until now in how your group is being perceived in the company? I mean, how are you being? What kind of response do you get? Is it different now? Do people sort of more see the value in fan involvement?
I mean, I've only been a part of Lego Ideas for, well, close to 6 years, closing in on 6 years, and so I can only speak from my time here. But I definitely think, from my experience, that there is a lot of positivity around fan involvement, and I think we can see that with just Lego Ideas and the product ideas, that it's come into even more focus. We continue to select creations that seemingly become more and more popular. I can only hope that the work we do with sort of advocating for the fans and what you guys do and the creativity you have is something that continues to grow in the company as well.
Rod, we've got another questions. Yep.
Yeah, we've got another couple of questions coming in around the BrickLink designer program. Quite, really getting into the nitty gritty of how the logistics and stuff are going to work. So the bricks and the sets, are they going to come from Lego, or will you get some from BrickLink sellers? And then also, if there were a problem, for example, a missing part or broken part, who's going to deal with the customer service on that? I think, that's a wider question, I think, which leads into that bit about the interaction between Lego and BrickLink going forward, and how that works. So I think there's some real interest in that out there.
Right. So yeah, bricks will be sourced from Lego directly. And we use BrickLink sellers for our own internal purpose of test the building, but our actual products will be coming from Lego. And if I have one more thing to correct, and I thought that will be 100% manually produced, but I was talking to Tanya and she corrected me that it is in a regular picking line. So I assume that it'll be all hand picked, but at least some part of the packing will be automated. So that is, I want to correct. And if there is any missing elements or some broken parts, those customer support will be handled by BrickLink. And we can ship new parts and or even new set if there is a serious damage or issue with the product.
Okay, cool, thank you. So I think there's just a real interest in that, the interaction between the two businesses and how that works. I've got a question, probably Hassan. I was interested to see the numbers you shared about, you know, the rise in registrations on ideas, especially during lockdown and all that kind of stuff. Also really interesting to see the growth of projects that make it to 10,000 and then, you know, the number of projects going into review. That prompts the obvious question, is there any, are you guys looking at raising that target number for hitting review from 10,000?
I think there are, I mean, lots of questions in the air. I don't think we specifically decided on any particular course of action. And that's simply because, you know, making changes like that are quite significant to the overall Lego Ideas experience. And then when we don't know what the future looks like entirely, then it's a big change to commit to. And that's something that we don't want to do, right, you know, like without knowing for certain that sort of that the volume of supports and activity will continue like this. And again, as I mentioned, right, like that's also just part of the natural aspect of competition on Lego Ideas. Competition has gotten tougher. We don't guarantee a certain number of sort of, you could say, percentage-wise winners. And I think that's, you know, that's with any competition. You could say that the same happens with the contest that we run. That we, you know, with an increasing fan base, with increasing people around the world who get into the Lego hobby, they also find out about Lego Ideas and the contests and so on. So naturally there is going to be some growth. Obviously, just 2020 has been a bit of a wild ride as well.
Yeah.
So it's
for everyone,
also
everywhere.
putting things into perspective about, is this like a natural growth or is it just some one-off? And you know, I mean, there's lots of pros and cons to, because, you know, one aspect that, I mean, and we've seen the comments, like, you know, that one option would be to dial it up to, let's say, 15,000 or 20,000, but there could be the reverse of that, to say, like, what if you changed it so that you had less time to get 10,000 supporters, or whatever it might be. There are so many options that we really need to discuss in thorough detail.
Yeah, there's a nice idea there from Luis suggesting that maybe there's so many votes per day that people get, so they maybe have to be a little more choiceful in what they put their support behind. That's an interesting one. You know, you're not making the bar harder. You're maybe asking people to be a little choosier, which is quite interesting. I have another question. Are you okay for me to ask another question?
Yeah.
Actually, I have a little bit of a correction, if I may, Rod. If I may.
Yeah, no problem at all.
So as you might know, I recently changed jobs from AFOL engagement to head up community engagement on BrickLink. So Marvin is my new boss, so I'm not too keen on correcting him, actually. So, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. So the thing is that for BDP, consumer and shopper engagement will handle all customer support. So there is, and you know, no, I just thought, you know. So it seems like all really straightforward. We're talking about 3 crowdfunding rounds. We're talking about, you know, how's the supply chain going to run? And you're actually asking all the easy questions for us to answer. So I thought, you know, being the group of people you are here, I thought, you know, why not share a little bit about what's actually going on behind the scenes? and why perhaps Marvin doesn't have all the answers to all the questions here. One of the answers to that is that it's absolutely insane what's going on at the moment. It's a lot of back and forth. If you can imagine doing 4 Lego ideas sets per year, and we have a huge supply chain in the Lego group just handling that, and now we have 15 designs going through this year through the BDP, and a lot of the work that's going on within the Lego group normally now is left over to the designers to collaborate with element specialists and specialist builders in BrickLink. So that means, there are a ton of learnings for us as well, but it means going back and forth many times every day about one little piece that one would like to change or have in a different color or whatever. And all of the time going back to the Lego group and making sure that this element is actually also going to be produced at the time that this design might be crowdfunded. So there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now. And I can just tell you, I've never seen a more dedicated team working 24/7, even weekends, to make this come true. And then going online in a meeting like this and just seeming really calm and, as if there's a, but behind the scenes, everybody is working extremely hard. And another fun fact is that in this process, when Marvin says that we're making use of the big BrickLink sellers to supply elements for, sorry, can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it's because I just dropped out my, so the sellers on BrickLink were actually able to supply the elements for test building quicker than we could get these elements from Billund to California. So that is just, another fun fact in all of this. But so many obstacles and so many new solutions and so many good learnings for also future initiatives similar to this one. So,
and I think it's worth pointing out that this is, of course, a pilot, and that there are, as Tanya has already pointed out, there are so many learnings. This is so very different from the regular processes that have been built up inside the product development teams in Billund. So it's I wouldn't say necessarily to a degree reinventing the wheel, but it's a lot of attention to detail and creating processes and so on, and also just I think that aspect of engaging so directly and on a sort of on a daily level with fan designers around their project is also a significant task as well, just to be in dialogue with fans.
And I can see there's a comment here or question if we've thought about that the current BrickLink community may feel that we let the platform or website a bit abandoned, focusing mostly on, actually it's called BDP now, it's BrickLink Designer Program. We went from AFOL Designer Program to BrickLink Designer Program, but we don't have to think, we know, but actually in order to be able to handle this, BrickLink has done some significant staffing up. So it's not, Marvin, you might know how many people have been onboarded within the past year. So there's a significant new member.
This is.
Oh, you're breaking off. We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
So this is the question with 100% certainty. So of course, we focus on the BrickLink Designer Program at this point, but it's not the only project we are doing at the same time. So we have stepped up, and we have 5 different teams, and the BrickLink Designer Program team is just one of them. And we also maintain a simultaneous development of marketplace, studio, and catalog, and a community and platform itself. So all other projects are going on in parallel. So I don't think we are focusing only on one project at this moment. Yeah. And I see another question about limiting the amount of supports per user each day. And we are limiting the quantity of total of 5 per each set. So technically, one user can hypothetically crowdfund multiple sets up to 5 different sets, all 5 quantity. But so that is basically a huge investment for the users. And like we mentioned, we are setting this bar based on our previous AFOL designer program, pilot program. So not so many people actually order the multiple quantities, like you can imagine. So we are giving it a try as we set as current restriction. And if it has some side effect, of course, we are willing to adjust for next time.
Okay, I think Ari, have you got another question?
There was I thought it would be interesting just to Tanya, if you're still with us, you've actually moved from Denmark to California, so you've sort of switched places in order to help facilitate this. Can you tell us a bit about how Lego is sort of ramping up their involvement in it?
Well, actually, I was just part of an interesting project with being part of the integration between BrickLink and the Lego Group, and I've worked with the AFOL Designer Program a couple of years ago, so worked closely with the BrickLink team there. And then an interesting position came along last fall or end of year last year. So I was lucky enough to get that role as heading up community engagement on BrickLink. And as you know, the COVID situation has kept a lot of people from traveling. So I'm actually still in Denmark, and I've worked mostly California hours since 1st of March. Yeah, so I can't wait till next Saturday, which is when my family and I will relocate to California, to Irvine, where BrickLink is located.
Such a hassle to trade that lovely Danish weather for some rainy.
Well, right now it's nice, but the thing is, when it's really nice in Denmark, we don't have air conditioning, so that's also really tough. But yeah, it's going to be lovely to have the California weather. But most of all, I can't wait to meet the great team in BrickLink. It's such a refreshing difference. I usually compare, the Lego Group is sort of this cruise ship, and BrickLink is the speedboat next to it. So hopefully we can, contain some of that agility, even though BrickLink is now also part of the huge cruise ship company.
Because there must be a huge difference in how things are moving around you in this company compared to what you're used to.
There is, but I think at the same time, there's also a massive support from the Lego Group to be able to maintain these more agile processes. And at the same time, we're also in a time where the Lego Group is focusing more and more on being more agile. Obviously, there are some areas where it's difficult for us to have the processes run faster, but it's definitely a focus to have these agile teams, and that being the case, we can sort of match the organization. So even though you have a smaller business in BrickLink and a big Lego Group, it's easy to sort of pair the teams together because we have agile teams that are focused on similar areas. So yeah, but it is a huge change, but it's also an amazing one. It's very interesting to be part of.
I'd also be curious to find out if you can give us a little bit of insight on it, how this whole integration of BrickLink into Lego and this whole job that you're doing, how you feel it's being perceived inside the company. I mean, what do your colleagues think about BrickLink? Do they necessarily know about it earlier, and how does that work?
Well, that's a very good question, and it's very, an interesting question in the way that no, not everybody knows about BrickLink. Some people do. So if you would reach out to someone like consumer and shopper engagement that are handling all our customer support, they know BrickLink because they use BrickLink actually on a daily basis, and searching for elements or old sets or whatever it might be. Then you will meet the areas within the Lego Group where you have to start arguing and explaining why BrickLink is not a competitor to the Lego Group, and why it's actually okay to do things like the BrickLink Designer Program, and why it's okay to resell elements like that. But that's actually not too different from what our job was a lot of the times in AFOL engagement, where we were explaining what is the AFOL community and why is it okay that an AFOL buys 10 of the same set in order to utilize this new element for his own mock. That's it's quite similar to that, so we're used to having to defend and argue that agenda. So, but it's becoming more and more, everybody is beginning to understand the value of having BrickLink be part of the Lego Group. And, the basic focus here is to own a platform where we can actually make sure we can do more for AFOLs than, anyone else, hopefully. So, yeah.
I have a little bit of a question also for Marvin, if you don't mind. You have to excuse me on this, because how long have you been a part of the BrickLink yourself?
Yeah, I've been working in this company for 7 years by now.
Okay.
And
before, so then I can ask the question actually, because my question would be, assuming that you have been there for long, for a bit of time, what does it feel like from your perspective to be offered the chance to work with one of the world's largest toy companies, and not just any, because it's the one company that has something that means everything to BrickLink? What's that opportunity like?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds and it feels fantastic, and I feel very honored to be the part of the Lego Group. As an AFOL by myself, it is like a dream come true. But the reality is more like serving the AFOLs, not being just part of the Lego Group. But we actually want to maintain our own independent spirit, even though we are part of the Lego Group. But we are refining and upgrading ourselves to meet the quality standard and the compliance level to the Lego Group. So it is quite a bit of challenge to us, but still we learn a lot about how actual products are manufactured, and we discover new facts about things that we didn't know before. That is quite a bit of journey, but overall it feels great, and we feel the part of the AFOL community as well as being part of the Lego Group. That means that we can better bridge those two groups, like the corporate and the community, into the one unity of the people who can pursue the same thing for the world. So that is a fantastic opportunity for us.
A steep learning curve, I would assume.
Yeah, there is a learning curve, not necessarily that steep, because just learning BrickLink itself was steep already. So
yeah. Can I also ask you, just out of curiosity, you said you've been there for 7 years. Yeah. When you started, did you see this coming?
No, not at all. So we so BrickLink has been around for 21 years by now, and it has been an independent community and a community-driven marketplace developed by Dan Zizek in the beginning, and we took over his great legacy in the community from the original developer. And our mission is to continue his vision, and we are all compelled by that original vision, and that is where we are aligned still with the Lego Group. So in terms of spirit of the company and the community, there's not so much dramatic changes as you can, I mean, unlike you can imagine. So we are basically maintaining the same team and same people and same mission.
So Rod, you had a question?
Yeah, I do. So just to all three of you, if you were going to put an idea in, what would your Lego idea be?
What would our Lego idea be? Now that's
Is
a
it
very tricky
question to Hassan or question
To all three of you, what
Yeah.
idea would you each like to, or if it's not your own idea, what would, is there something that you would love to see that you're surprised has never been submitted yet, or something like that? I'm just interested to know what your idea would be.
Okay, I would then like, because I wouldn't be able to do it myself, I would like to have more builds that are like people.
Oh.
You know, I love the builds of people, and I've seen, especially in Asia, I've seen so many cool builds and they're not that big. They're like maybe 20 centimeters tall. I would love to have those on display. But yeah.
Tough question. I think that's like the $1 million question. Well, I think I generally like the architecture lines. So I think, I mean, and for someone, I mean, I grew up in Malaysia. I would love to see something like the Petronas Twin Towers. But I think I'll have to wait a long time for that to happen.
Marvin, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we already see great creations coming into Lego Ideas channel, and I believe the intention is to empower fan community with outside in innovation, and I want to see more innovative projects. I see a lot of similar projects, to be honest, and I want to see more diversity so that the new project can surprise the Lego fans and the more broader audience. So including some the new ideas. So because of that is new ideas, I cannot give example of what I mean by the new ideas, but I really want to see something more innovative.
And maybe cultural diverse as well.
Yeah, possibly.
Sure. I see there's one more question in the chat as well, which I think is I think a lot of people have asked about when it comes to ideas, that the seasoned fans who have been there since the beginning of QSO and Ideas and have seen those reviews come and go, and sort of get a feeling for what is likely to be picked and likely not to be picked, and so whenever there's a review, you can look at all the projects and go, well, that's not going to happen, that's not going to happen, that's certainly not going to happen, and then there's a few that seem more likely. So the question is, as the number of projects reaching 10,000 supports rises, the number of rejected ones will also rise. Isn't it possible to reject some of them earlier in the process because obviously they don't qualify?
I mean, I think that's tricky. I think there's like different perspectives to that, and one of them is purely from a sort of workload and process perspective. In that we also, I mean, like in the Lego Ideas review, we have to activate quite a lot of people within the organization for that to happen. And so if we have to continuously activate them on a running basis, then that also sort of, you could say, interrupts their tasks, their daily processes quite a lot. And sort of on the flip side as well, you know, there are, I think that's also the question that comes back, like after every review. Why don't we explain why we reject things? You know, other than the general list of criteria that we share about why or what the criteria are that we look at. And so, I mean, the big reason for that is confidentiality and in a weird sense of fairness or equality, in the sense, and I'll try to explain that. So, you know, there might be some projects that are rejected for less confidential reasons. Like it might have to do something with that they're just not, like, we wouldn't physically be able to build it because it's been built digitally and like it hovers in the air magically, or whatever it might be.
Marcus built it basically.
But so in theory, you could say we could provide such an explanation to the fan community. But at the same time, we'll have the other 80% of projects where we couldn't because it's some confidential reason. It might be because it might be overlapping with something that we're currently producing internally already, or it might be that maybe we tried to acquire the license and well, the company didn't want to work with us, or we couldn't find an agreement, or whatever it might be, and sort of by providing an answer to some things, we would sort of be alluding to the fact that there are other confidential reasons for these other remaining projects. And obviously that sort of starts giving away sort of hints or you start generating rumors in the community. But okay, like these 8 projects, they were not rejected for like some quality thing. So that must mean it's probably because the LEGO group is developing the set, you know, and that causes problems for us in another way. So in that sense, you could also say that from a fairness perspective, even though it's the difficult choice, even though it's not a popular choice, we decide not to share the specifics of why one was rejected over another and so on. And I realize, you know, that's not fun. I mean, when it comes to the whole corporate world and there are secrets that we can't share, unfortunately, then then it becomes a bit of a challenge.
So on the surprise that not everything is fun in the corporate world, I think we're getting towards the end of this presentation. Do you have anything to add, Rod?
No, good. Fascinating to hear how it's going. Really interested to see when it's kicking off. So, sorry, when did you say the designer program was going to be kicking off with those first few rounds?
1st of July.
Excellent. So, no, I'm really excited for that to see what's going on there, and I will be hovering there with my my orders. I'm really excited at some of that. So, thank you very much for your time, guys. Really appreciate it.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining.
Bye. Have a nice fan weekend.
Yes. Enjoy.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Excellent. That was really interesting. I'm delighted that there's going to be an opportunity now for some of those things that have, you know, potentially failed to just get through the review, even though they got over that hurdle of, you know, generating the popularity, that there's another opportunity for us maybe to get hold of them, and then even more so, some of those having instructions available. So even if it's not a set, do you know what? At least I get the instructions, and so I can, you know, look at the parts bill to maybe try and give it a go. So no, that's brilliant news.
So now you'll have the official sets, and then you have the sort of semi-official sets that go through BrickLink, and then you have the semi-official sets that you actually parted out through BrickLink, but with the official kind of semi-official instructions. Okay, yeah, but it's gonna be that's gonna be cool.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Right, cool. So I am delighted to say that in a couple of minutes' time, we will be going into a fantastic panel with a bunch of I'm not going to attempt the brilliant piece of pronunciation that Ari did. I'm afraid my Portuguese is not up to scratch.
Comunidade 093.
Oh, stop showing off, man. So I'm going to say the 0937 designers panel. So some ex-0937 members who are current or ex-Lego designers, and really looking forward to talking to them in a couple of minutes. So up until then, we're going to have a little short 2-minute break. So grab a cup of tea, whatever you need, and we'll see you back here in 2 minutes' time. All right? Cool. Excellent. Hello again, guys. So hopefully we are all good to go, that you're all comfortable and ready to get cracking on a brilliant chat now. I've been thinking a bit about the title of this and saying X0937. That seems a little harsh. As far as I understand it, you know, once 0937, always 0937. So saying X, you know, that's nobody ever leaves, I understand. Is that correct, Miguel? Anyway, so this session, we're basically going to have a chat with the guys. I'm going to start things off with a couple of questions that I've got for them, but then I'd really like everybody to chip in with questions for these fantastic builders and ex and current Lego designers. So yeah, please get the questions going in the chat. And yeah, I'll be doing that. So little bit of introduction. So, you know, it's weird. There's obviously something in the water down in Portugal. That's surely the only explanation for the quantity, but also the absolute quality of 0937 AFOLs who've gone on to be recruited as Lego designers. So I think I'm going to ask Miguel to send me a little a bottle of Portuguese water, and I'm going to see if I can distill it into some magic whiskey potion that improves my building ability. So now the 5 current or ex-Lego designers on our panel have got their fingerprints across themes ranging from Harry Potter to Jurassic World, from superheroes to creator, from Friends to Star Wars. Like I said, there's definitely something in the water. You know, these guys have done everything. So I'm delighted to welcome to the PDC stage Marcos, Antonio, Cesar, Pablo, and Tiago. So we're going to kick things off with a couple of questions from me, and then we'll basically hand over. So, but maybe we could start by each of you could say a quick hello, introduce yourselves, and tell us which Lego themes you've worked on. Is that the best way of doing it?
Okay, seems that I'm in the
Spotlighting
spotlight.
you all.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I'll start off by saying hello, I'm Tiago, former Lego designer, but when I was there from 2016 to 2019, I was working in Creator 3-in-1, and I also did some models for Creator Expert and Lego Ideas.
Thank you. Marcus, you're next on the screen.
Yeah, hi, hola, eu sou Marcos, and hi, I'm Marcus. I have been working on for Lego for about 10.5 years. And since then, I've worked on superheroes, Simpsons, Lego movies, even in Star Wars, Brickhead, Jurassic World, Harry Potter, Lone Ranger, Disney. Yeah, probably that's about it. I don't know. It's been a fun journey.
Cesar, you're next on my screen. Anyways.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cesar. I've been at Lego for 5.5 years now. I started in Star Wars, and I'm still in Star Wars. And I also made a couple of ideas SKUs.
Okay. Thank you. Ricardo, you're next on my screen.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Silva. Actually, my name is Antonio Ricardo de Oliveira Mendoza Silva. It's a very long name. Let's just shorten it up to Ricardo. Enough. I've been working for Lego for almost 9 years, and it's been quite a journey, but it's been mainly one big theme, which is friends. Besides that, I've worked also in the Flintstones model from Lego Ideas.
And Pablo. Oh, can't hear you, Pablo. Oh dear.
There had to be one without sound. Write on a piece of paper, Pablo, and show it.
It's the one who didn't drink the Portuguese waters.
Exactly.
Oh dear. I'll tell you what, we'll crack on. I'm going to ask the guys just a couple of questions to begin with, and please just shout when you get in. Miguel, maybe one of the guys, you could do some messaging to sort out the tech, if that's all right, in the background. That'd be magic. So yeah, do you know what? As I said, I'm going to start off with a couple of questions, then hopefully we'll get some audience questions to keep us going. So I've got the obvious ones. So we're going to get them out. We're going to get the obvious questions out of the way really early. So what's the best thing about being an official designer versus being a fan builder? So who's going first? If you don't put your hand up, I'm going to pick on one of you.
I can go first.
Hey, there we go.
Been, out of this group, I've been the one that has been doing this the longest. So I think it grants me the right to maybe, or the responsibility maybe to go first on this one. I've always loved, when it comes to building with Lego, what I loved about that was the challenge of problem solving with the Lego pieces. And that's why I was always taking part in different competitions, and that's what led me to build eventually a diverse portfolio that led me to actually get the job at Lego in the first place. So working at Lego now as a designer and creating products, it's all about problem solving. It's all about finding that optimal way of combining the Lego bricks to fit a certain brief, a certain target audience that will be playing and building with that model. And it's all about making things fit with our production machine and everything coming together in one optimal solution. So for me, that's just the perfect place to be. I still consider myself a Lego fan in my heart, but I have become a full-fledged Lego designer. I'm very proud of that, and it is what I love to do the most.
Cool, that's amazing. That's a good answer. Hey, Pablo, any luck here?
Can
you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Okay, so just before we crack on with the rest of the answers to that question, Pablo, could you just introduce yourself and give us an idea of what sort of things you've worked on?
Yeah, sorry for this little problem.
Man, no worries.
Yeah. My name is Pablo González, and I'm the only one that is from Spain, from all this group. But yeah, I've been very well welcomed to the group a long time ago, and now I'm the community from a long time ago. Yeah, I'm working at Lego for 5 years and a half, and I've been part of the Lego Batman movie team, also Unikitty, and now in the Super Mario team.
Brilliant. Oh, well, welcome. So apologies for the technical issues we had. We've had a couple this morning today, but we're getting through them. We're getting through them. So Ricardo, you were about to say what?
Yes.
Basically the best thing about
Just following up on Marco's answer to your question, I think it is a challenge, absolutely. And I remember when I was in the community, and there were sometimes like some special competitions, like you had one brick and you had to use that in your build, and sometimes it was the stupidest brick ever. And that's the challenge of it. Like, the magic about picking up an element that you probably wouldn't use ever in your life and making something out of it. It's basically the same working on Lego, because you have limitations, of course. The power to do everything that you can. I wish, but you have some limitations, and that's the magic of it. Trying to do best to do the best product with the limitations that you have around you, and it's quite a lot of limitations. And I'm not meaning only the bricks. It has a lot of things around, as you might imagine, of course. So it is, picking up those little things, those little details, and trying to make magic out of it. That's what keeps the bubbles inside me bursting.
Excellent.
For me, it was like when I was a kid, I felt so inspired by building Lego sets that I had as a kid. So in a way, being a Lego designer, when I did that, was for me a way of also trying to inspire kids all over the world with my play experiences, because I remember as a kid, like Lego gave me so many hours of play and inspiration and tools to build whatever I could dream of. So being part of the Lego group and designing toys for kids all around the world was for me like the best part of being a Lego designer.
And for me also, it's all of that you guys talked about, and to say a little bit more about what Tiago was just saying, to me it's also very important and very meaningful that knowing that's something that I've worked on and I helped design, it's going to be in the hands of kids and people all over the world. It's an amazing feeling. And I still today, to this day, when I go to a Lego shop in Legoland or whatever and see somebody with one of my sets, it's just such a nice, great feeling that, yeah, it's very hard to beat. So for me, that's very, very important too.
And I suppose there is a flip side to that question, which is, what is the bit that you miss most about just being an AFOL, just being a fan builder? And is there anything about that fan builder experience that you feel like you're almost no longer have access to, or you're some step removed from? Is there anything you miss about that world?
Well, for me personally, the way I used to build, but it's very different from the way we design sets. So it's much more restrained, and it's not worse or better. It's just different. And sometimes I miss the freedom of being able to not be constrained by colors or pieces that I want to use, or stability or build flow and things like that. But in the end, it was like Marcos was saying, it's Ricardo, it's the building challenge. You have to overcome these challenges, even in a harder way when you don't have all that freedom. So yeah.
For me, when I was building before coming to Lego, I was always trying to be within the rules of what's legal, because I thought it was more fun that way. It was part of the rules of the game. Not to say that I never broke those rules. I'm sure I have, and I have built illegally, probably even as a Lego designer. But I think that's something that was never a huge problem for me. It was part of the game, so that I think I still appreciate now. But I would say that the thing that I probably miss the most, and in danger of sounding a bit cheesy, is actually the sense of community that I was very much involved in. During my period as a fan member of the 0937 community, we were organizing exhibitions and working together in these collaborative projects, which is a completely different way of working compared to what we do at Lego. Even though we work as a team as well, it's a completely different way of working. And I miss those hanging out in those events and the evenings, or just setting up the exhibition, taking it all down and dreaming about the next things we would like to put together, trying to bribe some of my friends to get me the pieces that they had that I wanted to have from them, or stuff like that. So I think that's what I probably miss the most, because obviously I moved away and it's a whole different reality. The life doesn't allow it anymore to be the same as it used to be. So that's probably what I would have to point out.
Anyone else want to chip in on this one?
I can just say a few words on this. I think, being a fan is it's one step further. So when you are building for Lego, you have rules, of course. But if you're not building for Lego, then you don't have the same rules. And I remember when I built a mock many years ago, and it was a space vehicle. And it was, I don't know if you guys remember, there's a ball from the adventure theme in a temple as a big ball. And I used the ball, and the vehicle was on top of that ball. So it's impossible to make it stand, of course. So of course in the back it had some support and so on. But to take the picture, the best picture possible, it doesn't matter. No one sees what's in the back. So it's just creating that illusion, to make the best looking model. But it doesn't matter if it's legal or not. It's standing, it's not, if it's stable, it doesn't matter. It's just creating that instant moment, like the perfect moment. Take the picture, that's that. I miss a bit of that.
That's interesting. I'll just chip in before the other guys answer. I think that's really interesting, because for me, that was the difference between building for posting photos on Flickr and building for a show. And that was a real learning for me, that when I first started going to shows to display models, and you suddenly thought, well, they have to be able to stand up if a kid runs into the table and bangs the table. You can't have these things that are like one stud precariously balanced, because they'll just get knocked over. Or people could see the back of your models as they moved around the table. And suddenly you're having to worry about things like that. When building for photos, you just never have to worry about that at all. So the thought that there's the next step of building for sets, and you're moving away one more step to that, I totally understand that. I think that's really interesting. So Pablo, Tiago, you got anything to add on this one?
I think answering the first question about what I like it is mainly the kids' reaction when you showed them even concepts or final products, or during the process. We used to have a lot of kid tests, and watching and seeing those reactions and what they like, what we are doing is really, really, really nice. That really motivates me. And what I miss from being an AFOL, I think mainly is being more active in the whole community. Yeah, I mean, now I'm not built too much as a fan. I miss that because I like it, but I don't have too much time also. I do something else, to my mind a little bit. Yeah.
I'm back with just being a regular AFOL, so I want to say that from being a Lego designer, I do miss like the working environment and hanging out with these guys. So I do miss that a lot. Working environment was great back there.
And when you were a designer, what did you miss about the AFOL community and that? Was it the other way around? So
when I was a designer?
Yeah.
I guess it's the unrestricted building that you can do, and also as a designer, you would be working in a project for 2 or 3 months, or sometimes even longer than that. And I myself, I get bored too easily. So as I was a designer, I was always trying to get more tasks to do, more sets to work on at the same time, because I would be bored too much about working for too many months on a single product. So I did miss being an AFOL as a way of like, one day I can build this and another day I can build that, and it's totally fine. And projects as an AFOL just for the nice Flickr, or nowadays Instagram, for the nice Instagram picture, it takes like a week and then you move on to the next project. So as a designer, I did miss that.
That's interesting, because that brings me on to my next question for you guys, which is what's the theme that you haven't worked on that you would absolutely love to, or is there one in particular that you've always thought, I'd love to get my hands on that and do something there?
Mario. Yeah, I'd love to get my hands on Mario. I love it.
Yeah, why is that?
I've been a big fan of Mario, of course. So, it's back to my childhood. So it would be a nice opportunity to work on a theme, to get two things that I love together, which is gaming and Lego together. So that would be perfect.
Brilliant.
For me, there are so many actually. I prefer to work on IPs, just because from a design perspective, I prefer to have reference and work from that than having to come up with a whole new concept or project. But I don't know, there's so many. So I'm a big fan of superheroes, Harry Potter, Jurassic World, and so forth. It's just so many. The list is long. And Star Wars too, of course.
Anyone else got anything? Marcus?
I think I would like to try maybe something like Lego Friends, actually. There's such a difference in design language and the audience that you're working with, and the considerations that go into that design is so different from every other project I've worked on, that I think it would be a fun experience to just dabble a little bit in those hard Lake City waters and have a bit of fun with that.
I think I would have liked the chance to have worked on an IP, because I personally didn't ever work on an IP. So maybe Star Wars or Harry Potter or Jurassic World would have been nice to have worked on.
Yeah, for me, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you go. I was going to say that.
I started as a Technic fan in Lego. Then I never worked there, and probably that could be a nice try for me to see if I can make real models instead of following the building instructions.
That's interesting. Is there much crossover? Because obviously they're very different styles, Technic and Sister. Is there is there a great deal of crossover, designers moving from Technic over to system or system back over to Technic? Or does that happen less often?
Not really.
Not really often. Yeah.
They're very specific and specialized in working in techniques. It's rare they came out there and go work in somewhere else. Sometimes they come from another place and go there. There's maybe one case or two that they came from Technic to work somewhere else, but it's not very common.
It's more common a little bit the other way around, where what we go to the Technic team to kind of help us with functions or.
And Enric was in Technic, was it, Cesar?
No, but Olaf, he's in Technic, and he was in Technic before, and he was in Star Wars for many years. So he kind of went back and forth. But
of course, you know, sometimes we have gigantic sets in Lego, and Star Wars is one of the examples that you have spaceships, and there's a Technic frame inside that you need, a lot of some expertise around it.
Henrik, you mentioned Henrik when he was working on the Star Destroyer, on the UCS one. He went to the Technic team several times to help him out with the interior structure, which is entirely made of Technic, or almost entirely made of Technic. So.
Back to, so in my introduction, I sort of jokingly said there's something in the water down in Portugal and Spain, Pablo, as well. But, what do you think it was about the Comunidade 0937 group that, spawned so many people who went on to join the company as designers? I mean, is it a particular cultural thing, or was it just is it luck? Is it what? I'm just really interested to know if you guys think there is something other than your obvious own personal abilities that got you that breeds so many brilliant designers.
I think for me was like Marcus Bessa, like the first that got a job into Lego. Then after him, Ricardo. So I really felt inspired by these two guys, and I've always dreamt about doing it. So, and then I had these two guys that I known personally that tried their luck and achieved the goal, the dream job. So I was like, yeah, I'll try it myself. So for me personally was that fact that Marcus and Ricardo applied before and succeeded into getting the job.
Anyone else got any thoughts on that?
I remember when 0937 came to Denmark, to Billund, and that was the first time we had contact with the designers, I guess, like personally. And when we were talking to them, we realized that they actually didn't have a degree on design or anything like that. And then I was very surprised, like, what? Is it possible? Can I apply for it? And I think that's where it sparked. I think Marcos can support me on that, because that's where it all began, like, oh, then it's possible. Then, because I have a background in teaching, so it has nothing to do with design. So like, okay, maybe I have a chance. And then Marcos tried it, he got it, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna
If Marcos can, I can do it. Now, I can totally attest to that as well, because we were here in April 2010, and then that, like, we got to meet some of the designers that had also come from the fan community, and as Ricardo was saying, that they didn't have necessarily what you would expect as a traditional background for a designer. And that definitely gave us this reassurance that, well, there's not one single path to reach this dream, that it happened to them, it's possible. And I think for all of us, it's probably that we have that common starting point, is realizing that, well, it is possible. Someone else, somewhat similar situation than I am, managed to do it, then I'm just gonna try it. What's the worst that can happen? Is fail, and then I can try again. And I think that's what we got to, is we all dared to try, and it worked out. So not to say that, it's going to happen to everyone. I'm sure there's also a bit of luck, be the right time with the right portfolio, the right skills. It all comes down to also having the right profile that the company is looking for, that you'll fit the team that is looking for a new designer. So there's a lot of things at play here, but I think the first step is just believe that, well, there's a chance, and take the chance.
I would also say in a more practical way that for me, most of the builds that my portfolio consisted of were made from parts from the community. So I was granted access to a lot of parts that I didn't have at the time, and I built a lot, like a lot, and that definitely was a big part of me having a strong portfolio to apply. I don't think I would be at Lego if it wasn't for that.
So those pieces were not yours, Cesar?
No, they were
All
not
those
mine.
pieces?
No,
have you paid back the community yet?
Not yet. Some of the pieces were mine, but most of them, a big part of it, they belonged to the community.
Yeah. For me, I haven't built any shirt built with the rest of the community, but what I'm being inspired is because of all the challenges they made online, and I want to be part of all of them, and that motivates me a lot, and that makes me to bring my best to try to win. I know Thiago also, and then that makes me to make my portfolio even without having the intention to build it, because it was like, it happens, at some point after 2 years building stuff for the challenges, I have like a different stuff and a really nice portfolio. Yeah. Then I said, oh, Cesar is applying and Thiago also, like, let's go.
This is a very good point as well, that my portfolio was the same. It benefited greatly, and it wasn't an intentional thing I was working on, but because I was participating in all these competitions in the community, I managed to have this very wide range of builds that really painted a great light for me when I presented my work, because it showed that I could do so many different things. And that's what Lego is looking for when they're looking for new designers. They want to see your creativity, the way you can translate different things into Lego, and how you can think differently with the brick. And I managed to get that almost free pass to almost through the door through being part of the community, because they have always been so active and promoting activities and competitions and motivating us to build. And that has been our greatest luck, to have been part of this community from the beginning.
And some of us were building, like, competing within the same contests against each other. So in a way, all of us like kind of raised all of our building skills up to the point of having like nice portfolios to submit.
I was glad that when I started building stuff for the challenges, Marco was already higher and he can't build too much.
I just have a few more words.
When you go, Ricardo.
I just have a few more words on this. I think, one of the main things, of course, is that the Lego brand has been in Portugal and has spread it really well around Portugal since the 80s, I would say. And I think that helped a lot, most of us being here right now, I guess, because it was one of our favorite toys during our childhood. And that's why we came back a few years later. And I think that's the main thing. Yeah, Marcus. So thankfully, Lego had a good support in Portugal, so it was really spread around the country, and it helped us to build up a childhood around Lego. That's one of the main points. And then, like everybody was saying, the second main point is, of course, the community, because it's just, that's the main place where we would be together, and not only to build, of course, because that's the main thing, but it was, I miss those moments when I was with everybody in an event, having fun, talking about nothing in particular, but enjoying the moments, and that's the biggest thing I miss. And it was very important for us to be all here right now. I think having 5 designers working for Lego from one community must be probably, I would say, but these 2 main pillars were the reason for it, I would say.
Interested to hear you talking about contests and competitions, and because it's that thing that the standard joke about a big Lego show, for example, is it's not a competition. It's totally a competition, and we all know it is. And AFOL builders, we're all quite competitive and things like that. does that carry over into being the designers? Or so once once you're at Lego, are the designers all competitive amongst themselves about who's doing the coolest stuff as well?
I guess just to get the biggest set, probably. Otherwise, I don't feel that there's a big competition. But if you get the biggest set, you can brag about it.
I think that and this is also what I felt back then in the community, more so than the spirit of competition. It was what Thiago was alluding to. We helped to raise the bar towards each other and helping elevate our skills as builders. And I think at Lego, within the company, within the design organization, I see a bit of that spirit as well. It's like you admire the people you work with because they are very talented and you are in awe with what they can come up with. And you hope that you are contributing to the same. So there's this kind of silent boosting of each other. And you can, if you want to think of that as a bit of a competition spirit, maybe some people see it that way because you want to be better and you want to do better. But I think it's a healthy level that each of us motivates each other.
Right. I think I've sort of asked them a lot of questions and nobody's here to hear me talk. So what I'm going to do is ask if Ari, have you pulled any questions out of the chat or have any questions that you want to ask yourself?
Absolutely. Hello guys, good to see you. Many of you I haven't seen for a long time, so it's it's really, really good to see you. We have a few questions. I'm sure there will be more popping up now that we start asking them. But Ruth wants to know, jokes about the weather aside, what was it like to move to Denmark?
Quite an experience. But for me personally, it was okay. I mean, it's a different country from Portugal, obviously in terms of weather and food and a little bit of culture. But having the dream job just makes it up for a lot of things that we could perceive as not as good, like the weather, for instance. So for me personally, it was a fairly easy transition, and I adapted very well to the country. Although I don't speak Danish yet, but it's a work in progress, like a real big work in progress. But for me, was actually not that hard. It was a good transition.
Det er slet ikke så svært at tale dansk, kan jeg sige så. Nu må du bare arbejde lidt mere med det.
Sorry?
Anybody else on the transition?
Yeah, I think that back then when I moved here, there were not so many Portuguese. So I think it's easier now for any Portuguese that want to come. But back then it was hard because I was coming from a small town where my whole family was literally living next door to each other. Like I'm from the interior part of Porto area, where in a small town, growing up with my whole family, seeing everyone every day. So that was a huge drastic change for my life. But as I was mentioning, I was here to live my dream, to build Lego for a living. And that made it all great for a while. And I lived, I think, in a little bubble of ecstasy because I was enjoying it so much. And as reality was starting to hit over time, where you start to adapt and live and maybe miss the other things. Fortunately for me, Ricardo came with his wife and they were good friends of mine. And then other friends from Portugal started to join in and the community started growing. And although I was getting roots into Denmark and starting to love this country and to love my life here, I also had a bit of that Portugal coming back to be around me. And that definitely helped a lot. And now I don't consider going back because my life is here. I live in my own house now and I actually don't miss the weather so much. I think I'm a betrayer or a traitor to say that, but right now it's super hot in Denmark and I'm already feeling like, this is not what I signed up for. So I think that I'm over the complaints about the weather.
I think the thing is you don't necessarily notice how bad the weather actually is because you get used to it. So if you move back to Portugal, you would realize that, oh, this is what I've been missing. So, but
no, not really.
Okay.
I actually enjoyed the weather in Denmark better than the one in Portugal because
exactly.
here, for instance, Houses here are super cold. Like they're not prepared for winters, so houses here are super cold, and summers are way too hot in Portugal. So I actually enjoy the weather more in Denmark, even though you don't get a lot of sunlight during the winter. But the houses are nicer, better built, so you could walk on t-shirt, and the summers were actually nicer because they were like a bearable temperatures outside. There's going to be like 40 degrees or more over the summer here in Portugal. You can't be outside with that kind of temperature. So yeah, I do miss Denmark, and it was okay, and it was fine and easy to move to Denmark in my case.
But just leading on to that, I just say, because Thiago, you mentioned the working environment, that you miss the working environment, and it's a big international company, so much more now than it was some years ago. There's so many people working there from all over the world, and especially for those of you who arrived in recent years, having so many Portuguese people in the company, even if you don't get to see each other on a daily basis because you work in different departments, has that eased your way into the company a lot?
I think so. For me, I went with my wife, for instance, and I think wives tend to need like more support, more like feel closer to home. So having a lot of Portuguese people around and then hanging out around sometimes during weekends and stuff, for sure made things easier for her. And I would see most of these guys like on a daily basis pretty much, and Cesar was close by. Our desks were close by, so for sure having Portuguese around made things a lot easier.
I have some other questions here as well. Ben wants to know if you would give any building classes to people, because he would be very interested. And also, what would you what kind of advice would you give to any AFOLs that are new at designing their own stuff?
I would start by actually saying, pose challenges to yourself, even if you're not, looking for contests online or whatever, just for yourself. Like even a simple thing of there was this amazing game a few years ago, was it Creationary, I think, that had the cards with the little things to kind of propose a bit different challenge for you to build. Do something like that. Write cards with different things, whether it's a specific car or a building or a tree or a scene, whatever it is. And every day or whenever you find time to build, take a new card and try that. And only stop when you have something that you think, okay, I nailed the challenge, or I did something that I am happy with. I think that's a good way of practicing this, even just the idea of working for a brief. You have something that is asked of you.
Yeah, I think contests are still a great way of like improving yourself, because oftentimes contests will be things like completely out of your comfort zone. Just recently, there was this Lego Ideas contest about some Mindstorm stuff, which I actually won. So I decided, well, this sounds like fun, so let's try it out and see how it goes. And it was fun. As for building classes, if you want to check my YouTube channel, I teach how to build a lot of stuff in there, so you should want to check that out.
Subscribe, right?
Yeah, subscribe.
The guy who asked the question says he already has. So
okay.
So
oh, thanks, Dave.
Yeah. So we have a question from Dave, who says that more than a few Portuguese Easter eggs have made their way into sets. Are there any that we might not know of? Maybe 0937 on a license plate or something like that?
I think I mentioned all of mine in some way or another on an interview or on Instagram. So I don't think any of them are hidden anymore. I don't know about the other guys.
One that I put in a Lego Friends set, probably just a few people know about it, which is there's a sewing machine. It's a small set. There's a sewing machine, and next to it there's like the strings, and I put the colors of the 0937 on it, so you can see that from the front of the box. So there's little things. I'm sure there's more because it's been, 9 years building for friends. I haven't been building in a few years now, but there was a lot of stuff that we've been putting that I probably forget already, some of them.
I think Marcus and Tiago are the champions on those like Easter eggs.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to. I kind of sneaked in the Portuguese flag here and there, but working in an IP like Star Wars, you don't have a lot of freedom to put license plates, and you have to be very strict on what you can do. So, and not me personally, sadly, but I think Marcus and Tiago have quite a few.
I made a reference to Comunidad 0937 on it was like the modular skate house or something. There's this climbing wall, and in the climbing wall, I also use like the colors of 0937 as the stuff that you hold on to on the climbing wall. So there's that one.
But nobody will beat Marcus because he has it on his queue on the set number.
The number of his queue. Yeah, that's right.
The 10937. It was my first product that I designed that was aimed to an older audience. So what we could maybe read as the AFOL community, and that was the Arkham Asylum for the superheroes line. And there was a SKU number that I chased because the original one I was given was 10-2 something. And then I went to my project manager and asked, like, is there any way at all that he could make this happen? Because it would mean the world to me, and this is the community I came from, and it would be amazing if I could have this number. And I happened to, exactly, that product. And I was lucky enough to have a project manager at the time that was super keen on doing that favor to me and helping out. And these guys, they know Michael Albeck. He is the PM of the PMs, that he has a lot of network and a lot of handshakes with people, and he made it happen. So I'm very happy for that. And the number plate, I think, also has something, but I think it's my initial. Yes.
That's not bad. I have a question also for, well, this is an interesting one. I think we want some name dropping here. So somebody wants to know who will be the next 0937 member to join as a designer. Whose AFOL work do you enjoy seeing of your fellow countrymen? This was actually not asked by a 0937 member, so that's interesting.
I'll go back. Does that count?
Yeah, I think we'll have. I think we'll see Tiago 2.0 coming back eventually.
Let's see.
Yeah, he'll put his kids to college and then he'll come back.
Yeah, in 15 years. Yeah, maybe.
There are a lot of very good builders on the community right now, and we haven't been hiring in the last couple of years due to Corona, and so it's been a bit of an stall. But yeah, I'm sure that we won't be the last ones. I'm pretty sure about that.
There's a question for Marcos here. Recently, your role inside the company changed. You posted something about that on social media, but in practical terms, what has changed for you?
Yeah, so for those that don't know, until April 1st, I was a creative lead or a design manager. That was my professional title. And then as a design manager, I was acting as creative lead for the Harry Potter franchise. And I did a lateral move on our chart on our organization, and I went from being a design manager to being a design master. And what that means now is that I'm no longer a creative lead on the Harry Potter franchise. I'm back to being a full-on designer that is now available to go back to spending a lot more time creating Lego models and designing Lego products instead of leading a team of designers and thinking more on a strategy side of things. That was all fun for 3.5 years, but it comes with a cost that you spend a lot more time in meetings and discussing things and leading others, and a lot less time with our hands in the brick. And that's what I love to do. So that's basically it. So hopefully more models designed by me will come out, and I'll be a happier designer in the future.
Cool. One that goes out to all of you. of all the sets that you've worked on that have found their way onto shelves, which one is the one that has given you the most satisfaction looking at the shelf, thinking, oh yeah, I made this happen. I was essential to this.
I can go first. For me is the Cantina, the Mos Eisley Cantina, for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because I built the first sketch model for that Cantina in the first few months when I started in the company, and it was a very hard idea to pitch because not a lot happens in the Cantina. But I believed in it, and I really thought it was a very strong, or could be a very strong set with the correct and the right minifigures. So I built it, and as soon as my boss, my creative lead at the time, saw it, he was like, "Yes, let's put it aside, but we'll get to it." And it's so when I got to develop it later after 4 years, something like that, 3 or 4 years, and it's I think it's my I want to say the best set, but the one that I really enjoyed most, and it gives me great sense of pride to see it on the shelves.
Anybody else?
I can go. I have, I think the Disney Castle, they came out in 2016, was that it? I don't know. But yeah, the Disney Castle, the big D2C, I think that's one of the highlights for me, just because I'm a huge fan of Disney and I love all the Disney movies, and the icon of that castle is something that is on all of our minds, and everyone knows the castle, from whether it's just from seeing the icon in the beginning of the movies or from going to the park. So just having that part of little piece of the part of the Lego history be something that I had my hands on. It's a big highlight for me, and it's something that I hold dear as a memory of just visiting Lego shops and still seeing it on shelf, which is great that it's still there.
For me, it's the ship in a bottle. That was a super challenging build to do, and when I left the company, it was out of production, but then it came back into production, which is something that doesn't usually happen within Lego. So I'm quite proud of it myself, and I think Lego also must think that it is a good product to be back into production. I'm just sad that now, since I'm a fan and no longer a Lego designer, I also don't get the 1% commission, but oh well.
For me, I'm very proud of the Lego NES console. I think it was very challenging, and it was like a teammate with some of my colleagues to do it, but it's from far the most challenging set I ever built as a designer. And mainly because it was a big audience for that set. It was Lego fans and also Nintendo fans at the same time. And I think we are very proud of it. Yeah.
And I'm also very proud of the NES console, but unfortunately, but one of the ones that I'm really proud of is, of course, the amusement park from Friends from 2016, the award-winning amusement park. That was really a big challenge. It had a lot of different things happening in the same set. Ferris wheel, drop tower, and there was a lot of stuff. It was so cool to work on, and that's a really big moment for me.
Cool. I have a question for Cesar, and I think it's slightly acidic. So no, it's a question. When will we see a brand new Star Wars spaceship and not just a new version of one that has been designed so many times before?
Well, we get that question a lot, and that's a good question. And the basic answer is that we always have to redo things because there are new fans coming every day. there are some sets that we always have to have in some formal way in a shop. X-Wings, TIE Fighters, X-Wing TIE Fighters, and a few more that are always on the shelves, Millennium Falcons, because there's a big demand for those from older and older fans, but also from new fans that get into the franchise every day. Or I can't say much, but for instance, if you take a look at the wave that's just coming out in a couple of weeks, or in a month or something, it has a lot of new content that I've never made before, from The Mandalorian, from Clone Wars. So it's in a way a very, very refreshing wave. I think there's only a couple of sets from the original trilogy. Everything else is either from the prequels or the Mandalorian show or the Clone Wars show. So we don't always, and not only do rehashes of things, we always try to make a balance. It's a very hard one because it's a huge universe. We have all kinds of things to do. I think this wave is a very, very good example of what can be done.
I think it was the question was asked with a wink. I think it wasn't too bad, but there's also one here that I'm going to try to. It might be so. I've done a Google Translate on this because I think it would be better to. So it's voce pode nos dar novo monotrelho. I don't know if that sounds at all like, can you please give us a new monorail? But that was the question.
One day.
Who knows?
So, nobody wants to. Nobody wants to. So. Oh, okay. I think we're good. Rod has a question. So, Rod, please go ahead.
Just a quick one. It's something that fans tend to get asked is what part that if they would make you a new part, what would it be? And everybody thinks Lego designers can just ask for a new part and they'll get one. And I know that's not true. So if there was one part that you could ask for, what would it be?
Actually, I answered that question a couple of weeks ago on my Instagram. So I'm going to give the same answer for consistency. It's a double headlight brick. So the 1x1 brick that has a stud on the side that is a little recessed. I would like a two module wide version of that, because we often build that as details on the corners of buildings to put a 1x2 tile, and we always have to put two next to each other with a tile, and it's very tedious, the amount of repetition. So that I would like to, but in all these years, I've never managed to prioritize that. There has always been others that were more important to introduce, but who knows, one day.
Anyone else got one that they wish they had?
We have a long list.
For me,
go ahead.
Go, Cesar. Go, Cesar.
For me, there are a couple that I like inverted cheese slopes. For details, sometimes it would be really helpful. And also some kind of inverted clip, with a stud instead of a tube side, like a 1x1 plate with a clip on the top, but with a stud underneath, so you can again put it on the tube sides. But the list is so long. But that's a good point, because we can't just ask for a piece and do it. It's very, very considered the way that pieces are chosen.
Lego already made the one that I really wanted for the longest time. It was the corner for this one right here, and they made it on the Ghostbusters car. So now I can die happy. Good job, guys. Because it's one of the curves that I use when I was in AFOL so many times, and this was such an awesome piece, but there was never a corner for this. So for me, having this corner, now it's brilliant. Now it's done. So.
And speaking of corners, maybe also the corner rail. That would be cool too.
Cheese slope corner.
An inverted cheese slope corner.
Oh,
that would be wild.
No.
That's crazy talk.
With a clip.
Inverted cheese slopes in general, there aren't any, so that would be awesome.
Yeah. You other guys, any thoughts on dream parts?
There's a list. I have a list.
Yeah.
But sometimes we make it happen. There's one from the list that we can tick off. I know that my colleagues have been very specific. I would just say a new food element would be nice. Something that we could use a bit
A
more.
new
Food element.
So a pastel de nata or a francesinha?
Why not?
Is probably it. Yeah, that's got to be on the list.
Or a bottle of Super Bowl, no?
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
See, that's
It looks a whole lot better than it is because I bought it on Wednesday. So
how did it last this long?
It's fine. It was in the fridge, so it's fine.
Oh, it's fine.
I mean, it wouldn't last here. I mean, every time back in the days where we used to travel, whenever I would travel back from Portugal, I would always bring one of those boxes of thick. And by the time I would enter the door of the house, there were no more inside the box. It was empty. So I don't know how you managed to hold on to it.
I had to. It was a joke, so I had to have it today.
That's a good one. That's a good idea.
So
Pablo, any last thoughts on that?
Yeah, it could be a double-sided studs plate.
That's you saw the question.
That would make things very easy.
Yeah, that's cheating. I think that's cheating.
Aha. So that's why we have it.
You can always cut.
Oh
yeah.
No.
We cut a lot. We cut a lot.
Yeah.
We got to stop here. We have to start. People
we destroy so many pieces. We destroy so many
for work.
So it was brilliant to have you guys. Thank you so much for joining. Time is running out, so we have to get to the next presentation, and we'll just leave a couple of minutes or so. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you for answering the questions, and looking forward to meeting you in person, seeing you in person whenever that gets possible in Denmark or in Portugal or somewhere. That would be really, really great. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. See you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Right, Rod. Then we're shall we take let me see
2-minute break?
Yeah, just a little bit of a break. So
and then we're
3
back
minutes,
and
3-4 minutes. We'll be back right after right on top of the hour, a little bit over the top of the hour, maybe. So
yeah, let's come. Do you know what? Let's come back at 5 past. I
5
could
past
do with a wee stretch.
And then we'll be here with Nick Trotter. So stay tuned for that, and I'll see you in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are about to go live with Nick Trotta, directly live from San Francisco. First, I'll mention that we have a little puzzle treat for you to end this first day of the Paredes Coura FanWeekend online edition. And it's coming up in an hour when Rod will take you into the seedy underworld of Gotham City. As we heard from Hassan's ideas presentation, Batman obviously has something to say when it comes to the Lego idea selection process. So I don't know if that'll be a part of it, but that'll be interesting. But first, for the final presentation this Saturday, we've tracked down a true master of his trade. He's not going to like what I'm about to say, but while the official title for this presentation is the shaping of spaceships by his own request, it was originally going to be called Spaceship Guru Nick Trotta. It says a lot about Nick and the kind of guy he is that he was uncomfortable with that title. But I'm sorry, Nick, you really are. If I had been in charge, the title would at least have had the two words geometry and genius in it. I'll stop there because I keep going. If I keep going, I'm afraid you're going to hang up. So I won't keep going. But we're so glad to have you here, Nick.
Thank you, Ara. Yeah, my pleasure to be here with you today. I appreciate it.
So I'm gonna do this, and probably. Yeah, so before we start, I have to add that I consider Nick a good friend. I visited him and his lovely wife, Adele, in San Francisco on 2 occasions, the last one being the day I actually got engaged to my wife. So I have the honor of being allowed to hold and even take part and put back together one of his spaceships. And that's an unbelievably satisfying experience. And I think you'll understand why within the next 45 minutes or so. Nick, let's start with the beginning. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself?
I appreciate that, Ari. Yeah. So, and by the way, that was really special opportunity for us to host you on that day as well. So glad to have had you here with us. Yeah. So I live in California. I'm a spaceship builder. I've been back in the Lego trade, I suppose. I just realized for about 10 years. So went dark for a while as people tend to do, and then for the last 10 years, outside my day job on weekends, particularly on Saturday, I tend to be in the Brick, working on spaceships, and so tends to be my go-to.
You've been on Flickr for 10 years, as you say. You posted in that period a total of 27 spaceships. So what is, and there is other stuff as well, but there's predominantly it's spaceships. What is it about that subject that appeals so much to you?
I love that it is, a great question. I love that it's unconstrained. I just have tremendous appreciation for people that are building and realizing things that are, in real life, then turning them into brick. That's quite difficult for me. In a sense, I like to experiment. I like to play. I like to do things that might not be possible. So, and that's probably one aspect of it. I love color and things which are bold and crazy and fun to look at, and quite distinct. I find spaceships, tend to be able to do that. And then it comes with all these other fiddly bits. We get wings, you get greebles and cockpits and things which I think are appealing to me, just all sort of in one package. So from the time I was a child, that was Lego space kind of was my theme, and I've stuck with that now as an adult in a sense.
That's cool. Because if you talk to a general member of the public who's not a Lego fan, you say a Lego spaceship, he will probably think about a Star Wars spaceship, and that's not necessarily all that colorful. That's true in my mind. I certainly appreciate that. Star Wars was one of the things that helped to bring me back in, as we started to, this became official sets. But I really like bold colors, and like the interplay within colors. I like striping, color blocking. I think one of the many fabulous things that's happened with the portfolio of Lego elements has been the explosion of colors. Certainly, even over the last 10 years.
And so I feel we should use those and take advantage of it. And I feel the space area is a nice place to do that. But I have tremendous respect for ships that are primarily about texture and grays and blacks and whites. Also just intensely beautiful, I think.
It does give you some very interesting accent colors, if nothing else. So I know that you look for fan art online. Where do you go for inspiration, and what makes an illustration appealing or interesting to you?
Yeah, so that's also a great question. I think, and so I do look for fan art online. Lately Pinterest. Lately, meaning the last 4 years or something, Pinterest has been a really nice place to be able to do that. They're pretty good at being able to pull across ArtStation and DeviantArt and a lot of other places where artists are posting and sharing their work. So that's probably my go-to. But there's some usual sites that I pull in and pull from. And this is not unique to me. I've run into many other space builders that do the same thing. I have folders and folders of art that I've pulled down. And at the start of the build, one of the things I tend to do is to go through that and look back and just look for things which are inspiring. And sometimes that's an entire one particular rendering. Sometimes it's parts and pieces, and how this might look or this might feel. And I guess to some extent, a little bit like a mood board. I'm going to pull from that.
Because before we go any further, I think I'll do this, so that if people are now able to see my background, or maybe they're not.
I do see it, Ari.
Yeah. Okay. So that's just a few examples of what Nick is doing. So he will now give us a tour of something that he hasn't even posted yet, I think. So I'll stop sharing and I'll say that I'm just going to let you take over, because I know you're going to show us a brand new ship that you haven't posted yet. And if we're lucky, you might just even take it apart while we're looking.
Well, let's see how that goes. All right, I appreciate it. So let me attempt to share something, and then as I go, please do cut in, ask questions,
absolutely,
or prod me along. All right, can I confirm, can you see this?
It works perfectly for me.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so yes, it's my pleasure. I thought today at the event I would bring and share something new. Normally, and the last time I had an opportunity to be the first time, an opportunity to be together with everyone at PDC in 2018, as usual for these conventions. I really, really enjoy bringing something in person and being able to talk about that on an individual basis. So certainly I've been missing lately the opportunity to have that in-person conversation. But I thought today, taking advantage of the medium a little bit, I'll show you a ship. And then I brought some kind of evolution shots. So I'll talk a little bit about the design process behind it. And then I brought some shots that are just sort of digging in to bits and pieces to show what the internals are. Some things that might have been a little more difficult to do if we had been together in person.
One thing that I'll say before you start is that if anybody is watching this and thinking, spaceships, I'm not that interested in spaceships. If you have ever come across a build where there's geometry involved, and I don't think anybody who's ever built with Lego can say that they haven't come across a build that there isn't geometry involved, there will be something in here that's interesting for you. So just let that be a warning if you're tempted to switch off because you're not interested in spaceships. There you go.
Thank you, Ari. There's some geometry coming. So let's begin. So I think before we show the geometry and dig in, you need to know what this looks like. So I brought some overview shots. So this is a tachyomatic Combine is the name of the new ship. And you can see here in profile some bits and pieces from a shaping perspective. So I think for this one, it was quite fascinating. I think interesting to build out the front in the cockpit. That area is converging in from several different angles. I mentioned liking color and blocking, and so the white striping around those windows I thought was pretty fun to pull off. Up above, there's the blue striping, which is coming in from the sides and then to the back. Also from a color blocking perspective, was pretty interesting and challenging. I quite like how the engines came out. We'll talk a little bit about that and what the breakdown is. You can see in the back with those wedge baby bows. I thought that the texture there turned out pretty interesting. And then coming out for the wings, just structurally supporting that, converging upwards for that, those extensions which are coming out. And then the vertical fins on the side kind of collapse around that. So this is the ship in profile. From the front, I think it has a pretty nice look. And you can see it's kind of hung, it kind of comes in. There's a lot of vertical dimensionality to this one. You can see that from the side as well. And so this is, you can see the lines converging up and in. This is a good shot of those sort of vertical fins on the side. You can see they're really coming down pretty low relative to the body of the ship. And
many things come into mind when I see this, but two words that do not are black and colorless. You probably can't see the chat, but if you could, it's full of wow, whoa, whoa, oh my god, amazing, awesome. I will not comment anything else because my brain is blown up. I can't type. Okay, so now please go on.
I'm thrilled people like it. I'm really glad to hear that. And then here's just one more shot here from the rear, and you can see the engines. They're hung out in the back. So that's the ship. That's the finished product. Oh, I forgot to mention. So I just took these photos 2 weeks ago, but the ship has been in development it took me 6 months to build this one, and generally I build on weekends and generally on Saturday. So it's been 20 to 30 long sessions, but then a bunch of stuff in between. And so I brought some shots then from the last 6 months just to kind of show how this started and what the evolution was as it came together towards that finished product. And Ara, as you mentioned, I do tend to build from concept art and as a starting point before going my own way. And this was the inspiration for the Tachyomatic Combine, this fantastic art. And I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do with the pronunciation of his name, but the artist is fantastic. So I think Wei-Hee Chen. And I loved this one in the portfolio. I love that shaping. I love the industrial kind of feel for this one, and the call out for the what might be possible with the coloring and so forth was really inspiring for me as a start point. You can see how that's kind of carried through to the model. As a first step, then from that art and thinking about what I wanted to do, I just picked out the front of the cockpit and those wing extensions and the vertical fins. And you can see just beginning to play with the blocking. And so what might it look like on the cockpit to be able to get that striping in? How could that fit? A little bit of then from a size perspective, really, what those fins and extension might be. But as you can see from build style, like there's nothing here. It's just facade. It's just sitting on stands. It's all sort of faked out to get a sense for what it could look like. And then I began to expand and build on top of that. So this is the upper portion of the ship. Have these wedges coming in, trying to figure out how to bring something which would curve over and come down into the cockpit sort of space. Adding in something sort of greebly in the front. I don't want to say intakes necessarily. I recognize there's space here, but it would look like the sort of intake area. And at the time, just getting some texture in there with those boomerangs, evolving the extensions which are going out to carry those fins. Then began to really get kind of serious about that front cockpit and how it would come together. I'll show some internal shots in just a few minutes, but where that kind of arrow is in the center, getting that geometry to work was really, really complex because the outer part of the ship is banked outward. The front part of the ship is banked inward. And so there's a combination of those panels, which are giving a little bit of angle plus some 18-degree cheese behind that, 18-degree slopes behind, cheese graters behind that, a bunch of other stuff there. I finally got working. I got put some guns down below. And then brought in started to bring in a little bit of detail. So they had the idea to bring those pipes in as a bit of contrast and a bit of shape and to kind of add to the industrial piece. Put in a placeholder for the engines and what the shaping might look like. Brought in a little bit in the front there, as a point of interest. Then this shot, two really big. It looks like the change from the last one is simple, but the internally look big changes. So that I figured out how to do the engine in the back with those curved wedges, and so it's just sitting on a stand, but I had a pretty good idea for that, and then began to get really quite serious about the blocking on top and how to carry that stripe down towards the back. When I was staring at this shot at this stage, it was bothering me a little bit that the engine, I just felt a little bit flat in the back. So if you look just in front of the engine and then going to the next shot, I've pulled that up. So it got knocked upward. Oh, sorry, is that one? Oh, I'll show the pull up in just a second. So this shot, then I worked on the intake, and so the boomerangs are gone. I've got an idea, the kind of proper idea for what I thought a nice texture would be. That's sort of the front area of the engine. The fin now has something proper around that and blocked out. And then this is the shot where I've then lifted up that back area where the engine is attached. Got a little more shaping in there. Brought the dark gray around the back up into that. Really got the back of that wing extension correct. That has a step half plate offset that I thought came out pretty nifty. And then down below, I wanted a nice line coming upwards, and I found these old trains. Maybe everybody here knows these. I only just tripped over looking around for parts. These old train signal masts, and I thought that gave a really nice texture, and it was a nice long contiguous piece. So I brought that in down below. Then this shot. Actually, if I go back, so I want to point out, still at this stage, it's not really connected. There's no internal frame. Parts of it have started to come together, and I figured out how to work, but it doesn't hold together. And the internals, I'll show you in a moment, like we're just still kind of a mess. And so then all kinds of refactoring and rebuilding happened, and ta-da! This now has an internal frame, and it's supported just from the center, and it now hangs together as a proper model. And that then also afforded an opportunity to start to work on some details, add a bit of interest, experiment a bit with that lower fin on the outside. Then the white arrow at the top, the dotted one, represents another pretty major thing that happened. So since the build came together, and since my models tend to come together as actual builds late, in this case, it was late in the model by the time I actually put on both sides of those wing extensions and could feel it and like pick it up and look at it. And I had sort of a shock. It felt too wide and too big and unbalanced. I didn't get that when it was only half a ship. So it was a bit of a panic for me. And I ended up doing, I don't know, it's major surgery to open it all up and reduce the width of each of those extensions by 2 studs, which turned out to just take a ton of work, but brought it in and made it feel a little more compact in width and then a little more balanced overall. And so behind the scenes, that's happened. Added some thrusters and interest there on the side. Then this is then decaling. So shape is done. These are water slide decals, and so began to apply those for a bit of look and interest in various places, and that's it. So that's
it, as if that was simple, but yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, the internal shots are what's really going to blow people's minds when they arrive, because yeah, you say, well, and now voila, it has an internal frame, but yeah, that's not it's not that simple. It'll be cool.
I appreciate it. So I brought so that's the overall outward progression. I brought some shots of just bits and pieces, as you're referring to, are along the way. So I thought I'd start with the engines and just how those are constructed. These are 7-segment engines, and you can see the getting the circular shape, of course, not surprising these days, using those 1x2 plates with the rounded corners. I wanted it though on the sort of converge in, like a nozzle and thrust, and so pulling that over the top and then back out, then to make a really nice geometry, I think, with those curved wedges come together was pretty great. And you can see that on the back, this then leads to that circle of the plates, now 3 plates below the outside. So this then I extended backwards and carried forward a half plate offset for each of those, to giving this both the interlocks and there's gap and texture. I thought it came together pretty nice. So this was the main engine. Intakes. And with the front, the greeble area, I happened to have taken some shots of just messing around with what those would look like. You can see the first boomerang model, and then just trying some things out. The right is where this ended up, and you can probably tell those are claw pieces. Those are little mechanical claws inside. This is how that worked. So they're trapped internally in there, and between those panels, and what's currently that kind of red umbrella stand, is replaced with a 3 long bar. So the whole unit is just latched in there. It doesn't move, doesn't come out, but it's not actually connected to anything. And I thought the texture on the outside turned out quite nice from that. This is then going outward in those wing extensions. And I included this one is a look of more of the finished on the left. You can see those are half plate. Those are the cheese there are half plate stepped, which I thought came out pretty groovy. This segment then latches in, for the overall wing extension. And so I just brought this as sort of picture of the structure. The wings are those fins on the side. It's quite heavy. So they're projected outward. So a lot of work went in. I put a lot of work into ensuring that there was strength there. And you can see lots of the studs taking lots of different jogs to be able to do that. Put the frame on the outside, while also carrying up top all the various pieces which have kind of come together around form the shape and the flow of that dark gray area. And this is what that segment looks like when it's finished. And so this is one unit. As you said, might be ambitious and try to pop this off in just a moment. But you could just a kind of finished wing engine area. Cockpit. So this is what I was referring to as like midway, what the internals look like. So at this stage, it probably looks a bit chaotic. It looks a bit chaotic to me, but this is just how it's evolved along the way. Sort of each piece working with the facade, thinking about where the pieces and the shapes need to be, pulling it apart, and then finding some solution to engineer it. And the rainbow colors and the bits and pieces going every which way, are a product of that more organic iteration and working each area, and then ultimately coming back for refinement. And from a cockpit perspective, over on, I guess, the right side of the screen, you can see that they have to carry the front of the glass at a canted angle relative to the rest of the ship. This is how that's done. So through the relative to the horizontal frame, there's bars and clips that came together in a nice geometry to be able to hold and support that, bring it up. You can see a little bit of the evolution of actually providing a place for the pilot to sit and seat, where the glass in the front comes in. A little bit of that, those cheese graters coming around to provide a flat surface in the front while canting backwards. Above that, because the cockpit is coming in from 2 sides, this is the geometry that I used to achieve that. up top, along with that color blocking. So you can see on the left the two pieces, basically the two segments coming in, a bit of those wedge plates now held in place against that. And then down below, some tricky geometry to be able to take that segment and then, as you'll see in a moment, hook that up to the main body and then project backwards for the color blocking. So that's up on top. The side, from the outside, this one on the left is pretty close to the final version of what that sort of is, kind of hung on the frame. And on the right, you can see behind that some geometry and jogs and design work to be able to project up the color blocking using panels coming up around that, which then give a bit of a reveal on the outside edge, as well as provide enough space for the rest of the cockpit glass to fit in. This is then from behind in the cockpit, and you can, I think this is a decent view then of the solution for the outside. So the outside bit is banked in, and then you can see this in the sand green. The cheese graters are then cutting it again another 18 degrees inward, but there needs to be a bit of another angle change in order to carry forward that then in a horizontal plane so the top can come on top, and that's where those rotating hinges are serving. You can also see then from the blocking various things coming backwards out of the top of the front of the ship with connections, and that's within what I've used to get the striping and the dark gray coming backwards out from the front of the ship, as well as then you can see now carrying in the slopes. What am I looking for? The slopes and the wedges in the front, which are coming down. So that's the completed cockpit in front of the ship. One more, last one that I brought some photos for were the design of the fins on the outside, and so those are also each segment of the fin is running at a different, it's not vertical relative to the ship. You can see how that was done in an early form using the bars and clips. What this is also showing is I wanted the front of the fins to feel like it was converging in. And so in order to do that, I'm using the old school plates with the clip light that are just half a plate thick, and that's then coming back into those into the curved slopes around the outside. In order to make that geometry work, there's some interesting things going on with those clip lights, which of them, some of them have studs opposed to one another in order to make all this sort of hang together. And then the extensions themselves, I played with a lot of different versions for this to get what I felt was a nice size and proportion for what those fins would be. This is pretty close to where that ended up. And you can see from a process perspective up top, this started with just trying to figure out how it could work and what it would set up and not paying attention to color or the internals, filling everything internally, just want to get the shaping right. Can it work? Can those finger hinges come together and hold this in a really solid way? I don't want it to be fragile. The lower left is pretty close to where that ended up. You can see supported from several ways. And then on the right is now hung on the ship, which then led to this. And so the final version, inclusive of you can see now the sand green tiles, cut around, give that illusion or shape of the angle coming in, pulling in again down towards the center for those two uneven fins up top and down low. And Ara, that's everything I brought from a slide perspective today.
Well, it's not little. So I think there's some stuff in there to process, I think. And my number one word to take from this is geometry. You essentially, you often, I know that you use a So you sort of outline the general shape of the ship that you want, and then you basically build from the outside in. And I do the same when I build my cars. My cars are this big, and they don't generally use crazy angles. So filling out the gaps must be, I mean, for you is a completely different job than it is for me. How do you approach that? Do you have sort of an idea of geometry of Lego pieces, or is it trial and error? What do you do?
It's a bit of both. All right, so I think the first thing is I've been doing it long enough that I have an idea of where it's going to be hard. So where is it going to be really hard? Where is it going to be challenging? Or where is it? I'm pretty sure I know how to do this, something like that. And I think there's a little bit of mental triage that's going on as I'm designing the outside, because the areas where it's going to be hard or tricky, it might not work at all. And you saw there was a little bit wrapped up in those evolution shots of things I've tried, I wanted to do. It could have been more perfect and more awesome, but it was impossible to pull off and I had to give up. So along the way with the building outside, I will tend to focus on the parts where I'm not sure if it's possible or not.
You might end up with a simpler solution because it was actually impossible to get exactly what you wanted.
That's right. And there's plenty even in the ship I just showed where I really didn't want it to look quite like that. And it's just what was necessary. The outside in you talked about has been it's quite a lot less frustrating for me than when I was coming back in, even, I guess 10 years ago when I came back to the hobby, began to play around, I was building like I used to. And what would happen to me would be I would build a lot of stuff out and it would come back where the two parts are supposed to come together and it just didn't work. It didn't look right. And it was just super frustrating. So by keeping it just facade, and concentrating on those places where things are going to be tricky and, bring in combination of understanding how the parts work, and then a lot of trial and error, just experimentation, I can just get the facade working with the least amount of things which might need to be thrown away.
And obviously experience, a lot of experience goes into this because you've used some of these elements many times before, and you know that they work like this, and if you space it like that, this can actually go into there and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. One of the around the Lego community, one of the things I've heard or noticed is relative to many other people, I'm using very few different parts. So that the actual, from an inventory perspective, I tend to, as you said, have some go-tos.
The ones that
I use a lot of parts. There's a lot of parts in there, but they're ones that I tend to be really familiar with. And I just have tremendous respect for people that have that complete inventory and understanding in their mind of all the various things which are available. Mine is more narrow, but in the narrow set, I have a pretty some experience and some instinct at this point about what might be possible.
But the no gaps thing is what sort of gets me. The thing that it all goes together seamlessly, and there are no holes, no obvious holes that this is ugly. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the facade. That's where a lot of the time was spent. Making it look pretty beautiful from my perspective, pretty beautiful from the outside. And what I sort of discovered along the way is that spending the time to make it beautiful from the outside, like in order to do that, the inside's kind of cool, and the ends up itself being pretty fascinating and interesting and challenging. The previous session, talking with the designers, talking about challenge, and I really do appreciate that. And I feel there's something just a little bit unfortunate about at the end product. It looks polished and nice from the outside, I think, but you lose a little bit of the how it was done internally. So I take a lot of photos.
Profound, Nick. It's so profound. The facade. It's all about the facade, but the inside is so cool. The inside is important. So this is it's really this is deep. So you have a YouTube channel called Galactic Plastics. And you don't know this, but I am currently roughly 2 hours into a 3.5 hour long video where you actually go through every step needed to build. Let me just share this with you. To build this. This is just a little part of it. So I've built this based off that video of yours. And there's a cockpit It's like this.
Sorry, I'm not seeing your screen.
You're not seeing it. Okay.
Maybe it might just be me though.
I don't know.
Sorry, we can't see it. It's just said it started screen sharing and then ground to a halt, Ari. So
okay.
You might want to.
Okay, I'll stop sharing and see what happens. Okay. I can try again. But if I do this, you can't see it. No, you probably can't see it. If I do this, can you see it then?
Yes.
You can.
Yes, we can.
So yeah, so this is a cockpit. You can see there's some familiar things here going on with studs in all directions, and I think this one is also quite cool. So this is what I've been spending, I think, at least 12 hours on for the past couple of weeks or so. But that's a spaceship called the Ataraxis, and you posting these videos on YouTube allows anyone to just build a copy of it. How did you decide you wanted to do this? And it must take so long to do this. I mean, it's a half-hour-long video. How long did it take to make it?
Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of time. So it started small at some point along the way. Actually, as we were just talking about, I felt like just posting the photos of the model on Flickr were maybe missing how it went together, which I thought was kind of nifty. And so I started doing some things which at the time were just 2-minute videos of the sped up of just the final setup and how the various components and submodules all came together. And then from there, people asked, I saw people trying to recreate it and take it apart and just understand from those fast videos how the parts came together. And so I thought, that's kind of interesting. People are like, have that interest, and I'd love for them to be able to see how it works. And so then I went to YouTube, and then I took those short videos and made them longer. And then I got feedback from people, I can't really tell in this segment like how this thing works. And then I thought, it's not long enough. So now I need to show the individual parts. And so somehow I've got to a point where it's just building the ship from top to bottom. Which I appreciate your hours in, or I think requires a certain kind of determination, dedication, or it's like if you're having trouble falling asleep, that's like watching that could be good. But it is really time consuming to make. It's become sort of daunting for me. And what I kind of think I'll move to in the future, maybe is what I saw you start to do, which is to digitize it and to bring it into CAD. And I feel like that could be faster and ultimately also people asking for parts inventories and various other things to some extent.
Yeah.
So
because that's obviously that's what's missing, the part inventories. In order to get a parts inventory, you have to do what I'm doing. That's basically why I'm doing it. So the reason I'm doing it is that this was the model that you had just finished when I visited you for the first time in 2018. So that was the model that I was able to touch and take apart and put back together. And I thought, I'd like to have a copy of that. It's just taken me so long to finally sit down and do it. So I'm building the Ataraxis. I know Miguel has built at least one of your spaceships. It's in the background of his video when he shares his screen. Have you got any cool stories to share about other people telling you they've got a copy, they built a copy?
Can I just make a correction?
Sorry, yeah?
2 models, not 1.
2 models, yeah, okay. Sorry, yeah.
2 models, Miguel. Yes. So I really, it's often so on Flickr from time to time, people will tag me with a version of the ship that they've built out, and it is I feel honored and excited to see that people have taken an interest and have gone through the time to recreate something that like a piece of art did, like someone else has invested the time to do that. It's really quite rewarding. And occasionally people will modify it, play with the colors and do something different, and that's also really quite interesting. Occasionally people, including Miguel, will do a fantastic job digitizing it, and the thing that I didn't do. And I also appreciate that, because I feel it's sort of giving back to the community in an easier way for people just to tear it apart and look at it even without investing in all the parts or recreating it. So when people invest the time to recreate something, one of those mocks, it's always quite touching for me. I find it very rewarding.
It's also what you really do is appreciate the inside of it, because that's when you really see what kind of work went on for this thing to actually go together, and how these angles all fit. So I say copy because people copy, but your own creations are actually unique because you use hard to find water slide decals that you buy in Japan. Isn't that right?
That is right. So I'm like I work for Sony, and in the pre-pandemic days, I used to go to Tokyo for travel from time to time, which was a really fun, nice thing to be able to do, and to go to the large toy stores there and go back to the Gundam kind of section and see everything that is available for model makers local in Japan. It's staggering and exciting, and I really enjoyed and I hope to enjoy again that to be fortunate to have that opportunity to spend hours in the stores going through all those decals. So I've amassed a pretty good collection of them back here, and late in the ship design. I will lay things out and flip through the book and pick bits and pieces and see what strikes my fancy.
Final touches.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, I've started to do that with the models. Before that, they were just blank canvas. And I think they're better now.
Oh, well, I think they're lovely. Rod has come on, which means he's gonna pose some questions. I have one more because time is running out. I have one more request for you before that, Nick. And is there any way that we could persuade you to turn your camera a bit so we can see the shelf that you have? Because I know that there's stuff there that people would love to see. I mean, some of the other, or at least just show us some of the other ships that you have on the shelf.
Yeah. Thank you for asking. So I guess the black bookcase there, I can't get the camera probably back there, but I can grab something. I'm happy to grab something. Maybe I'll pick up one more.
Yeah, a couple of your favorites.
Out of the, yeah, sure. Just give me a moment.
Yep. So geometry.
Amazing. All right, we can definitely go 5 minutes over because the clothes and the puzzle stuff won't take long. So please don't cut this short just for that.
We see what he's got. He's also, without knowing it, he's also answering a question that I know was posed. The question was, I'm just saying that without knowing, you're actually answering a question that was posed. Is it swooshable? Because you look at these things and you see all these crazy connections and you go, okay, that's probably going to fall apart if you blow on it. But it absolutely isn't.
No. It's strong.
Yeah.
It's pretty darn sturdy.
Yeah.
So I grabbed one that I built during lockdown last year. This one is the Heavenly Strike. And I'll just see kind of coming up. I think you had this one on the screen earlier.
I did. Yeah.
This is my current favorite one. So really quite happy with the way that this came out.
The size of the thing.
This is a really large, and actually the larger it is, the longer it takes me. And I thought I don't want to do something large. It's going to take me forever, and that's what ended up somehow. That's what ended up happening. The other problem with it being large is that it becomes difficult to fit in the bookcase, and the bookcase keeps it dust free, and et cetera, et cetera. So in this one, the stand is kind of interesting. I think it's canted back large
because you build stands for them.
Yeah, and this is so then that it can go in the shallow bookcase and the glass can close around it and it sits up like this. But yeah, so
that's your wonderful
that one.
Bird.
Thank you. Shall I grab another one, or shall we move to questions? What would you like to do?
Would you mind grabbing the Ataraxis if you have it?
I have that too. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. It's the one that I'm building, so I'd love to see that. Just to be reminded of what the size of that thing is when it's eventually finished.
I'm just waiting on you dropping one of them, and that would just be awful.
Yeah, we're very glad you held on to it because yeah, it's just dropping one would be not that good on screen. It's
yeah, I'm not sure how well that looks.
So sleek.
So this is I suppose shortly, this is what you will have.
Yeah. I see. Actually, there is some asymmetrical thing going on with the decorations on the panel there in front. So I'll have to work on that. But yeah, no, really nice. Really.
Yeah,
really nice.
I think that'll be one of the areas you can decide whether to do that asymmetric or not.
Yeah.
Or completely replace it. This bit of this bit of insignia here. It was intentionally asymmetric, but other people that have built it have replicated it or replaced it and changed it in some way. So
yeah. So you said you could grab another, and somebody says, "Oh yeah, grab all of them. Grab all of them." But, yeah, I think we're good. Dave, Rod, you have some questions, I guess, from the chat.
Yeah, we do. So there's been a couple of questions about geometry and stuff. So and I thought it was really interesting. If you're coming at the design challenge from a shaping first, so you showed us pictures of clearly not worried about what color it was or things like that, about just creating that overall shaping. What happened? Do you have in your head a rough inventory of what shapes are available in which colors? Or do you ever have to go back almost right to the start because a piece you assumed would be available in sand green or red wasn't available, and actually that meant that one bit couldn't work?
Yeah, right. I appreciate that question. So I do spend a bit of time. So when working outside, I don't really care. You can saw I don't really care what the colors are as I'm building it, but I do care about what it's supposed to look like at the end in terms of where the stripes are and accents are and so forth, even at that stage, particularly if it's going to be a part that I don't already have. And so I will then in advance check the inventory and work around it. So the Tachiyomatic Combine, the one that I showed earlier in the talk, sand green. That's the first time I've used sand green, and as everybody knows, that's a limited color. There's plenty of things which are not available in that, and so I spend quite a lot of time along the way trying to work around those limitations. Or the striping that went up around the Tachiyomatic Combine and the dark blue and the white had other variations of that. I would have done something different if all the parts had been available that I wanted in the light bright yellow, actually. Yeah. So I have some. So I do pay some attention. Occasionally I'll get caught out. So I think probably happens to all of us at the end. Oh my gosh, what? Yeah. Why is this?
What do you mean that's not available?
Yeah, come on.
Of all the parts, and this is not available. Come on, it's a part that's been around since 1963.
Yeah. Brilliant. So actually linked to that and this chat about color is there. Some of those interior shots you showed. That's a lot of different colors. And I had a really good question saying, is there any system to that you use particular colors to mark pieces that are doing a particular thing? Or is it just whatever you found in the brick bin?
The more I talk, the more I think people are going to, I sound crazy. So there's a little bit of intention to it. It's not keyed quite so much to particular colors and things, but the contrast in the color, I will do that intentionally along the way. And so green to red, something. I want to be able to understand how the things how it comes together, and having some crazy stuff up against one another kind of helps for that. Occasionally, and ours are probably going to experience this, I think, with the Ataraxis, there are places where there's reds or greens or something which represent where the big segments, the big sub-assemblies come together and slide in and do different things. I tend to use some on those areas, something which is calling that out. Yeah, I also, probably not as surprising, even the internal kind of rainbow coloring itself is mirrored. So it is symmetrical internally. But
I can certainly say that if anyone wants to try to put this together, the color blocking does make it a whole lot easier, because it's so much easier to see where things are going, as opposed to if it was all white or all gray. So it's much easier.
So this is a question from me, actually. So I on a couple of your models, I get a bit of a Sid Mead vibe back off them, you know, that kind of slightly Blade Runner-esque or Aliens-esque, you know. I mean, Sid Mead's a design hero of mine, you know, and I just get a wee feel of that sometimes. Is that fair? Would he be, you know, I presume if you've gone looking for concept art, he's probably an inspiration for some of those concept arts as well. So.
Yeah, he is. So Rod, yeah, I also really appreciate Sid Mead's work. There's a I won't be able to articulate this well, but I think there's a cleanliness to that work as well, in a sense, you know, even though it's industrial and includes, but there's a kind of elegance to it, which I quite like, and so there's a little bit of that. I think as DNA and the other concepts I've pulled, or, you know, certain models that I've built out.
I was interested when you were talking about external colors and not necessarily being, you know, wanting to be limited by, you know, grays and blacks and stuff. And I just want so that another great design thing that I'm in is Chris Foss, and you know, those bright checkerboard kind of just luminous color schemes and stuff. You ever thought about going a proper bright Chris Foss checkerboard style stuff?
I might have the same book you do. So I have the Chris Foss like coffee table.
That's amazing.
Like gorgeous art. Yeah, the color schemes there I do find to be inspirational. And I like the checkerboard or contrast, right? Yeah. Contrast, texture. I love that stuff.
Nice, man. Yeah, so we got so you answered a couple of the really quick questions I was going to ask. So yeah, so are your ships swooshable? Yeah, clearly are. Do you ever try to design digitally, or is it all by hand? And
it's all by hand, and it's a little bit of a ridiculous thing because I work in tech, and so I know I certainly should be able to do this on computer, but it's just not super fulfilling for me. There's something about the tactile touching it that I find to be just a lot more gratifying for me. So
I totally agree. So.
And recreational, probably.
We did have one sort of one last question, which is where did you get your classic space bag? There's a lot of love for the classic space bag hanging on the door behind you.
I will have to go and look. I got it print. That was a gift from my sister. So nice. And she was really happy to receive that. So she had that printed somewhere and sent over, which would be great. There's Miguel's gonna. I'll show you one more. Just one sec. Yeah, my other favorite one was this. So, yeah. Thank you again, Miguel.
Nice.
I don't know where that came from. It just how is that possible?
Yeah. That's cool. Well, mate, I on behalf of all of the amazing comments and the on your stuff, everyone thinks it's amazing. I'm delighted to actually meet you and get to touch you. I've been a fan of your stuff for a long time. Heavenly Strike's one of my favorite mocks of all time. So, mate, thank you very much. It's been a brilliant hour.
Oh, Rod, thank you so much. It's nice to meet you. I appreciate everyone taking interest and having the opportunity to share this morning.
Thank you so much. I hope to see you in person whenever it becomes possible.
As soon as possible, Ara.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So nice.
It'll be wonderful. Yeah. Thank you, Ara.
Thank you so much for joining us, Nick. Have a nice day.
You too.
Cool. Excellent. That was brilliant. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Well, we are very close to the end of day one of PDC Fan Weekend 2021.
Even if it's only 9 a.m. in San Francisco where Nick is. We are at the end.
So, yeah. So, however, we do have one thing left to do, which is to introduce the puzzle challenge, which is something that you guys can do this evening if you want. So this is just a little activity that I suggested to Miguel, and he thought was maybe a good thing to do, because obviously we can't all get together for, you know, some food or some drinks or some chat afterwards, go around, poke at each other's models on the tables and sort of go, I'd have made that better, or anything like that. We could, you know, so, you know, was there something we could do in the evening? And so I put together a puzzle challenge, which you guys are perfectly welcome to take part in if you would like.
Because that's what you do.
The PDC Fan Weekend Puzzle Challenge. You got to help Batman crack the case by solving some puzzles and cracking some codes. Currently, Miguel is uploading the password-protected PDF files to the Discord channel. So you will need to download those PDF files on a ideally on a computer. So you'll need to download those files. And what you do is each of the PDF pages has a puzzle on it. And if you solve that puzzle, it provides the password to unlock the next PDF. Clear? So that's what you need to do. So there are, I think there's 5 puzzles on there. So one after the other, you just solve the puzzles and download. It means you can unlock the PDF. So everyone who cracks the case. So at the end, you'll be given a code phrase that you have to email to an email address. And everyone who cracks the case will be entered into the draw to win one of 3 Batman sets in the draw tomorrow. And the quicker you solve it, the draw entries you're going to get. So if you are one of the first 2 or 3 people that send me back the right answer, at the end you'll get extra draw entries. But it doesn't matter, even if it takes you hours. Sorry if it takes you hours, I hope it won't. But even if it does, you don't worry, you'll still get a draw entry as long as you're in there before 2 p.m. Portugal time tomorrow. Okay. There's a couple of number puzzles in there, some logic puzzles, there's some, you know, some visual stuff. There's a little bit of decoding that you might need to look elsewhere to find what code is being used. But so far the record is 31 minutes, was it, Ari? So
it was 32. It would have been 31 if I misread one of the slides. But yeah, that's
okay.
it.
So yeah, so hopefully it's a bit of fun. It's not particularly onerous. I hope you really enjoy it. And yeah, you can win a little Batman set out of it, but hopefully it's just a nice little bit of fun that you can do at home now, carrying on a bit of the PDC atmosphere into the evening, because we can't do it for the evening altogether on social front. So I really hope you enjoy it. If you're totally stuck, I suppose you could give me a shout on Facebook Messenger or something, and I'll see if I can maybe help you out. But I probably won't do that for the first hour or so, because I don't want to interfere with that bit about the people who are doing it the fastest get a few more draw entries. Okay, really hope you enjoy it. Just a bit of fun, and you can get the PDF files on Discord. All right.
So there's a question. There's a question about that, about where the files are. And it's under participant activities. There's a separate channel called Lego Batman Puzzle Challenge. It should be there. Maybe you'll have to refresh Discord or something, but yeah, I can see it at least.
Cool. And on that note,
I'm getting there. I'm just uploading the files right now.
Okay, so Miguel is uploading the files at the moment. But honestly, chill. We're all good, right? So yeah, we will see you all tomorrow. Really hope you've enjoyed the day today. I think it's been fabulous. We've had some brilliant presentations. We've had some fantastic chat. We've had great questions from you guys, and that's really appreciated. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to say goodbye and then hand over to Ari to say his side of cheerio.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a pleasure. It's been really, really cool to be able to host you through. I don't know if that's even possible to say that in English. But yeah, so it's now 6 p.m. In Norway. It's 5 p.m. In Portugal. And that means that it's the end of the official program. But the thing that would have happened in Paredes de Coura is that once all the visitors are out of the hall, then everybody would have migrated into the room with all the nice things to eat and all the beer and the pastéis de nata and all that stuff. Sadly, we can't share. Well, apart from me and Rod, we can share, of course, over as you've seen, can share. But yeah, we have a very special broadband connection, me and Rod. We can't share stuff, but we can talk and we can see each other. So we will be able to. We're now gonna let people allow people to share their video, unmute themselves, and have a general chat if you want to. So that's officially all from us. And then we'll see you tomorrow at 9 Portuguese time.
Yeah.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheerio.
Six files, huh?